What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Friday. Happy Friday, December 15th, 2023. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours, getting you set for the football weekend. We will preview the biggest games in the NFL, including Cowboys at Bills on Sunday. We'll talk plenty of Texas Longhorn football, some commits potentially coming for Steve Sarkisian and company over the next couple of days. We'll talk about that. We'll get Bucky's big unit plays of the weekend, some gold star locks to try to make you or lose you some money. Our man Lee Sterling is going to join us at 9:15 for his bowl preview spectacular. And we've got plenty of football and plenty of sports and plenty of fun coming your way between now and 10 o'clock. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning to you, BK. Another lovely day here in Central Texas, ready to get it cranked up. And congrats to Texas women's volleyball as they continue to move on to towards another championship.
Yeah, nice win last night for Texas in the Final Four. They knock off Wisconsin in 4 sets. And Texas kind of ran away with this one too, right? The team split the first 2 sets, but Texas won sets 3 and 4 relatively handily en route to that victory last night. So the Longhorns going for back-to-back national championships, I should say, going for the 4th title in program history. They got to go up against a very, very good Nebraska team on Sunday. But man, this Texas women's volleyball team continues to get it done at the highest level. That was fun to watch last night.
It certainly was. I mean, these ladies can absolutely get it. I mean, Coach Elliott is just absolutely the very best. He's fabulous, man. He's such a motivating force. And you know what's happening. You know, you got a women's volleyball team who's used to going to the Final Fours, and now you got a men's football team that's in the Final Four. This is quite the season right now. It really is, and it's shaping up to be an awful fun, 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the women's teams at Texas are just kicking butt right now. Obviously, the volleyball team doing what it's done really throughout the entirety of Jared Elliott's tenure here.
Sure.
But the last couple of years and this year, the fact that they're playing for another national title this weekend, that's great. The women's basketball team ranked in the top 5. Soccer had a great season. Track and field continues to dominate. There's just a lot to be proud of if you're a Texas fan right now. And yeah, once again, the women's teams are absolutely taking care of business. So we'll see. I mean, the national championship match is Sunday afternoon, and these are 2 pretty historic programs, right? Nebraska has 5 national championships to its name, so they're going for number 6. Texas has 3, so we're going for number 4. These 2 teams have actually met in the national championship match twice in the past, in 1995 and in 2015, and Nebraska won both. So Texas trying to exercise some demons, obviously different teams, but hell, the coaches are the same from that 2015 match.
Oh, yeah.
Jared Elliott looking for some revenge against Nebraska for the 2015 title. Nebraska's really good. They only lost 1 match all year. Wow. They swept Pitt in their national semifinal last night. I mean, that looked like a scrimmage for them. They were scary good yesterday. So it will be tough for Texas, but hell, the Longhorns are playing some damn good volleyball right now too. You'd be crazy to count them out against anybody. They're going to need to play their best game, their best match on Sunday, but it's awesome that they're here, and we'll see if they can win one more and go back-to-back.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. Thank you very, very much to you and your families. Happy holidays, and please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, someone says they can't hear me on the app, but I'm checking.
Bring yourself in.
I'm checking our levels right now, and it looks like I'm showing up. So if you texted that, please let me know that if you can't hear me, or let me know if you can hear me. Hopefully we get that thing figured out. Looks like everything's okay on my end. Okay. Important thing is they can hear you, Buck.
Can they hear me?
Can they hear
me loud and clear? That's a good thing. By the way, and if they can hear me, and if Jay Willems and Sue Patrick can hear me, thank you very much for having us there yesterday morning at Sue Patrick's on Burnett Road. They liked it so much, we'll be back there next Thursday.
There we go.
They enjoyed the conversation, the banner right there, live from 8 to 10 yesterday. We may switch up times, but boy, I went back. I went back for a second trip because I'm not quite done. I've got some nephews, some young nephews and nieces that like Texas hoodies, and man, do they like them big. I mean, little eighth graders want like extra large. What are they hiding up underneath these hoodies?
Drugs.
Come on, man. We're talking about my family, man.
Okay.
Come on now.
They're smart. I'm giving your family some love.
Hiding meth underneath all that stuff or something.
I didn't say meth. But
Drugs. Just
yeah.
drugs. Isn't he? I mean, I hope it ain't cocaine or heroin. I mean, come on.
Maybe just some weed. Who knows?
It's just a little weed.
That's smart.
On,
yeah,
man.
if you wear your clothes too tight, everyone can see the little bag sticking out, right? There's a bulge, and you don't need that bulge, all right?
This is not the tip for kids as they were getting ready to be done for the holiday season. No, these are not your tips on the clothing that you have to wear.
Well, it's not your tip for kids, but it's my tip for kids.
Oh, yeah.
Next, kids, I'm going to tell you about keistering.
Dude, it was fun there yesterday. We had a good time. Boy, did they have some people in. I went back and folks were in and out of there. We'll do some special things next week as we get ready to go into the new year and head to New Orleans ourselves. So we're still, if you want to be a travel partner, you got a business or if you're a solo business person, you want your business pumped up there on YouTube, we're the ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we will give you guys plenty of love and help you.
They were excited. They had lots of folks in there yesterday.
Oh, yeah. That was fun. That was a fun broadcast for us. And excited to be back there next Thursday. We'll give you all more details about that broadcast when we get to next week.
Have you seen as much shit in one place than you saw yesterday?
Dude,
is that amazing?
Like, the only place that I've ever seen with more Longhorn gear than Sue Patrick is the Co-op. And the Co-op's a nightmare. Place. Oh my God, that place is a nightmare. And they like upsell everything. I mean, they tack an extra $50 on to like every piece of clothing that they have. It's such a tourist trap. Like everyone coming in town knows about the Co-op. So look, the Co-op, whatever, if you want to go there, that's fine. But Sue Patrick, it's easy. They got the free parking, which is huge. They've got tons of Longhorn gear for women, men, kids, toddlers, everybody. And, of course, tons of other great women's clothing and trinkets and stocking stuffers. No, they've got everything there.
Yeah, I've decided I've got to have that. I've got to have that Mardi Gras, Sugar Bowl shirt. I got to have that with all the different colors on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a good looking tee. Burnt orange with the blue and the purple and the gold in there go together pretty well. I like that. You don't just throw slap on a black tee and throw a bunch of different colors and stand out. That looked good. I think I'll get one of those. Let me get one of those for myself.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm probably going to need an XL because I'm starting to buff up a little bit. Maybe me.
If you're trying to hide some drugs under there, you could go with an XL.
I need to. Yeah, I like that shirt, and I love because they've got some wonderful sales on if you like the old what is that made? It's the brand. I forget what it is, but it's the old-fashioned hoodie, the thick cotton one. They've got that right now at like $39.
There you go. That's
a good one. And because, some of these, you go to some places, dude, and I see them like $110, $80, $90 for a hoodie. I mean, I love my hoodies. I've got some different types of hoodies that I like to sport. I'll be sporting a new hoodie when we get to New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still working on some details for that. We do know we will be a part of the big Texas One Fun tailgates on the day of the game, January 1st, live at Manning's inside of Harrah's in New Orleans, in Louisiana.
There you go.
Hopefully y'all are following there. Don't know the exact time yet, but we've got a lot of fun things happening in the Big Easy over the next couple of weeks. And, of course, a lot going on before then as well. So, yeah, shout out to Sue Patrick once again for having us out. Also, shout out to Operation Blue Santa. We'll be out there tomorrow morning. Looking forward to that. We'll probably do a show from like 9 to 10, and then we'll be walking the lines to say hi to all of you people out there. Yes, you people. We'll be giving away some gift cards. We've got some Academy gift cards. My friends at Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage up in the Domain have given me some gift cards to give away as well. Maybe some Hat Creek gift cards. So we'll be showing our love to you guys because y'all are showing love to some of the kids here in Central Texas with the toy drive that Operation Blue Santa is doing every single year. So looking forward to that one as well. Tomorrow morning, hope to see all of you out there as well. All right, Buck, plenty of football to get into. We'll start with this. So we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Malik Murphy. Of course, news dropped Wednesday afternoon that Murphy was entering the transfer portal. There was a hope and a belief that Murphy would stick it out through the college football playoff and then leave after the season was officially over. But then we found out shortly after that that is not the case. Malik Murphy is gone and will not be a part of the Sugar Bowl and will not be a part of the national championship game should Texas beat Washington on January 1st. So Malik Murphy is gone. Doesn't feel like there's any sour grapes there. Doesn't feel like there's any ill will there. Malik Murphy gave some quotes about Sark and about Texas and was incredibly positive. We played the audio yesterday from Steve Sarkisian, and he spoke glowingly about Malik Murphy. Just unfortunate timing. We wish Murphy the best, but it sucks that he felt like he had to make this decision right now. And this is another reason why college football needs to change its transfer portal schedule. But anyways, here are some teams that are reportedly interested in Malik Murphy now that he is in the portal. And you've got some varying levels of programs here. Georgia is on this list, which is interesting.
Remember, no SEC teams, please, Malik.
Yeah, I don't want to go up against Malik Murphy because I don't want to root against the kid.
No, I don't want to, and I don't want a mad kid with talent playing against you either.
Right. Yeah,
with talent all around him.
We know the potential that Malik Murphy has, and in a good situation. And if he's able to live up to that potential, then obviously he's got a chance to be a really, really good college quarterback. So, you don't want to go up against Malik Murphy because I want to root for him.
Yes, absolutely.
I won't speak for everybody else, but I want him to go to a place where I can root for him to be successful and not have to worry about it negatively impacting Texas, right?
That's for sure.
So Georgia's on this list. So you've got two SEC schools. You've got Georgia and South Carolina on this one. Texas will not see South Carolina next year. You've got USC. Of course, Malik Murphy is from California, so that would be coming home for him. You've got Syracuse. You've got Baylor. You've got conferenceless Oregon State. And you've got the Dukies on this list. So those are the first. I assume more teams will get involved, but this was a report from On3 yesterday, and you've got 7 teams here reportedly being linked to Malik Murphy right now. Buck, what do you make of these?
Dude, they're not going to Syracuse from California. No. And is Dino Babers still the head coach there? He still got his gig?
No, he's gone.
He's gone?
Yeah, finally.
Okay. I don't know. I don't understand why USC just wouldn't be the main one, depending on who they have coming back, what type of player they have coming back as their backup quarterback, or who they have coming up as a high schooler. That just sounds like a natural fit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with USC. I mean, you're still getting reports that Lincoln Riley could bolt for the NFL. And even though USC didn't have a great year and they kind of fell apart in the second half of the season, I still think there's some next level interest in Lincoln Riley.
Oh, you mean like the team that got pounded last night? Like I believe there's some interest in Sark also, possibly.
You think the Chargers could be interested in Steve Sarkisian?
Why not? Why would him or Lincoln Riley?
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a quarterback, but they are horrifying.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was bad. I mean, their quarterback didn't play last night. Justin Herbert was out with an injury, and they got blasted by a Raiders team that lost 3-0 last week.
Yes.
The Raiders put up 63 points a week after, on a short week, mind you, after scoring 0 points in a loss to Minnesota. And
now, the Chargers weren't the same team that the Miami put 70 on, were they?
No, that was Denver.
That was Denver. Okay, that was Denver before they started to find their way a little bit. Yeah, I've got a feeling that in my mind, I'm thinking that if I'm the Chargers, I'm going to talk to 2 guys. Lincoln Riley is going to be one of them, but Steve Sarkisian is the next guy I'm going to talk to.
Yeah, boy, that'd be interesting, right? You haven't really heard any Sark to the NFL rumors at all. And I don't think you're reporting anything. I think you're just kind of
No.
speculating like, hey,
Yeah.
maybe an NFL team would be interested because of the year Sark has had and because of his reputation as an offensive mind. And it feels like NFL teams and really football teams everywhere are
Sure.
keen on hiring offensive coaches now to be head coaches.
And they need
So,
someone with that quarterback. Their quarterback is their future. They've already put their future into the quarterback, Justin Herbert. So, I mean,
yeah,
they need somebody to guide that dude.
that's why Lincoln Riley could make some sense, but hell, maybe that's why Steve Sarkisian could make some sense out there too. So, yeah, I mean, the Chargers should have fired Brandon Staley last year.
True.
They should have fired him last month, last week. I mean, it's amazing that guy still has a job.
He
I
may
don't know.
not make it through the day.
No, he shouldn't. Honestly, he should have been fired last night. Like
Yeah,
they were down 42-0 at halftime to the Raiders, dude.
I know the Raiders.
Aiden O'Connell, like the Raiders were playing with a backup quarterback. They were down 42-0 at recess. The Chargers had 5 turnovers last night. Like that was as disastrous of a performance as you will ever see in an NFL game.
Yeah, I halftime I was done. That was enough for me. I was thinking this could be a record breaker.
Yeah. I mean, you could have turned that one off after the first quarter. It was 21-0 after the first quarter. The Chargers had a couple
Raiders.
of
Can you imagine if they played a good team, what that would have happened? I mean, my goodness.
Right. Yeah, 63-21, the final score. Once again, 4 days after the Raiders lost 3-0, they set a franchise record in scoring with 63 last night. Aiden O'Connell, the rookie, 4 passing touchdowns. That was a beatdown. The Chargers suck. I don't know how we got there for Malik Murphy, but we did.
I could see, I could also see Malik at Georgia with a surrounding cast that's pretty good.
That doesn't make sense. Like Malik Murphy, apparently he wants to play, which is why he's leaving Texas because he doesn't have a clear path to playing here. He's not better than Carson Beck. Right
yeah,
now.
they have a quarterback that's already got them with 1 loss on them.
Yeah. So like, look, it'd be cool to play at Georgia. That's awesome. My God, to get a scholarship offer from there, that's big time. And obviously you're going to be on a team that's competing for championships, which most kids would want. But if Malik Murphy is truly looking for playing time, he's not going to go to Georgia.
I don't know. The mayor of Waco.
I don't know if he'd go to USC either, because USC, they brought in one of the top QBs in the country last year in Malachi Nelson. Obviously, Caleb Williams is going pro, so they're going to have a new starter out there, but they've got a couple of really highly touted recruits who I think would be ahead of Malik Murphy, and he'd have to compete. That's the point. Like, I think Malik
He's
Murphy
not walking in as a starter at places like USC.
Right, yeah, Georgia and USC. I mean, Georgia, he wouldn't start, and USC, I don't think he would start, but he would for sure have to compete.
He could go to Duke. He could go to Baylor.
Yeah, all of the other schools on this list, it's like
absolutely.
Because South Carolina, I think Spencer Rattler's finally leaving.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, that guy was projected to be a number 1 overall pick a few years ago.
Yeah.
Boy, how the mighty have fallen. But he could go there and probably start. He could go to Baylor and probably start. He could go to Syracuse and probably start. Oregon State is losing DJU. He's in the portal. So they're going to be looking for a new quarterback. And then Duke lost Riley Leonard, who committed to Notre Dame either yesterday or Wednesday.
And they have a new coach.
They've got a new coach. They're going to need a new quarterback. So, yeah, all of those other schools to me make more sense than Georgia and USC.
Yep.
But you've heard some other schools in the mix. I mean, Cody keeps commenting Ohio State. Like they're losing their quarterback. I don't know if Ohio State would make a lot of sense. That's another school, once again, where Malik Murphy would not be guaranteed a starting job. So cool to play at Ohio State, getting coached up by Ryan Day. That's great. Really good offensive mind. But that's like a lateral move. And like, I think Malik Murphy should maybe consider taking a step down to ensure that he will be a QB1 somewhere.
Yeah, this is not, you don't need to be going somewhere and battling like you've been doing here the last 3 years. You need to play.
Right.
Your time is running out now. I don't know how the NCAA works. You can stay there 8 years if you like, but his time's got to be running out. He needs to be on the field and getting the experience of playing, not sitting behind somebody and getting more time in the film room. He needs to be on the field where the action is. Yeah, I mean, a place like Baylor, I mean, that way he can stay in the little 15 or 16 or how many ever teams they're going to have in this conference. How many teams are going to be in this conference, by the way? Are they 15 or 16?
Let's see. They had 14 this year.
Okay.
Texas and OU are leaving. That's 12, and they're adding 4 from the Pac-12, so that's 16.
Yeah, I mean, he could the Big 16.
Is that what they're going to call it now?
I guess they started. I mean, he could start at Baylor.
Yeah, I would think. Do you want to go to Baylor, though? I mean, Dave Aranda feels like a dead coach walking right now. And do you want to go to Baylor anyways? Because you have to live in Waco.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you something. Syracuse is no dream. I mean, at least you got the dome. You don't have to worry about. You will be practicing outside, but you will be playing indoors.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which of these spots makes the most sense, right? Does Malik Murphy want to go closer to home? If he does, then USC or Oregon State, I guess, makes sense because those are both left coast schools.
Oregon State's quarterback is gone, correct?
Yeah, DJU is in the portal. Not sure where he's going, but he's gone. But Oregon State, you want to be a part of a Mountain West schedule?
Dude, are there any quarterbacks that are in the Pac-12 or the Little 2 or whatever? They're all taking off. Didn't Washington State's quarterback take off too?
Yeah, Cam Ward, he's in the portal.
Wow.
Yeah. So the 2 remaining Pac-2 schools or 2 POC schools, whatever the hell you want to call it.
They got nothing going.
No, it's brutal for them. It is absolutely brutal for them. And of course, Oregon State lost its coach to Michigan State as well. So, they're coming off a pretty good 3-year stretch for them, but they don't have much to show for it right now. We'll see. Yeah, some people are saying UCLA. Somebody said Oregon earlier this week, which Oregon got Dylan Gabriel, so that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Washington. I've seen Washington actually being linked to Malik Murphy, which how interesting would that be if Murphy commits to Washington before January 1st when Texas plays Washington in the Sugar Bowl? Awesome. Not awesome. I don't want him to go to Washington. Screw that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Washington seems like a nice spot for him.
No, I don't want him to go there. If you're gonna do that after the game, but you can only do that if Texas wins, because it will be insult to injury if Texas loses to Washington and then Malik Murphy transfers to Washington. I don't want that.
Yeah, he needs to go where there's beaver. Head to the Beavers.
Oh,
yeah, head to the Beavers.
The land of the beaver.
He needs to go to the land of the beaver. Yes,
I feel like there's plenty of beaver at all of those schools. No,
Georgia, USC, all of them have plenty of beaver.
Yeah, I think he'd be okay. Maybe not as much, but I think he'd be able to find some if he's looking for them. You know, that's what they say. That's what they say. All right, so Malik Murphy gone. We talked about it a lot yesterday.
Yeah, lots of success to him. Lots of love to him for what he's hung in here. He's done a lot of great things for this football team. He's been a good teammate, and now it's time for him to be a little selfish. Yeah, time for him to go for himself. As I said, his time is running out. That clock is ticking on that dude.
Well, I think he's got 3 years of eligibility left, so he's got plenty of time to figure it out, and we hope he does. But obviously, it puts Texas in a precarious situation here in these college football playoff because they are one Quinn Ewers injury away from having to turn to true freshman Arch Manning, and I think everybody's excited about his future, but you'd never want to have to go to a true freshman quarterback in a game of this magnitude. So that's where it's at right now. Obviously, you hope your starting quarterback stays healthy, but it's a scary thought. Texas has had so much quarterback depth. This has been one of the most talented and one of the deepest QB rooms in the country for the last couple of years. You lose some of that talent, you lose some of that depth going into your biggest games of the season and the biggest games your program has played in since 2009. It's just scary to think that you're one bad play away from having to rely on a true freshman to try to win you a national
It's happened before to Texas in a monster game.
And it didn't work. That's why it's scary. If Texas beat, if Colt McCoy gets hurt in early 2010 against Alabama and Garrett Gilbert goes in there and balls out and Texas wins it all, boy, how different would everything be if that were the case? But I think we'd all be like, all right, obviously you still want your starting quarterback to stay healthy, but hey, we've seen it against a Nick Saban team in a national championship.
Yes, we have. And
had to go to a true freshman, highly touted kid. He played really well and Texas was fine, but that is an alternate universe that we are not living in. So,
and we have seen this kid play in 2 games. We know what his capabilities are. We know what his highs and lows are, but you know what? For one thing in his mind still too, the thing about it is if that dude would have to play, if have to come in games, and if they didn't win, he was going to be the starter the following year. He just wasn't. That handwriting's on the wall. That's why he's gone.
Yeah.
He already sees that. We all see that. We all understand what the future of Texas football is like at the quarterback position. That was not going to be. Sark can say it. He can say it was going to be a competition. That wasn't going to be any damn competition next year.
No. How pissed do you think Malik Murphy was when Arch Manning entered that game against Texas Tech and the crowd reacted the way that it did?
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, it hurts, but you're no longer a little leaguer. It's the big time. You get paid for what you do. You're getting a paycheck for somebody NIL deal to be who you were. So I mean, you can whine and cry and feel bad and sorry for yourself, but you know what? That was your opportunity to take advantage of it. And by the way, you did, because that's why other schools are still looking at you. Because if you've gone in there and shit the bed, USC's not going to be looking at you. They would have said, you know what? Nice, strong, big kid, but he can't take us to where we want to go. You know, there are other teams that are on that list. Georgia, they wouldn't be looking at him. Syracuse would be looking at him. Baylor would be looking at him because they think they can make something out of him. But those schools that are used to winning football games and playing big-time teams every week, they would have looked at what they saw from that kid and gone, no, we're not – at this time, we're not into trying to make something out of something that's not truly there yet. We don't have the time. The reason we're going in here to get him is we're looking for a starter too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Georgia would be looking at him as a backup.
Sure.
USC probably too. I do wonder, Buck, like Malik Murphy went 2-0 in the 2 games he started. And once again, we gave him love for those 2 starts
yesterday. Plenty of love.
Texas isn't in the college football playoff without Malik Murphy. So give him his flowers. But I do wonder if those 2 starts helped him or if they kind of hurt him in the transfer portal.
I think
he wasn't that good. Teams appreciate that he has experience and he won 2 games, and that's great. But like, I wonder if some of the potential talk and the ceiling talk, like maybe the ceiling lowered a little bit because Malik Murphy didn't put a ton of great stuff on film against BYU and Kansas State, you know?
Well, I don't think he put enough to be the starting quarterback next year here, because now you're looking at a kid who, I mean, if Quinn Ewers doesn't come back, you're looking at a player who's had no experience really, except for the big ovation. I mean, that game. That's telling you that there wasn't a lot to put on film, but there's enough that somebody thinks they can have a big, strong guy like that and do something with him and win some games. You may not win a national championship with him, but you may be able to be in the thick of things if you have a surrounding cast around him, like Texas did. Yeah, he needs the surrounding cast. He can't carry it. He's not able to carry a football team right now. So I don't care where he goes, USC, Georgia, he will not be carrying those teams. He can carry Baylor maybe to a winning season in the Big 16, but I mean, he's not going to win the Big 16 for them, or maybe he could, depending on what this conference is like. But everything's going through Lubbock from this point on. So
yeah, the Independence Bowl is running through Lubbock every year. We'll see them tomorrow.
Yeah, but this, as I said, the writing is on the wall. We all knew. That kid knows. His family knows. The people that surround him understand this Arch Manning, this phenomenon it's going to hit no matter what. Next year, whether the kid's ready or not, I mean, Quinn Ewers is gone. He's going to have to be ready.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly think the 2 games that Malik Murphy started actually hurt his stock. Like when Quinn Ewers went down, I think Texas fans were hopeful Malik Murphy was going to play so well that he was just going to take the job. And
I think there are a lot of different people that wanted him to take that job because they still weren't sure of Quinn Ewers.
Exactly.
I think he did.
Then we ended up being like, we need Quinn back, like rush him back because Malik Murphy's not very good right now. So I think those 2 games actually hurt Malik Murphy in terms of his stock. Like, he might not be getting the offers. And by the way, those teams showing interest does not mean they've offered. So I don't think Georgia's going to offer. Like, I don't know if USC is going to offer.
True. You're right.
I wonder if those 2 games, and Malik Murphy's still going to have some schools to pick from, and he's going to end up somewhere solid. But I wonder, if those 2 starts kind of hurt him a little bit because he clearly did not look like he was ready to be a
I think for those that understand, that are coaching the position and coaching teams, I mean, he still came in and did okay enough against a K-State team that was ranked. I mean, we're talking about a kid with not a lot of experience too. You know,
Yep.
that was him getting his experience too in college football, leading a team where they wonderful surrounding cast, especially on the defensive end, nice receivers, really nice running backs. So, but wherever he goes, you know, he is still inexperienced. And if he doesn't have a surrounding cast, he's not going to win a lot of games.
Right.
Because he himself, I don't believe, if he doesn't have a receiving core of at least two fantastic receivers, a pretty good offensive line, because he doesn't run the football. He's not a dual threat to take off and hurt you that way. His arm is I mean, it's okay.
He's got a great arm. Like the talent is there. He's got a cannon for an arm.
It's just, I mean, it's all experience, and you just got to get out there and play. Whoever gets him, he's just going to have to play. They're going to have to understand there's going to still be some growing pains with him.
Yep.
Just like for people that think Quinn Ewers was still growing, you know? And he had a fantastic group of receivers, the second best group, I think, in the nation, really, with him. And that helps a whole lot. But if you're Malik Murphy, you go somewhere where you're the 25th best wide receiver group, you got problems.
Yeah, he's got to develop for sure. As Jake says, he was awesome in the first quarter against K-State. Oh my God, yeah, that performance in the first quarter was electric, and it was like, oh, we might really have something here. Hey, Quinn, take a little bit more time. We don't need you to hurry back, but obviously that game got dicey. K-State came back, forced overtime. Malik Murphy really struggled in the second half. Thankfully, Texas was able to hold on and got that big-time goal line stand in overtime to preserve a victory there. But, yeah. It was up and down a couple of games for Malik.
Sure.
Once again, we wish him the best. We'll see where he ends up. All right, let's give some love to some sponsors. We've got a big-time transfer portal target on campus this weekend that we need to talk about. But before we get to that, Buck, how about some shout-outs?
I mean, how about the Texas Orthopedics, our group over there, seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care? Contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics for sure. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. We love Dr. Daney over there and Dr. Stockton for sure. Chris Stockton, Chris Daney, dedicated orthopedic surgeons. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics, the largest independent orthopedic practice in Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics and shout out to 7-Eleven as
Yeah, man.
well. Saw our guy Ashish in the YouTube comments line earlier today. I think he said he was going to stop by Sue Patrick this afternoon.
Nice. Please do.
But make sure you stop by 7-Eleven on your way to work this morning. Get you some coffee, get you an energy drink, get you some food. They've got it all.
What else do they have?
Little Debbie's.
And what else? They got the hard copy.
Yeah, if you
hey, you get the hard copy. Don't take mine.
If you need some toilet paper, they've got the hard copy.
Hey, don't take my hard copy today. I'm headed that way this morning for sure.
Yeah. We love our friends at 7-Eleven. They've got everything you need. Of course, gas for your car, but the best.
You had them drinking Slurpees at like 6 a.m. yesterday. My
some
goodness.
Slurpees, some big gulps, the great pizza, the rollers. I love me those rollers, man. Use those tongs, though, please.
Then wash your hands.
And wash your hands. Yeah. Always wash your hands. Love our great friends at 7-Eleven. Make sure you download that 7-Eleven app as well and be a part of that 7 Rewards program so you can cash in on some great deals that they have on there. Probably should have done this 35 minutes ago, but I feel like I need to apologize for my voice this morning. I sound like shit. Oh my God. And it's getting worse, I feel like.
Here comes the cedar fever.
I'm getting cooked right now. I haven't felt great this week, but I don't feel that bad anymore. But I sound like I feel like I'm dying.
Yeah, so. I'm a little nasally every morning. I get that. December is my month for some kind of whatever's out there, but it lasts only for a couple days because I'll never have the flu. Sometimes it feels like the flu, but I'll never actually have the flu. So
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
Me either, lady. I'm never going to have it either, thanks to you. Thanks, since you've come back around, I'm feeling pretty good. But I get nasally in the morning. It's just the way it is. It's from that place that I used to work at that had the asbestos and the shit in the walls that never got cleaned, like carpet on the walls and stuff, just garbage, you know. So I wake up every morning. You see me hide to the side because I've got a runny nose every morning. Then it just disappears once the morning's over with. I don't deal with it, but I've never had cedar fever. I don't think I have that. I just there's just something in the air in December, and then it just goes in a couple of days. That cedar fever lasts a little bit of time.
Oh yeah, and it's killing people right now.
Oh,
it's like everyone's been dealing with a little something at some point this month. So hopefully you guys are okay. Hopefully everyone's fine by Christmas, which is just 10 days away.
10 days away.
Oh yeah, very excited for that. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in and putting up with me this morning. Shout out to everybody for stopping by. And a quick shout out to Olipop as well, only because Eddie G hits us in the YouTube comments line saying he finally got his Olipop at the HEB on Brody.
Brody's got it now.
There you go. That HEB is the closest one to my place. It is so packed all of the time. It is insane how crowded that place is. But they got the Olipop there. They've got it at any HEB. They've got it at 7-Eleven. They've got it at Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods. Wherever you buy your groceries, you can get you some Olipop this weekend. It's great tasting soda that is actually good for you.
There you go.
You're trying to be healthy this holiday season. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get you some Olipop. Stop wasting your calories and your sugar on soda. No, get that same great soda taste that you love, but with the benefits of plant fibers and botanicals that you can find in Olipop. Yeah, save those calories.
You better have some Olipop because Joyce is making you some of those cookies, and you know they got tons of butter in them and sugar. So
I think those are the only two ingredients in those cookies. Just a mound of butter with sugar holding it all together. It's fantastic.
My goodness. Yes. I have to stay away from them. You can eat those bad boys. I cannot because I'm starting to be kind of sugar-free. I'm making it through the week. If I make it through this week, I probably will have to have maybe a Snickers next week. So
of course. Yeah, 2 weeks. That's too much.
Yeah. No, you can't ask that during the holiday time.
No.
What am I supposed to do? Just eat ham and turkey? What are you kidding me?
That's what New Year's resolutions are for, right? You're supposed to eat like crap.
That's right.
In the holidays, and then boom, once you get to Jan 1, it's like, I'm going to turn things around this year. And then for two weeks you do, and then it all goes away.
I've had 3 nights of Verdes. My meal from Verdes. Oh, it had been delicious. The tortilla soup, the chicken. As a matter of fact, I had a pork chop from Verdes last night.
You've eaten there 3 days in a row?
Yes. Yes, I had pork chops. They had some sweet potatoes. I said, hey, this ain't Thanksgiving. Where's my mashed potatoes? Where's my white with brown gravy? They got that ready for me too. Fantastic. Love that place.
If that's not an endorsement, I don't know what is.
Love it.
Not know what is. All right, let's talk some Texas transfer portal here.
All right.
The guy that I was talking about a couple of minutes ago, one of Texas's top transfer portal targets, as I try to get the screens behind me to work the way I want them to, Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from the University of Houston, is going to be on campus this weekend visiting the University of Texas, and there is all sorts of buzz that he won't leave Austin without committing to the University of Texas. Horns 24/7, our guy Jordan Scruggs, who you can hear from 11 to noon with Jeff Howe today. By the way, it's Jordan's birthday today.
Oh, nice. What is he, 15?
I think he is 21 today.
Wow.
Yeah, the big 2-1 for our guy Jordan Scruggs, who is, I don't want to call him a rising star because that feels disrespectful. He already is a star in this business. So listen to that show. But he's as plugged in as anybody on the beat right now. He has reported that Matthew Golden is Texas's #1 wide receiver target in the transfer portal. So there have been a number of receivers that have hit the portal, and just about all of them have been linked to the University of Texas in some form or fashion. But it feels like Matthew Golden, who is a Texas kid, once again, played at Houston the last couple of years, super highly touted recruit out of high school. Texas offered him. They offered him late, which is part of the reason why Matthew Golden didn't end up coming here the first time. But it feels like there is a lot of mutual interest between those two parties. I'll give you Matthew Golden's stats. Through 2 years at Houston, 76 catches, 988 yards, and 13 touchdowns in 2 seasons at the U of H. Really, really talented young man. It feels like Texas needs some wide receiver help in the portal because you think X and AD and Jordan Whittington are all gone after this year. So no surprise that Texas is interested in receivers, and it feels like Matthew Golden, when it's all said and done, will be a Texas Longhorn, Buck.
And that dude can catch too now.
Yeah. Oh, he's a great player.
I mean, that's number one thing for being a wide receiver.
Catching the football.
Nice, it's nice to be able to run nice routes and have great speed. You know what I mean? But the number one thing you have to do as a receiver, you have to catch.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of first on the list for me.
Oh, absolutely. Matthew Golden got some speed as well, put up some good numbers at the University of Houston. From the Houston area, played at Klein Cain in high school.
Awesome.
Also a good special teams player as well. He's an impact player in the return game. So Xavier Worthy, who has been a great punt returner for Texas the last couple of seasons, we know he's more than likely off to the NFL. So there could be an opportunity for Matthew Golden there to be another explosive playmaker in the special teams game for Texas.
And they lost a playmaker from Wyoming, of course.
Yeah, was he a playmaker?
was he? I don't know. I never saw him play.
He had one catch at Texas in 2 years. So
one catch.
Yeah, he was a playmaker at Wyoming, and unfortunately he tore his ACL right before his first year at Texas, and then came back this year and barely saw the field. So
one catch in 2 years.
Yeah, one catch. Yeah, Isaiah Nayor. But now Matthew Golden, that would be great news for Texas. I've said it a few times, Buck. I think the Longhorns will end up bringing in 2 wide receivers for the transfer portal. And look, Texas is one of the top destinations for these transfer portal kids. Like a lot of these guys entering the portal would love to end up at the University of Texas, but you've talked about it a lot. You're not looking for depth pieces like you have in the past. There have been years where it's like, we need a backup running back, so let's go get a backup running back.
Sure.
Or we need an offensive lineman who's got experience, like just in case something happens to one of our starters, let's go get him. No, that's not how it's going to be. Like Texas,
these are all plug and play guys now.
Yeah. If they're offering you in the portal, that means they basically expect you to compete for a starting job, or like you said, be a plug and play starter. And for Matthew Golden, who's got 2 years of starting experience this last year in the Big 12. He would be a plug and play starter.
Yeah,
I don't know if
he's
he'd be
not here
number
to
one
figure out
receiver.
the system. Yeah, he's not here to figure out your system. He's here to play.
Right. He's here to play right away. And that's exactly what Matthew Golden would do if he does come here. So, this is great news for Texas. Once again, nothing official yet, but
it'd be a hell of a week after getting the defensive back and then to land a kid like this. I mean, that's a pretty good week.
Yeah.
Texas football.
There could be a few more coming. I mean, National Signing Day is next Wednesday. So, there's going to be more commits from high school between now and then. And, I think there are going to be a couple of transfer portal commits. The portal, you can obviously commit way after National Signing Day if you're coming here via the portal. But once again, I think we could get some Matthew Golden news this weekend. I'd be pretty surprised if we didn't get Matthew Golden news this weekend. And then there might be another player, 2 or 3 in the portal, putting pen to paper and signing with Texas in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think when you play in the Final Four of this, that you're going to get players that come in and play for you immediately. This isn't you don't have players right now waiting to see who wins the national championship, who plays well in this game or that game. They understand. I think players that have played in college before or coming out of high school already understand. If you make it to the Final Four, you're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You're not chump change making it to the Final Four.
No, I mean, Texas has everything going for it right now, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, the fact that they're in the Final Four, they just won the conference championship. They're moving to the best conference in college football.
Absolutely. Couldn't be better.
Yeah, players want to play in the SEC because the SEC sends more guys to the NFL every year than any other conference, and it's not even close. So, you're playing in the best conference. You're getting developed now at the University of Texas. That's obviously been an issue at Texas for the last decade and a half. Well, they've got that seemingly figured out. You're going to be competing for championships. You get to live in Austin. You've got a great school as well. Like Texas checks so many boxes right now. And this has always been a hot button destination for recruits. But now the fact that this team is playing well with NIL and everything else that Texas has at its disposal, watch out. This snowball is rolling downhill, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and if you're a player and wondering what your coach is going to do, the university is they're going to pay Sark. I mean, he's going to be one of the highest paid dudes around. That's just the way it's going to have to be. Or as I said, teams like the Chargers and like that, you're going to start hearing rumors of other places with this guy. So he's going to give you some security that he'll be around for a while. That's going to happen. That's going to happen within the program itself. And if it doesn't, later.
Yeah, well, Sark's absolutely getting a raise. I mean, regardless of what happens on January 1st.
No. He's already got. He did that. I told you when he won that 10th game.
Yeah.
That was coming. And then once he won the Big 12, that's in the contract.
Yeah, they won't announce anything until after the season is done. But yeah, raise and extension definitely coming Sark's way, which is good. I mean, he's earned it. He's absolutely earned it. And I think there was some doubt when the hire was made. And obviously, this team went 5-7 in year one. And it's like, oh, God, did we screw up another hire? But no, I mean, it's clear that this program has trended in the right direction. And to me, it's clear. And look, I could be wrong, and people could laugh at me and replay this tape to me for years to come. But to me, this doesn't feel like a climax. It doesn't feel like the peak of this mountain. Like this is not a one-off for Texas. This thing is built, and it is built to last. And Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff is the biggest reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing some key pieces, but you've also got experience, as I said, and now that's what the transfer portal is all about. You bring in plug-and-play guys. You don't bring in guys just to – you've got depth. You've built that way, and that's how you got to where you are right now in 3 years. It's because you've got that kind of depth. But now it is plug-and-play guys. It's guys that have to come in, and they have to be outstanding. They can't just be guys.
Right.
They've got to be outstanding players for you because you're not going to accept anything less than that.
Right. You know who else loses pieces every year, Buck?
Who's that?
Alabama, Georgia.
Yes, they do.
Ohio State.
They just fire it right back up.
That's who you want to be. They use the portal. They use recruiting. They develop their talent on campus, and they are competing for championships every single year.
Absolutely.
That's where everybody wants to be, but that's where we feel like Texas should be. And it feels like Texas is, look, you've got to do it for multiple years in a row before you're like really on that level. But it feels like Texas is knocking on that door right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't want to put that pin in anybody's bubble. That, as you said, you have to do that for a couple of years. You don't do that 1 year and then be 4 and whatever the next year or 5 and whatever the next year. It doesn't roll that way. It doesn't roll that way for Michigan. Everybody has their ups and downs, but Texas has already had its downs.
Right.
This is now time for the ups.
We've had too many downs, Buck.
Yeah.
Way too many downs.
I agree.
Oh, my God. So, all right, good news there on the transfer portal front. Once again, Matthew Golden here in town this weekend. A lot of insiders expect him to commit to Texas from the transfer portal. A little bit more on Matthew Golden. Track guy in high school, super freak athlete, 1093 100-meter time, long jump approaching 22 feet.
Man.
This dude is an athletic monster. Put up ridiculous numbers in high school. We gave you his college numbers as well. This guy has a chance to be a Sunday player in the league when it's all said and done. And if he comes to Texas, like the Buck said, he will be expected to make some things happen right away. And I don't think that's unfair for the kid. So we'll let you know if something breaks. I got a hunch, though, on Monday, next time we do a show, we'll be talking about Matthew Golden officially being a Texas Longhorn.
Yeah, and as you said, we're right next week will be National Signing Day, and there's some studs that are ready to come to Texas too. I mean, they've got another running back that looks like he may be coming, so that's fabulous. You go down and start grabbing them out of the state of Florida, and obviously this point on, you start to keep the ones in the state of Texas. They don't get away. The best ones don't leave now. Mm-hmm. This is the way it's supposed to be at Texas. The best running backs in this state should be playing at Texas.
Yeah.
And they should be two to three deep.
Yep. After the commitment of Kobe Black yesterday, Texas now has the number 6 class in the country for the class of 2024. And I think when this thing is all said and done, it will definitely be a top 5 class in the country. We'll see if it's top 3 again. Texas ended number 3 in the composite rankings for 2023. We'll see if they can get all the way back up there. But it is, regardless, going to be one of the best recruiting classes in the country. There's a chance that Texas gets a couple of flips. And there are a couple of uncommitted kids who are still looking at the Longhorns. So, yeah, I got a hunch these next few days are going to be a lot of fun
Oh, yeah.
for Texas football fans. Buck, in a moment, we need your 5,000 unit Gold Star lock
yes, and you will get them.
of the weekend. But before that, some love to some of our sponsors.
How about our good friends out in BK themselves? How about the Covert family and the Covert Automotive Group? They are fabulous. And since 1909, Covert's family's been serving Central Texas with cars, trucks, and SUVs. And folks out in beautiful Hutto, they've got Covert Ford and Chevy, and of course, Covert Lincoln and Ford right there in Austin, Texas. But in BK, how about 7 brands out there? The Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and of course, Ram. And they've got a lovely facility, 42 acres. And the lots are filled with cars, trucks, and SUVs for you to take home. Take it home today. If you like, you can go out there this morning, buy a car, take it home today. Mm-hmm. And if you needed service, if you bought a car from the Covert family and you wanted service before Christmas, 86 service bays out there for you. They'll get you in, they'll get you out. And you don't have to go back out to Bastrop. You don't have to go up north. If you live out near BK's, take your car there if you bought it from the Covert family. They'll service it for you, and they will service it well. And for more information on the Coverts, go to covertbk.com. And when you're out there, do say hello to Dan, do say hello to Stacy, Mike, the whole gang out there, Jerome. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Nope. And shout out to Dan. He was celebrating a birthday yesterday.
Birthday man, yeah.
Happy belated birthday, Dan. We texted him yesterday showing our love. Man. So when you go out there, say happy birthday to Dan.
We'll be driving one of those nice Covert cars to New Orleans. We're taking it across state lines. We're going across state lines.
You got your passport?
Do I need a passport?
Yeah, you're crossing the border, dude. Illegally.
Geez. No. I got a driver's license.
Okay, I think that
remember that. That's my deal. Bad time of the year. Anybody trying to rob me, I'm going to beg. I'm going to grab them by the leg and cry about giving me my driver's license. Take my credit cards, take my money. Don't take my driver's license. I was telling this story to a lady. She goes, "You get your ass shot for your driver's license?" I said, "Yes, I will." Yes, I will.
Just because you don't want to go to the DMV?
No, man, I'm not going there. No. Hit me over the head with the butt of the gun. Get me off of your leg, but give me my driver's license, please.
Oh,
please
man.
don't let me do that again ever. I mean, can I do thing? I don't like to be online and messing with computers, but I'll do that. I don't want to go there ever again.
No, I've got to go in a couple of months. I think my license expires on my next birthday. So I assume that means I've got to go back to the DMV to get a new one. That's how it works.
You know, it's even worse. You think you want to go there on a nice sunny day. You know what? It's nice and you got a big smile on your face. No, that's when all of those people want to go.
Oh, what do you mean by those people?
Let me tell you something. It is the UN. It is the Costco's of automotive. I mean, you just can't go. I mean, it's really.
Oh, so you're combining all the foreigners into one group.
What? I didn't say anything about foreign anything.
Yeah, you said
those people.
Yeah, UN.
Well, I'm not a fan of that place.
Nobody is. Nobody's a fan of the DMV, dude. If you are a fan of the DMV, you should be shot.
I don't know. Maybe people go there to pick up other people. Maybe that's a pickup spot that I never knew about.
Whoa.
I always thought it was your local HEBs. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, HEB makes a little bit more sense than the DMV because everyone's in a horrible mood at the DMV.
They are so mad, man. People there are, even the people that work there are angry.
Right. Oh, they're the angriest. They hate it there more than we do, dude. They're miserable. And that's why the place sucks so bad. God, yeah, that's a disaster. Yeah, take my money, take my credit cards.
Don't take my license.
Take the pictures of my damn kids.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'll go to the bank and get more money for you, please.
Yeah.
But don't take the license. Just say, give me the license.
God, what a mess. What a
mess.
My God. All right. Yeah.
The lady said, you're going to get the butt of a gun up against your head or shot for your license. I said, I'm going to debate it with the person.
She asked you if you're going to get head for your license.
No, head butted with the butt of a gun or get shot. Or she goes, you'd get in a debate over your license. I said, yes, I would.
That's amazing. Why would they? I guess so they could have your identity. That's why they would steal your license.
Well, they want to take all. I mean, if they take your wallet, they're not going to say, okay, oh, I know you want your license back. I would ask for my license back.
There you go.
But somebody crazy enough to rob you is probably what they're going to do. Smash you in the face. If you just ask for something out of it, they're probably going to smash you anyway.
Here, let's make a deal here. Let's negotiate.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what I'm going to say. Can we negotiate for the license? You know, at a certain time, I'll leave something here in the woods at tree number 3, a little extra something if you give me my license.
Yeah.
And I won't tell anybody. I won't tell any cops.
You just give me my license. You could take all the money. You could take the wallet. You could take
the
credit cards. Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to cancel them anyways. I never quite understand why people steal credit cards because that's not going to do you too much good.
No.
But there you go. As Andrew says, make sure y'all smash the like button. Like BK likes to smash those heifers.
There you go.
Yeah. So give this video a thumbs up if you haven't yet. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. We've been growing a lot this week, so thank you all for being a part of what we've got cooking at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Please share this as well. We love all of you who are here listening to us right now, even though I sound awful. Thank you for putting up with me today. But tell your friends and enemies. We want to keep growing Texas Sports Unfiltered. Shout out to our man Tom McKay, by the way. We'll let you hear from him real quick, and then I've got a quick story about Tom to tell you, Buck.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
So get this, the Wagner Wire coming up on Sunday from 10 to noon, hosted by our man Adam Wagner, of course. Guess who's co-hosting that show this weekend?
Tom
McKay. Oh, yeah. He's getting a setup at his place with the camera, with the microphone.
Can you imagine his setup, what that's going to look like?
Oh, it's going to be nice as hell, dude.
Wow.
So that's going to be fun. Be on the lookout and the listen out for that this Sunday. Tom McKay from AV Consultations will be hanging out with Wags. That might be a regular thing going forward, which is
that's scary.
A scary thought. But now, fun conversation there. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to AV Consultations.
Awesome.
All right, Buck. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will be joining us in about 15 minutes to give you his picks for bowl season and for the NFL games coming up this weekend. But it is time, like we do every Friday, for the Bucks Gold Star Locks of the Week.
And I've got...
Hold on. We got to update the people. I know you're trying to skip this part because...
What?
You don't want everybody to know how bad you've been at picking games this season, but we've got to let the people know what they are getting into so they can decide whether or not they should trust you with these picks. You did hit your biggest game of the season last week. You had Army -3, and they won and they covered. That was for 10,000 units. But despite that,
yes, there was.
You were so bad at the other games that you picked that you actually lost units last weekend. You dropped another 5K. So for the season, you were down 37,000 units.
How do I get that far? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem right that you're doing this to the people who support us.
Yes.
Give us their time every morning. The fact that you are treating them like that as I bang into the microphone, that couldn't have sounded good. The fact that you're treating our listeners and viewers like that is disappointing. I don't know how you can do that, man.
Oh, Merry Christmas. I'm back.
Okay. You're that confident. You've said that like 40 times this year.
I'll say it just like The Rock says it.
You're less back than Texas, dude. That's you right now.
I'm The Rock. Take some of that.
Shut up, bitch.
Here we go. Yeah.
I'm telling people to shut up this weekend.
I'm ready to go. I'm about to make you some cash.
All right. What you got?
I got a bowl game. I got a real live bowl game with Jacksonville State. I tell you, I've been playing them all year long without you people to weigh me down. but I've been playing this Jacksonville team. They're playing Louisiana. That's right, Louisiana. That's right. I'm taking Jacksonville as a 5,000 unit play.
Okay, that is a 2.5 point line.
Yes.
Jacksonville State favored in the R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow afternoon at 1:15.
Okay, and then I'm going to give you Sunday. I'll give you a game on Sunday I want you to take.
Okay.
Because the Packers look like crap against the Giants in New York last week. They won't look that way at home. They win big time on Sunday. Another 5,000 unit play with the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, you're betting against your guy, Baker Moneymaker?
Sorry about that, Baker. Can't do it this time.
Okay, Green Bay is a 3.5 point favorite. You got the hook.
Yeah, I hate the hook.
But
and I'm going to take the Cleveland Browns because the old man is leading. The guy's older than I am. I'm telling you. But he's got the starting. I'm taking the Cleveland Browns for another 5,000 unit play.
Joe Flacco, what year is it, man?
Come on, Joe. It's back to the 80s.
Okay, Cleveland is at home against Chicago, and they are 3-point favorites. Boy, that's not a big line at all.
You know what? The Bears still suck.
They do. They always have, and they always will.
You know what? I was going to then calm down, but I'm not. I'm making these all 5,000 unit plays. It's Christmas. It's the holidays. I've got to help people out here.
Okay.
Before the real big bowls get going. I'm going to also give you the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah. Give you the Ravens. I think they're like, yeah, I'm going to give you that 5,000 unit play.
Ravens are in Jacksonville on Sunday night.
Jacksonville stinks now.
Baltimore 3.5 point road favorites.
Very nice. I hate the hook. Who's throwing the hook in there? Can we buy the hook out for some cash?
No, we don't do that here. We don't
do that here, huh?
We don't have the ability to.
Yeah, my cousin isn't good at that either.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give you one more.
All right.
And it ain't the Dallas Cowboys, because I don't think they're winning this weekend. Oh, I hate to say that. I'm gonna give you the Los Angeles Rams.
Wait, can you give us the Bills, please?
No,
Why not?
I'm giving you the Rams. Rams been on a little bit of a heater lately. Running the ball well. That guy who's just a, Cam Newton. I mean, what is Cam Newton? What is he? Just a
game manager?
Another game manager.
Did you say game manager or gay manager?
Game manager.
I wasn't sure if he was calling them gay managers. Like either they're managing gays or they are gay and they are doing managing. You sure it was game manager?
No, Matthew Stafford. That group they're back a little bit right now. I like the way the Rams are playing.
Okay.
So I like the Rams, the Ravens, the Brownies, Jacksonville State, and the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, so that's
like
5,000 unit plays.
Just for you. This is my special to you people.
Okay. So even if you hit all 5 of these, you will still be down 12,000 units on the year.
And then the big bowl games will come into play.
Okay. So you're comfortable with that. You're comfortable even if you have a perfect week, which we all know is not going to happen. You will still be down 5 figures worth.
No worse than 4 out of the 5 I'll hit.
You've never had a 4-in-1 week on this show. Yeah, our guy Jake says just call this segment Fade the Buck.
No, dude, don't be fading those. You like those.
So
Jay, you like those. Those are great picks.
So I'd like to congratulate the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana on their win. I would like to congratulate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Get out of here.
On beating Green Bay. The Chicago Bears. Well, Chicago's going to win a game because of you, Buck. Nice job. The Jacksonville Jaguars and the Washington Commanders. I'd like to congratulate those 5 teams.
The Commanders. Think about that one. Think about that Commanders. That should be a 10,000 unit play. The Commanders, dude.
That line is 6.5, by the way. Rams minus 6.5.
Who comes up with the hook? Where does the hook come from anyway?
Could be 7.5. Could be worse. I don't know who comes up with the hook. Probably Vegas, actually. That'd be my best guess on that. But there you go. So 5,000 unit plays. Fade
you all will be so proud of me on Monday.
When the Buck is down 62,000 units. Going 5 week. Yes, we will all be very proud of you, Buck.
Let me just whisper something to you. I had the Raiders last night.
There you go.
That's right.
He didn't make that call on the show, so I don't know if I believe you. But
that was a beauty. That was going to bed at halftime.
Yeah,
for
it was.
sure.
Yeah, it was. All right. Shout out once again. Yeah, we opened up the show talking about the Texas volleyball team, but if you're just joining us, we'll give them some extra love.
Oh, yeah.
Texas won its Final Four match last night over Wisconsin in 4 sets. They are on to the national championship match for the second straight year. They will take on number 1 seed Nebraska on Sunday. Nebraska swept Pitt in their Final Four match last night. They looked really, really good. Should be a fun one Sunday afternoon. Texas going for its 4th title in program history. Of course, their 2nd straight. Nebraska going for its 6th title in program history. 2 very, very proud, historic volleyball programs trying to make it happen. And Texas is 0-2 against Nebraska in national championships. They met in the title in 95. Nebraska won. They met in the title in 2015. Obviously different players, but the same coaches in that 2015 matchup. Nebraska won that one too. So Jarrett Elliott looking for some revenge this Sunday in Tampa. We'll see if the Longhorns can get it done. But they have been making us proud all season long. And even though the regular season was a little bit of a down year by their standards, I mean, they were a 2 seed, Buck. That's unfathomable. Here they are once again in the national championship with a chance to win it all.
No kidding. And Sue Patrick got all the gear, all the volleyball gear over there too.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right. We've got a few minutes before Lee Sterling jumps on. Did you see that Draymond Green got an indefinite suspension? I just had an aneurysm on the air. Everyone heard it.
Indefinite. That means like there's no timetable for this cat. When you become a good guy, they're going to let you play in the NBA again.
Well, then he's never going to play in the NBA.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, good luck, NBA. If that's what you're going to do, they want to rehab him. They want to rehab him, and they want him near the team. Okay, that'll work. Which one of his teammates is he going to punch out while he's rehabbing and not playing in games?
Some guys are unfixable, aren't they?
No, it's just time. I don't. You know, you've had enough chances. You're not going to be rehabbed on that deal. Yes, and I'm a counselor. That's right. You're not rehabbable.
Yeah,
you're done.
We've got some career highlights for Draymond Green, by the way. Care to check these out? Draymond Green won a number of championships with Golden State, been an all-star a couple of times in this league, and we've got some highlights of Draymond Green's NBA career.
Welcome to Draymond's Hall of Pain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation.
Green just plows right over Nurkic. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul. And they're going to take a look at this. What's going on with that? Wow. You've got a full-on fracas going on. They're swinging each other around. Gobert gets in there. Draymond's got him in a headlock. They were going at each other's heads. That was serious.
Draymond right there. So he grabs Draymond's leg right there. Now Draymond steps on him.
He grabbed him by the throat. Oh, he threw a punch too.
He's finished.
He grabbed him by the throat and threw a punch.
Wow. That's it's a beautiful thing.
How about the RKO at the end to Jordan Poole?
Man, oh man.
We had a people's elbow in there. We had all sorts of wrestling moves from Draymond Green, and yeah, that's what he's always going to be known for is just the cheap shots that he's taking.
That stuff's not changing with him.
No.
He's mentally out of control when it comes to that kind of stuff. When he gets to a certain point, when the heat gets really, really hot, that guy has meltdown. He just does.
Yeah, and it's okay to have meltdowns. We all have meltdowns.
Sure.
You can't punch people or kick them in the groin.
Go out in the backyard and scream or something.
Or step on their chests when that happens. Like that's assault, brother, in the words of Billy Madison.
Can't keep doing that, man.
No, so it's about time. Like, honestly.
I mean, it's going to be at least 10 games.
You would think.
Yes.
I was a little surprised to see indefinite, right? I thought it'd be in the 5 to 10 game range, but Adam Silver clearly sending a message like, dude, enough is enough. Like, we've suspended you before. Obviously, you've been ejected from a number of games in your NBA career, but that stuff clearly isn't working because you're still out here doing this all the time. Like, we've got to do something that hopefully will stick. And maybe Draymond, like maybe he's just going to keep doing this, whatever. And maybe the punishments will get more and more severe.
Or he's going to be another line of work. That's all.
Or I mean, they've kicked people out of the league before. Like not, right. I don't think they've kicked anybody out for stuff like this, but like the NBA has set a precedent where if you're doing something that breaks their rules to a harsh enough extent, they will remove you from the league.
Dude, once you start hurting the product, it's sorry.
Yeah, this is bad. This is not an all pub is good pub type of situation for the NBA. Like they don't want their players punching other players. Or
indefinite suspension. That sounds bad.
Yeah, and even Steve Kerr, who is had Draymond's back throughout all of these other incidents, during his press conference yesterday, was like, "No, yeah, we kind of understand where this one is coming from."
Sure.
So yeah, it's been a rough year for Golden State. People tried to close the book on their dynasty a few years ago. Then they woke up from the dead and won another championship. But Golden State's having a bad year. Feels like that dynastic run is finally over, and Draymond Green, not happy about it, and this isn't going to help them going forward.
No, it's not. And he, like I said, this is a deal where it's not that he's going to be off that team; he's going to be out of this league. They're just not going to do it.
Yeah, I think he's like maybe 2 or 3 more incidents away from that being on the table.
Or it depends on what the next one is.
Right.
I mean, he was just a couple days away from just getting out of the commissioner's office before this thing happened. Just got off a suspension.
Yeah. I think he's been ejected 3 or 4 times this season already.
3.
And we're like 25 games in. So there's your Draymond Green story right there. We don't talk a ton of NBA.
Just go back to saying, hey, D's nuts, I guess.
Does Draymond Green say that?
Yeah. Those 2 guys aren't like cousins or something?
These nuts. These nuts.
That reminds me of, okay, I don't want to see it anymore.
Draymond will kick you in D's nuts.
Yes, he will.
He's done that before.
Yes, he has.
I don't know if there's much resemblance between Draymond Green and D's nuts guy. Let's see if I can pull up a picture of Draymond Green here to see what's going on. See if there's a resemblance there. Come on, computer.
That guy is a disaster.
Draymond.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we go. Let's do a little screen share for Draymond, and then we'll play the D's Nuts video. So there's Draymond. Here's D's Nuts.
D's Nuts.
What do you think?
Close enough.
D's Nuts.
I don't
know. Get away
man.
with a side shot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not searching a side shot.
Kick you right in D's nuts.
Right in D's nuts. That's what he does. All right. Before we bring Lee Sterling on, Buck, how about some love to another one of our fantastic sponsors?
Relax the Back, folks. And I'm sitting back in my Relax the Back chair. I didn't have it yesterday. I could feel it a little bit. I appreciate BK with the chairs, pulling them out of the back of his trunk, but nothing like the chair that I'm in right now that I got from Relax the Back years ago. And my back couldn't be happier. 35 years of proven expertise. It's all about saving your back, saving those shoulders, the thoracic, the lumbar area. And head over to Relax the Back right now and find one of those select massage chairs. You can get 20% off. They've got all the wonderful pillows out there, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. They've got the works. Anything that you need, stand-up desk, they have it at Relax the Back. Anything that's going to make your back, your hips, as I said, your shoulders feel great, not just for the holidays, for any day, whether it's at your office or at your home, they've got the recliners just for you. Heal, work smarter, sleep reimagined, recover overnight with restorative sleep, and live pain-free just like the Buck. 2 locations, Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. As I said, live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And if you're looking for tickets to the Sugar Bowl,
he's got them.
You can find them at centextickets.com. Our guy Shelby, they've got them on site right now. Tickets for the Sugar Bowl, tickets for every bowl game. If you're a Tech fan and you're making your way to Shreveport tomorrow.
What?
For the Independence Bowl, they've got tickets on site right now. Every team, every sport, all year round, plus concert tickets and Broadway show tickets as well, right there at your fingertips. SendTextTickets.com, a local company, so you're supporting local whenever you go over there. And all of their seats, all of their tickets, 100% guaranteed. They've got you covered.
So they've got a casino in Shreveport. I know that. They got the riverboat, I believe. They got a horse track or anything else going on down there?
I don't know.
They got nothing going on in Shreveport, really.
Thank God we're going to New Orleans and not Shreveport.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's boy, a lot of people thought Tech was a dark horse to win the Big 12 this year, and there were even a couple of national analysts who said maybe they could sneak into the college football playoff. And instead,
we got to find those dudes in the beginning of next year and say, what was wrong with you guys drinking?
Yeah, their biggest rival is playing in the college football playoff, and they are playing on the very first day of bowl season.
Wow, in Shreveport.
In Shreveport, Louisiana, taking on Cal in the whatever the hell the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl.
My goodness.
Is. Yeah. Oh, how the not so mighty have fallen. Shout out to Altstat Beer as well, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. Maybe I need that. Maybe that will help my voice, Buck.
Couple 60s will get you going.
Oh, a couple of 6-packs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that will definitely get me going there. Love Altstat Beer. Whatever you're doing this weekend, please make sure you enjoy Altstat responsibly. But, of course, if you've got holiday parties going on over the next couple of days and you want to be the life of those parties, show up with some Altstat Beer. They've got a number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. So everyone's going to be satisfied. This stuff is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but it's available wherever you buy your beer. H-E-B, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go, you can find Altstat Beer on the shelves. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat Beer. No impurities, no regrets. And I see our man right now in the waiting room.
Yes.
It's time. It's bowl season, Buck. We got to make some money here in bowl season. And, of course, we're getting close to the end of the NFL regular season, too. A lot of football going on over the next couple of weeks, which means it's the perfect time to bring on our man, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com, the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe. What's going on, Lee?
I'm good. How can I not be good? Probably had the easiest win I've had this entire season. I didn't play Miami when they played Denver and won 70-21, but I did have the Raiders last night. Big.
Wow.
Chargers. I mean, what do you do as an owner at this point if you're the Chargers? Shouldn't he have fired their coach at halftime?
He should have fired him.
I don't think he may not make it out of the day for sure, Lee. I don't know. I don't know, interim or whatever they got, player coach, whatever they have to do. Let Herbert coach the team if he has to, but they're going to be looking for somebody very, very shortly. And I think it may be at the end of the day. I don't know I don't think they'll let him go and coach another football game, would they?
You can't. I mean, that team, not only were they bad, they just quit. I mean, that's just, if I'm Justin Herbert, I ask for more money after that game.
Oh, yeah.
God,
just shows you he's kind of kept them in games.
Yeah.
Lee, and I threw out some names. Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian. I mean,
the only problem with Lincoln Riley, his teams play no defense.
No matter where he goes.
Right.
Even if he's in the pros. But Sark would be a name, as a quarterback guy, because Herbert's going nowhere. Right. I mean, he's there. He's there. He's a lifer there. So you're going to have to.
And that could entice a pretty good head coach, too.
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely could. Yeah, the Raiders.
Especially a quarterback guy.
The only problem is they play home games, and the opponents have more fans than the Chargers. So it's like they're playing 17 away games every year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Horrible. Horrible. But I just finished the show in Vegas, and they were all giddy. I said, the only problem is now that coach is going to be fired, and you'd love to have him hang around for a couple.
No,
right?
Yeah, they would.
Like when they were firing all those, Texas A&M coaches, bad ones, you want them to hang around.
Sure you do. We do, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Jimbo, you'd like to have Jimbo hang around for another year, right?
Or two.
Extension.
Right.
I wanted an extension after this year. Oh, man. All right, Lee, plenty to get into. Yep. We've got some NFL Week 15 to talk about, but let's get to some of the biggest bowl games over these next few weeks. We'll start with the Alamo Bowl. To me, this might be the best non-New Year's Six game that we have. It's Arizona. It's Oklahoma. Arizona was playing some great football down the stretch. OU maybe thought they had a chance to get into the New Year's Six, but they were left outside looking in. Who do you like in the Alamo Bowl here in a couple of weeks?
Give Arizona credit. The average person, if you ask them to guess what their record, what do you think their record was, Bucky?
I think they won 10 games.
They won 9.
Close.
Yeah, very close. Most people would guess 6, 7, maybe 8. Won 9 games. But the only game that was against a good team was Oregon State, which did not play well, and they beat them at home.
No, Oregon State at the end didn't play well.
No, but if this game was played first or second game of the year, Oklahoma would have been a 16 to 17 point favorite on a neutral field. Now, I know Dylan Gabriel's not playing in this game, but I just think Oklahoma has much more talent. I know motivation is the number one thing in these non-playoff bowl games, but I just think that Oklahoma has more talent. Think that Arizona at the line of scrimmage can have trouble, and I think the Oklahoma defense, when they play mid to lower level teams, usually fare well. I like Oklahoma here. I think they win and cover 30-21.
That's interesting, Lee. Here's a game that I really want to get your take on: Texas A&M versus Oklahoma State. The Aggies are favored, and why is that? I mean, we know what we saw at Oklahoma State in the bowl game, but I'm looking almost player for player. I just think Gundy's better right now. I mean, Gundy's got to be better than that. I mean, than what the Aggies are going to throw him. That's a lot of points too.
It is. So here's a fact. Bill Cohen, when he loses and he wears any type of garb, whether it's a shirt, a hat, shoes, he doesn't give it away to charity. He burns it. Actually burns it. Can you fathom the amount of clothes that the guy burns every single year? I mean, it's unfathomable. And I can tell you this much. I know for a fact he's not going to be wearing anything when he watches this game. They have no one left. I mean, their quarterback situation where they have a third string quarterback, that's probably their strength. Every single other position, offensive line, receiver, defense, all those 5 stars on defense, they're gone. They left a long time ago. And their interim coach, this is the craziest thing. So he's going to be the head coach at Syracuse. He's going to be the interim coach for this game. Like, leave already. So yeah. I don't think there's going to be any type of focus here. I think that you're going to see Oklahoma State, which is 6-2 against the spread, last 8 bowl games. This is what Mike Gundy does best here. Wrong team favorite. Oklahoma State wins this game, I think, pretty easy here, 31-14.
Wow.
Is Ollie Gordon going to play in this game?
Yeah, it looks like he is going to probably play.
Really?
Yeah.
He's coming back next year, Buck. So he's got nowhere to go.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, Lee. Let's get to the.
You like to see that, Bucky. You like to see, the continuity of these kids. So many times, their parents, their friends are in these kids' ears. Something to be said about when you're a backup, earning your position.
Sure.
I don't know if you know this. Almost 60% of the kids that go in the portal never get another offer. So they end up a lot of times don't continue in college, can't afford it. So there's we talk about the headlines and the kids that have a lot of offers, and that's great. But most of the kids misjudge, their appeal to getting an offer to another college. So sometimes it's best to stick where you are and work on yourself, not only as a player, as an individual. Usually both go hand in hand. The maturation.
Yeah, I didn't know Ollie had another year, because if he didn't, and he's the Doak Walker Award winner, and as many carries as that guy took, I wouldn't be playing any games.
Yeah, well, the problem is running back is a different situation.
Yeah.
Most positions. And how many kids did you have, Bucky, that played for you that after a year or even 2 years weren't seeing much of the field? I bet you there's some guys that played in the NFL that hung around and ended up and it was the best thing for them to stay in the system.
Well, I mean, Ricky Williams could have left college and gone and played after his freshman year and played in the NFL if he wanted to, but he stuck around here an extra year, even with Mac Brown, when he could have been out the door. Yeah, I mean,
bunch of backups that probably played for you too.
Yeah, I mean, like Troy Stratford could have been gone the year before when he went to Miami. So, there's been a couple guys. Lee, you got this one, BK. This is one I'm interested in too.
Yeah, of course. So we'll get to the playoff games right now here, Lee. Michigan and Alabama. Boy, thank God we're talking about Michigan, Alabama instead of Michigan, Florida State, because
Right.
there wouldn't be a lot to dissect in that matchup.
No.
And I know you're a Miami fan, so you're extra glad that FSU got left out of the CFP. But what a game this should be at the Rose Bowl. Michigan, a slight favorite. How do you see this one shaking out?
So I do think that Florida State got shafted. You know, there's been cases before where Ohio State with Cordell Jones ended up winning the title. I don't think that Florida State would have had a chance against any of the other three teams, realistically, but they did earn it. They got shafted. This is going to be the toughest game, I think, to handicap. So the public is clearly on Alabama. Michigan opened as a 1.5, 2-point favorite. If you like Alabama, bet it now, because I think they're going to end up the favorite by 1.5, 2 points by kickoff. I think that the Michigan defense is much better than people realize here. They gave up just 87 yards per game on the ground. If they can force Jalen Milroe to throw the ball more than he'd like, and they force him into some 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 situations, I think Michigan's going to get off the field. What Michigan does is they don't turn the ball over. Their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, not going to turn it over, and he's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6. If he doesn't see someone open, he'll scramble, get the first down. They'll go on these 12 to 14, 15-play drives and eat up 7, 8, 9 minutes and score a touchdown. So that's what they do best. And Blake Corum is very under the radar. Last year, he almost won the Heisman. He was that good through like 7 or 8 weeks here. And how about this? Michigan, talk about being disciplined. Only 26 penalty yards per game, number 1 in the country. Nick Saban, facing teams that get penalized 42 or less yards per game, 8-20 against the spread here. I went against Jim Harbaugh in Michigan the last 2 years in the semifinal. I think they get over the hump. I don't think this is a special team at all for Alabama. You guys dominated them. Texas did. They had a tough time with South Florida, and they should have lost to Auburn. They just happened to play their best game against Georgia, which I felt was overrated the whole year. I like Michigan, 27-20.
Yeah, I like that, but I just think Alabama now has become a better throwing team. I mean, the kid's gotten better at throwing the ball. His receivers have gotten a little bit better. The offensive line protecting him so that he doesn't have to take off and run all the time. But you're right about Michigan. They will put the pressure on him. They'll be in his face an awful lot. Their linebackers are good. They flow real well. So that's the thing about it. I think Saban would like to have Milroe throw the ball against this Michigan secondary, but I don't think he's going to be able to.
Grass.
Yeah.
Game is on grass. Game's on grass, so slow it down a little bit also.
No doubt about it. All right, the next game, Lee, is Texas versus Washington. Texas is -4 against a Washington team. I mean, their strength is throwing the ball. Texas' weakness is defending the pass. Now, I don't think Washington, they've got a 1,000-yard rusher, but nobody's run against Texas, and I don't think Washington's going to do that. But I think they'll have some success throwing the ball, but I think Texas will have some success throwing the ball also. I think this is a high-scoring game.
I agree. So Texas gives up only 80 yards per game on the ground. Dylan Johnson did come on. They had no running game first part of the year. They are more balanced. But their last 7 games, I mean, they won by 10 points or less. And I don't think the competition is there. I don't know what it is. They have something over the Oregon Ducks right now. Oregon plays well against everyone else, but they were not ready to play that last game here. And give credit to Washington, good coaching staff. They were ready for that game. I loved their game plan. I thought they really prepared for Oregon. Difference here is I think the Texas offensive line. I think they're going to have their way here against Washington. Washington's got to do something early, got to get a takeaway early, I think, and play with the lead, because right now Quinn Ewers is playing at a very high level. You would never know that he had a shoulder injury earlier in the season. And home field advantage, it's going to be like 80-20, 85-15 Texas fans here this game. I like Texas here, 41-28.
Oh, I love that. Oh, 13-point win for the Longhorns. I'll sign the dotted line right now. All right, Lee. Those games are obviously a couple weeks away as I'm losing my voice here. Apologies for that.
Yeah.
Big game on Sunday afternoon, though. The Cowboys and the Bills in Buffalo. Both teams coming off of impressive wins. Buffalo going into Kansas City and beating the Chiefs. The Cowboys whooping up on the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. Buffalo, a 2-point favorite. Can the Cowboys keep it rolling, or does Buffalo get it done?
So I've been pretty good on both these teams figuring them out here. And Dallas was king for that game. That game against Philadelphia was the game they had to have. That was their circle game here. They're a different team. They are number 1 in scoring, but they're just number 7 overall on the road here. This Buffalo team plays much better at home. It's going to be cold. It is going to be really cold. It's a 4:25 Eastern start. It's going to be dark by 5:15 by the end of the first quarter. I think that Dallas is going to have trouble. I think Buffalo's defense has come around since some early troubles, and they lost a key defensive tackle, their best linebacker, Milano, and also their best cover corner, White, here. I like Buffalo at home. I think they win this game 34-24 over Dallas.
Must win for both teams, Lee, really.
It is. Yep.
Yeah, a lot on the line for both teams. All right, Lee, this is a big time of the year for you. Double down December going on right now, all the bowl games, all the NFL. If folks want to get a free play, but also all of your picks for the next couple of weeks, where can they find you?
Just go to the website, ParamountSports.com. This is going to be our last segment until after the new year. Probably pick up and we'll do a segment as long as Texas wins before the championship game. But it'll be the last segment till after the new year. They want to hop on board. We've only had 2 losing Sundays in the NFL. You can get this 3 weeks of the NFL. There's 36 bowl games, 36 of them from now through December 31st. We'll probably have selections on 20 to 23 of them. 3 weeks of action, normally $397, just $197 at ParamountSports.com. So I'm having a big sale, 50% off, $197. Never had it so low. I know Bill. I saw Bill. I usually I hear from him 2-3 times a day. If I hear from him one time, maybe every 3 or 4 days, lucky. He's having, I know, a big holiday sale he's offering 70% off.
Oh yeah.
He told me if you mention Paramount Sports or Texas Sports Unfiltered, add an additional 10% off that, and he wants to take care of you. It's something about dealing with someone you know and been there well over 100 years. I've been in business 100. I can't imagine, the type of customer service that they have, but that's why Bill's so busy and so sought after holiday season. You want to get something special for your loved ones. So Paramount Sports for your gambling needs, and Bill Cohen at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers for all your jewelry needs over the holidays. So I want to wish both of you guys and your families and your staff and also all the listeners out there happy, healthy, and a safe holiday season.
And Lee, be careful out there too, man. Be safe out there. You and your family have a great holiday. Look forward to seeing you. How is the NBA? I'm telling BK, the NBA is good early. Those are some nice lines early. The jump on the NBA. You guys doing well? You doing well in the NBA?
We are actually a little bit better in college, but also well in the NBA. We're winning even in hockey. We figured out hockey. In NBA and hockey, there's a lot of great situational plays. Mm-hmm. So you get teams like on back-to-backs.
Right.
A team that maybe 2 weeks ago lost to a team and is facing them at home, getting, let's say, 4, 5, 6 points. So there's a lot of ebb and flow in the NBA. And some of these teams like Golden State. Golden State's lost like 8 straight games on the road. And, they're dealing with so many things going on with, one of their players being suspended, knucklehead stuff. I mean, what are you doing punching a guy? I don't get that at all with Draymond Green. So
the Sixers are like a covering machine, Lee. Sixers are a covering machine.
Sixers are a covering machine. A lot of under-the-radar teams. People don't realize, like Orlando, they won like 5 or 6 more games than they've lost this year already. Yep. Oklahoma City playing really good basketball until last night. Sacramento at home is a tough animal. So you just got to pick out your spots.
Very good. Lee, happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for everything. And we'll talk to you soon, man.
Thank you, Lee.
Take care. Be safe.
There he goes. ParamountSports.com is the website. As my voice deteriorates even worse. But as Lee mentioned, that segment is brought to you by our friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. You're going to get 10% off. That's right, an extra 10% off. this holiday season. Bucky, I think you're going to go out there at some point.
I got to go see Bill today. Yeah.
There you go. So obviously go to ParamountSports.com for your gambling needs, win you some money, and then spend that money at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Buy
myself a little ankle bracelet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're shopping for you.
Get a little ankle bracelet for myself, you know.
I thought you'd be shopping for your lovely wife, but I guess not.
She's got everything she needs. She's got me.
Yeah, you need to get her a gift. Maybe a couple of gifts. Oh, man.
Boy.
Joe Cohen & Son, 6th in Congress. Free parking down there as well. Great selection, but most importantly, the service is top-notch. Look, other places have jewelry, but they are going to give you the best service that you can find. They're even going to gift wrap your purchase for you, so you could be the hero of the holiday season. They've been around for 140 years. They know what they're doing. They take care of people. They are the experts. You don't have to know a dang thing about jewelry. They know everything, and they will make sure that you are taken care of for the holidays. Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Check them out at joecohenjewelers.com. And we thank them for being a fabulous partner with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And thank you all as we get ready to head into 2024, just around the corner.
How do I fix this, Buck? I've got bad news.
What's that?
For the people out there today.
Uh-oh. You broke the randomizer? Did you break the randomizer?
Nah, randomizer always works.
Oh, boy.
That thing is always going at high speed.
What have I done?
You haven't done anything.
Good.
I can't talk. And I've got a co-host with Wags today because Rodney is out at his daughter's college graduation. So the people are stuck with more of this till 11 o'clock today.
You don't have to go to the graduation. You're paying for it anyway. What's wrong with him?
You went to your kids' graduations, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to go.
Hell, in this state, they get graduations in 3rd grade, 5th grade, getting ready to go into junior high, high school.
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten. I've been to all of those.
Yeah.
The little camera there. Elbowing people out of the way. Yeah, I went to all of those.
I mean, being a parent at those things sucks, but being a sibling at those deals is the worst.
Oh, like, see that my other ones, they're like, no, I'm not going. Even if they're at the school, they're not showing up for the graduation at the school. They're like, no, I'll go to recess first.
Oh man, my parents made me go. You had to go always to those graduations. Yeah, and it's like, oh, can we leave? You know, our last name is Kellner, K, middle of the alphabet. Hey, can we leave once they call them? No, we got to stay to the end.
Oh, no.
We got to show our support.
You got to see Janet Ziegler. You got to see her graduate. Little Janie Ziegler.
F. Janie Ziegler. That bitch stole my bicycle one time. I don't care about her. Get out of here.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, we're powering through today. I'll take any advice. I've seen a couple of people say drink tea, try honey. I've tried those things. They don't do jack. You know what? Soup, tea, honey. None of that stuff helps. You people are being tricked. You people have been got big tea and big soup. They've convinced you guys that stuff actually helps.
You got your Hall's cough drops though, don't you?
Yeah, I got them in the other room.
Fisherman's Choice or something it's called. That is
Fisherman's Wharf.
No, it's something Fisherman's Choice. These cough drops that are pretty potent. They work pretty good.
Okay.
I used those when I had the vid though, but they didn't just get rid of the vid. The vid got rid of itself. But it'll help if you're thinking about getting the flu, which I'll never have.
I'm definitely not thinking about getting the flu.
Okay. Don't do that.
I don't have the flu.
If you think about getting it, you'll get it.
Well, that shit. Now I'm thinking about it.
No, dude, don't think about it because you'll never have it.
Well,
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
How easy is that?
Her hand's just like, I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
She's the best.
But I will lose my voice. What'd you make of Lee's pick on the Texas game, by the way? 41-28 Longhorns, and he thinks the Texas offensive line is going to be the difference. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think so too. I like the fact I think they'll run the ball pretty effectively against this defense. Everybody is, I think, geared up for just a throwing event with both teams. Now, I'm not saying that Texas can't throw against them, but remember, this is a team that works against the throw too. They've got some pretty decent secondary kids, because they go up against pretty good wide receivers at practice all the time too. So I think Texas can spend its time running the ball against this group. I do believe he's right about that. I think this offensive line has a little bit of an advantage running the football. And when they do throw, look out for the backs out of the backfield there, Gundy. Come on now.
CJ Baxter just caught another screen.
There come on, Gundy. When are you going to ever stop that? Never.
Yeah, those were easy pitches and catches for Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense against Oklahoma State.
By the way, there is no way that I'm taking Oklahoma State over Texas A&M. No way. I don't.
Wait, you just said you were confused why A&M was favored, and now you're taking A&M?
No, I'm not going to take. I'm not. The last time I saw his team, no.
It was bad.
It was really bad.
They did go 9-3 during the regular season. They did make it to the Big 12 championship game. Like, they still had a solid year. Better year than A&M.
The Aggies are favored by 7 points.
Oklahoma State has its coach, and A&M has an interim coach who's already taken a job somewhere else to be a defensive coordinator, which is weird that he's still there coaching, but okay.
He's the interim head coach for Texas A&M, but he's going to Syracuse to be the defensive coordinator?
Yeah. He was the D-line coach at A&M. They fired Jimbo. They made him the interim guy. And then, he got a job to be the defensive coordinator at Syracuse starting next year.
And you said Dino's still there for another year or is gone?
No, Dino got fired.
Okay.
They hired somebody who hired E-Rob to be the DC.
Okay, so you're just starting fresh, not starting with a coach who's on his way out. He's already out.
Right. Yeah, Dino's gone.
Okay.
Dino is gone at Syracuse. But, I don't know. Look, Texas, like the good news about Texas and why I feel good and why I think a lot of Longhorn fans feel so good about this Texas team, not only beating Washington, but having a legit shot to win it all. This team has been versatile, and they can win games in different ways. So
yes,
I think it benefits Texas if this is a lower scoring game.
I do too.
Because I think Texas has a better defense. And obviously, that means Michael Penix isn't doing his thing, and all of those Washington receivers aren't going off against this average secondary. Like Texas, you want to dominate up front. You want to win the battle on the line of scrimmage. You want to control time of possession. You want to run the football early and often and effectively against Washington. So lower scoring game benefits Texas. But the good news is, I think Texas can get into a shootout against Washington and still potentially win. But if you keep Washington in the 20s, congratulations, you're playing for a national championship. I
think both teams are going to be in the 30s, though.
Yeah, that scares me. That scares me a little bit. Now, Texas's offense, they've scored 106 points. There's been some special teams and defensive touchdowns in there, but still, Texas as a team, last 2 games, 106 points, so they can't score. Yours is playing well. The running game hasn't taken a big step back without Jay Brooks. Offensive weapons on the outside. We know this. Texas can't score with seemingly anybody, but you want this game to be played inside of a phone booth as much as possible.
For sure.
Yeah, if Texas is able to win up front, like Lee was talking about, and control time of possession and keep Washington in the 20s, then I think we're going to be celebrating pretty hard on January 1st.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome if you get them in the 20s and hold that group in the 20s. Because they're going to try to run. They have 1,000-yard rusher, so they're going to try to run the football.
Bring it on.
Yeah, that's just like everybody else has tried.
Like that cheerleading movie. Bring it on. Okay.
Yeah, but if they start to fill it in the passing game, look out.
Yeah,
you're going to have to get a Michael Penix. You're going to have to be in his face. You're going to have to bring pressure, and it may not be just from the front 4.
Yeah, if I'm Kalen DeBoer, let's just say Washington has 65 plays.
Mm-hmm.
I'm throwing it 50 of them. Michael Penix needs to have, and it'll depend once again on the time of possession battle. But Michael Penix should be throwing the ball 50 times.
Oh yeah,
that's my game plan if I'm Washington. And Kalen DeBoer is one of the best offensive minds in the sport. He's not going to, just bang his fist against the wall trying to establish the ground game like Mike Gundy was doing in the second half of a blowout. He's not going to do that. That is my game plan. It's sure, you don't throw it every single play. You see if you can run it against Texas, but if it ain't working, dude, I am testing that shorthanded secondary that ranked 85th in the country in pass defense.
There is no doubt. That is the weakness. You go after the weakness.
Yep. So I hope
you're definitely going to weakness, BK, after some time off.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, It doesn't matter. Like, to me, if the game was last weekend, if the game is February 15th, like, whatever, this Texas secondary ain't going to be fixed by whenever. And obviously Derek Williams is not going to be a part of the first half of the game, which makes Texas even more shorthanded in the defensive backfield. So someone on the Coda text line says, if he throws 50 times, we're going to get 2 picks. I hope so. I mean, Texas has been an opportunistic defense. That has been the one thing the secondary has been good at this year.
No, his pocket's not going to be clean every time he passes.
Yeah, even though they've given up a ton of yards, they have had some interceptions. But pulling up Penix's numbers right now, nine picks this year. So he hasn't been super giving with football. Heisman runner-up. The guy had a tremendous season there. So it's going to be tougher to intercept him than it was to intercept Alan Bowman or Baron Morton. Michael Penix Jr. is a bit of a step up from those guys.
Yes.
And by a bit, I mean
by the way, so are those receivers. They're a bit of a step up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those guys are really good, man. They're really, really good. All right. Before we get to some NFL, we got to talk about this Cowboys-Bills game and a little bit on the Texans and Titans and some of the other. We've got 2 games tomorrow in the NFL, by the way, and they're both pretty good. So we'll give a little NFL preview here before we wrap things up at 10. But some love to some great sponsors, Buck.
Yeah, our good friend Dr. Greg Eckert, folks. Now, Dr. Eckert is going to be taking on some new clients, and he'd love for you to be one of them. Give him a call today at 512-345-3166. Now, I went to Dr. Eckert, and I was only originally going to Dr. Eckert, I was replacing a temporary filling that had been in my mouth for 14 years. We sat down, and I said, Doc, you know what? I'm not really happy with these teeth. I don't like the yellowing in my teeth. I don't like it. It looks like pieces of corn. Can I do something about them? I said, I'd love to have a Denzel smile. I love the freshness, the whiteness of his teeth. And he said, let's do it. Let's get it done. And I got mine done in just 2 visits. I had temporaries put in. I took a trip to Alaska with those temporaries in. Man, I love the temporaries so much. After I came back from the trip from Alaska, I wanted to keep the temporaries. He said, no, man, we're going to take those off. We're going to mold everything just right. And we're going to put them right over the top of your teeth. And these veneers are going to look way better than those temporaries. But I got the shape of the teeth that I wanted. I got the whiteness and the brightness that I wanted. And I couldn't be happier. I was not happy with my smile. And now I'm like the Cheshire Cat. I will smile all the time. Before, I would try to hide my teeth. Now I'm not trying to hide a thing. I'm bringing it all out in the open, BK, now. Thanks to Dr. Greg Eckert. Now, if you're thinking of something that may be just a little bit cheaper, how about dental implants? If you've got a problem with one tooth or many teeth, you can go into his office in just one day and have a smile. You can leave the place with a smile. Once again, find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by giving him a call at 512-345-3166. And as I said, folks, that dental insurance, the month is coming to a close here. Well, not really. We still got some time. If you want to make an appointment with them, see if you can get an appointment in with Dr. Eckert if you've got something going on. And if you've got some aches and you're afraid of the dentist, which you shouldn't be, grown up, shouldn't be afraid of the dentist. But if you are, how about IV sedation? Let them smooth knock you out. You don't feel a thing, but you get that smile. You get everything taken care of. Dr. Eckert will do that for you. Over 28 years of business, over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. He's our dentist, should be your dentist also.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And a few folks have been commenting about the hats we're wearing today. These are both Last Stand hats. So go to laststandhats.com. Check them out. We might be bringing a few Texas Sports Unfiltered Last Stand hats to New Orleans. We might be selling a couple. We might be giving a couple out.
Very nice.
You can buy them online right now, laststandhats.com. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the video description below. You can click on that. It will take you right to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection at laststandhats.com. Shout out to them and shout out to Woods Comfort System.
Oh, yeah. It's comfortable in my house this morning. I'll tell you that. That heater came on, no smoke, no clog, no nothing. My wife got something called an ionization deal done with the, with the filtration unit in our house. And the air is so clean because you know me, I'm not getting up on that ladder and cleaning all the ducts. But they came to the house, set in a new unit inside of the air conditioning and the heating unit, and you're talking about a breath of fresh air. Maybe you need one at the apartment. Maybe they don't have a detox deal at your apartment. I'm pretty sure they don't. I'm pretty sure the same shit that was flowing there for the last person who was in your apartment is still flowing in there just for you.
Don't say that.
I'm telling you. Get that dude up there in the vents and get that stuff cleaned out so you'll feel better and you'll sleep well. But thanks to Woods Comfort Center, 67 years of business at Woods Comfort Systems. 67, almost as old as the buck.
Yep, the best HVAC and plumbing services that you can find. They do plumbing as well. WoodsComfortSystems.com. All right, Buck, I was wrong. We've got 3 NFL games tomorrow. And it's kind of cool because all 6 teams that are playing have winning records.
Nice.
So you've got all sorts of playoff implications on the line tomorrow, and you've got some good games on Sunday too. But the first game of the NFL Saturday tripleheader is your Minnesota Vikings taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. You got backup QBs for both teams in that one, but both teams fighting for their playoff lives at 7-6. You got to pick on that deal.
Yeah, I like Cincinnati. It's in Cincy, right?
It is. Yep. Bengals are 3-point home favorites.
I like the way their backup's playing right now.
Yeah, Brownings look pretty good, and it feels like Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs gone, isn't he?
Yeah, I think they've got. Well, I don't know. Is he starting?
No, he's not starting. He didn't start the last game. I don't believe. I think they sacked that dude.
He did, and then he got benched.
He got benched in the game.
Yeah, for Mullins.
Chris Mullins is in there now. Good.
Not Chris Mullin. No, I think it's Nick Mullins who is set to start for Minnesota.
No, I'd take Cincy.
Okay, Steelers, Colts. Couple of 7-6 teams there.
Nobody cares. I mean, are the Steelers going to have a winning season, or is that gone? Is that shot? No way.
Oh, they're 7-6, so they still have a shot. But boy, they lost to 2-win teams at home in back-to-back weeks. Like all they had to do
at the Colts too.
All they had to do was beat Arizona and New England, and they would have gotten 9 wins, and that would have guaranteed another winning season for Mike.
So it's that defense versus Gardner Minshew, really?
Yeah.
I'll take the Steelers as a bounce back.
Okay. Colts are 1.5-point home favorites there. And then the night game, Broncos at Lions. Both teams. I mean, Lions are going to make the playoffs. They're going to win the division, but they're coming off a bad loss to Chicago.
Yes.
And Denver bounced back. They lost to the Texans 2 weeks ago, but they got a nice win last week. They're still playing some pretty good football over the last couple of months. In Detroit, I'm almost surprised you didn't make this a 5,000 unit play.
It's a lot of points. It's almost like 5 or 6 points, isn't it?
4.5 for Detroit.
Well, there goes the old hooky guy again, but who cares when it's 4?
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. But that game tomorrow night, I feel like the Lions bounce back and win that game.
I would say yes.
What about Sunday? Cowboys, Bills. Focus on the local teams here. In Buffalo, 3:25 kick, which means it's 4:25 up there. It's going to be cold. It's going to be nasty. We know how good the Cowboys have played all season long.
When they play a good team on the road.
Oh, that's what it is now. You know, it used to be if they play a good team, they don't play well.
Oh no, it's more on the road. At home, they're killer dogs at home. I don't care who they play at home now. They're pretty good on the turf. This is going to be on the turf. This is going to be on the frozen turf and windy. I think I like the Bills. The Bills have to have this game.
Well,
but they'll be done.
It's important for both teams for different reasons,
yes,
right?
It is.
Like the Bills, you feel like need this to keep their playoff hopes alive, but Cowboys are trying to win a division.
Right.
And they need to win out, and they also need Philadelphia to lose one more time for them to win the division and not have to play on the road in the playoffs.
Well, I think in order for the Cowboys to win anyway, they got to be at home. They're not gonna do much on the road when they get to the playoffs. That team they got to be home. They have to win the division.
So that's why they've got to win this game. So it's a huge game for both teams for different reasons. Buffalo obviously beat Kansas City last week. Big win for them. The Cowboys coming off that beat down of Philly. I'm looking at the game time temperature. I'm seeing 36 degrees, but that's when the game starts.
Oh, it'll be dark in about a half hour after it starts.
Yeah. And here's how big this game is, right? If Dallas wins, they'll have a 44% chance to win the NFC East. If they lose, they'll have just a 20% chance to win the NFC East. And for the Bills, if they win this game, 66% chance to make the playoffs. If they lose, it's down to 30%. So,
which I know what Dak Prescott you're going to get. I think you're going to get the consistent MVP candidate that he's been. Josh Allen, I don't know what you're going to get from him.
Right.
I don't know if
right.
he's going to try to take it all upon himself, at home, try to be the hero, or is it just going to flow? They haven't run the ball well, and Dallas is playing really good football right now. And it's not just at home. If they're playing bad teams, well, what is Buffalo? I mean, what are they? Are they a bad team? They're a good team? You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to get from week to week with that group.
We'll see what Osama bin McDermott has cooking up in his game plan on Sunday. Buffalo's good.
By the way, they needed that win so bad last week to get everybody off of his ass,
Yeah. They're really talented. They obviously haven't been playing great. That's why they're just 7-6. Cowboys defense forces a lot of turnovers. Josh Allen, very turnover prone. That could be advantage Cowboys there. Here's where you wish the Cowboys had a more effective run game than they do. Because, cold weather, windy game, conditions a factor in December in Buffalo. You'd love to just be able to hand it off 30 times and say,
sure.
We've got a guy who can go win us a football game. Cowboys don't have that. Buffalo doesn't really have that either. It's going to fall on these quarterbacks on Sunday. Dak, MVP favorite right now. He's got to play like it for the Cowboys to get this.
I would say so. In order for them to win, it's going to be about him. It's going to be about that run game too. It really will. And it's all right. I mean, I think the Cowboys have found a little bit of what they're looking for. I mean, I know what to expect from Tony Pollard. I'm not expecting him to rush for 140, but I think the last couple games he's done pretty well running the football, and he's got the capable backup. And they do a lot of things with a lot of different things with the different running backs. I like the way they've done with his backup. I like that kid. He's a tough, hard-nosed runner and runs screens pretty well. And Tony Pollard still. That guy's just an eyelash away from making big plays himself, and nobody can cover CeeDee Lamb. I don't give a shit who it is. They can't. You just can't cover that dude.
Guy's a problem. He is a problem. What about Texans Titans? CJ Stroud did not practice yesterday. Suffered that concussion in the Texans' loss last week. It seems like it's going to be Davis Mills.
They're not winning then.
Yeah, Titans a 3-point home favorite. The Titans will be wearing the Oilers throwbacks on Sunday, which. That would really suck if the Texans lost. Texans should be wearing those jerseys, man. That pisses me off. I know it pisses every Houston football fan off too. But yeah, this game could have had a fun QB matchup with rookie versus rookie, right? Stroud versus Will Levis. Seems like, though, it's going to be Davis Mills for the Texans. Yikes.
Without the little guy at wide receiver for Davis Mills, he has – and Nico – is Nico still hurting?
Yeah, he didn't practice yesterday.
Dude, he's got nobody to throw to.
Yeah.
The former Longhorn tight end, he's going to be dumping balls off to all day long.
Andrew Beck.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's not going to be a pretty sight, I don't believe.
Yeah, the good news for the Texans is the Titans aren't very good, but the bad news for the Texans is, a lot of their most important players just aren't healthy right now.
No.
And Derrick Henry has dominated the Texans. Holy crap. At least 126 yards in his past 5 games against the Texans. He's gone for 200+ in 4 of those 5.
Will Anderson not playing either, is he?
I think he's fine. I think Will Anderson will be good to go. The Texans defense is better this year than it's been in years past. This is the first of 2 matchups between these 2 teams. So I don't think Derrick Henry's going to go for 200, but the Texans have had trouble tackling that guy in recent years. Who hasn't? But the Texans, they need to find a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. But it sucks that so many of their best players are banged up right now. I'm looking, is there any other NFL game?
I think for the Texans, if you're a Texans fan, I think you just look for the build off season and how they build around this quarterback, Yeah. They're still gonna have to do things. They're still gonna have to find a weapon for him, and they're still gonna have to find some offensive linemen.
The Texans have, I think, the second most cap space.
Yeah, they're still going to have to do some things, yes.
They can spend. Now, they don't have their own first-round pick, but they do have Cleveland's first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But, they've got money that they could spend in free agency, and they should be spenders. Like, they feel like they can be a win-now team next year with what CJ Stroud showed everybody as a rookie. Now the Texans should be pretty aggressive this offseason. They've exceeded expectations already. You'd love for them to still find their way into the playoffs, but they need CJ Stroud back to have any sort of chance.
No, they don't have a chance without him.
And I think Stroud will probably be back next week. Tank Dell being out for the year, Nico Collins missing some time. None of that stuff helps at all. All right. Shout out to greatblueheronfurniture.com. Want to give them some love. If you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase from greatblueheronfurniture.com. And need a new couch, new recliner, new chairs, whatever. They've got them for you at greatblueheronfurniture.com. And also shout out to Top Gun.
Yeah, man. I may go see Brandon Mars this weekend. I may have to get a trip over to see him and get some stuff done. It's time. It's time for me to really, I started to put some lettuce in, but I was using my little hand pick there. I wasn't doing a great job. So I need to go get the tiller and get to work. I'm trying to find a way not to use that tiller. I wasn't great with the tiller. I'm better with the mule and the harness around my neck and stuff. I do a better job when I got the mule. Not good with the tiller. So I got to get a little bit better. I got to get some practice.
Yeah, I don't think you're good with any of that stuff, dude. Have 911 on standby if you're operating heavy machinery. I got no faith. No faith.
Harness fits me well.
There you go. All right. What else was I going to say? Oh, here's a text before we leave, Buck.
Okay.
I'm taking you back to your alcoholic days, if that's okay.
All right.
Someone says, shot of whiskey with a good amount of honey. Gargle it before swallowing. Does that help the throat? Does that help my voice?
No, if you want to do that, if you're going to do the gargle thing, just go get yourself some of that bad Listerine. I don't mean the Listerine blue. I mean the original. You want to do some gargling, go get you some good Listerine. It'll help with the voice. It'll help with the sore throat. Don't be putting any whiskey down your throat.
No, you don't.
It'll burn the hell out of your throat.
You don't gargle and then swallow it, right? Well, that's.
I don't waste my whiskey when I was drinking. I didn't gargle it. I knew where exactly I wanted to put it into me belly. You know what I mean? As quick
gargle it so you spit it out. Isn't that the whole point of the gargle?
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be gargling anything.
Yeah,
you're a spitter anyway. So yeah, I mean,
I walked right into that one.
Yeah,
so
you did.
If you were gonna make that joke, I was. So well done.
Don't. Just get yourself some Listerine. Don't gargle anything with booze in it. You got to find some local honey. Get yourself some.
Local honey. Oh, that will help instead of the store-bought stuff. Yeah.
Nah, don't get the store-bought. There's a guy who sits down here and stand right up the road from me. I'll grab you some honey today. Some real stuff. If he's out there, I'll grab you a jar. Bring it to Blue Santa tomorrow because that's where we'll be.
Santa, tomorrow morning we'll be there. I think doing a show from like 9 to 10, but come be a part of that. OperationBlueSanta.org, I believe, is the website. It's either a .com or a .org. If you want to volunteer or learn more information about how you can get involved, Operation Blue Santa, just Google.
And thank you to the Covert family for their check and their donation to Blue Santa. I'll have that tomorrow to give to the Blue Santa people.
There we go. All right. Buck, can you stay on for like 2 minutes so I can get water and cough drops, and then I'll relieve you?
He's got to go swallow, Wags.
Yeah, doesn't he? Get him a hot toddy. Isn't that what you were talking about? Some whiskey and a little bit of honey?
I told him I didn't waste my whiskey gargling and spitting it out.
You need a gummer? You need some gummers? Huh?
Some gummers.
I'll be mad.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up, Buck? How you doing this morning, man? You guys sound good.
I'm doing great, man. I'm ready to go. Ready to head to Blue Santa tomorrow. We had a good time yesterday at Sue Patrick.
You guys looked great out there yesterday, man.
We're going to go out again next Thursday.
Out to Sue Patrick?
Yeah, out to Sue Patrick. Boy, that place got packed.
Out to Sue Patrick, yeah. My man Bob Cole will get you out there. Yeah. And they got all the little great Longhorn stuff that you can see out there atUe Patrick.
Bob Cole, Ed Clemens was out there yesterday. Ed goes to see Jay once a week. Oh, yeah. Ed Clemens will tell everybody.
Are you guys setting this up for like something like a standing little remote thing that you're doing with Sue Patrick? We're trying to make it every week.
They're a travel partner with us to New Orleans, so we want to do as much as we can for them. This is a big time for them. They've got all the official gear for Texas Longhorns. Where there's volleyball right now, of course, going on. Playing.
You know what? I love those Longhorn spinning helmets that they used to have.
I remember those. I remember those.
You know what I mean? It's almost like a globe that they spin around, man. They look real sleek, real sexy, man.
They got
great stocking stuffer for the
They got stocking stuffers out of your mind over there. You know what they have over there, Wags? They've got there's all the sayings that are at El Arroyo when you see them on their billboard there. They have 7 volumes of that. For
El Arroyo signs?
Of all the sayings. They have 7 volumes of a book there. 7, and I just started gathering those, and I'm going to get the 7 volumes from somebody. But they really make really a nice little, gift to put on your table, to your coffee table, because that's some of that is some funny shit now.
That's some of my wife's favorite things. Like, that's what she'll do. She'll clip the things of El Royo and send it to me. Look what they said today, man. Look what they said today.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's funny you said that, because you can make a whole damn book out of that thing.
Well, they got 7 volumes,
today, man. You liking any of the red teams this week? I need a little bit of a flavor. I need a little bit of a flavor to pick today, man.
You need some winner. You need some winners?
I need some wins. I need some of that Bucky guaranteed unit play, man.
Okay, well then you need to take the Ravens, the Rams, Green Bay, and the Browns.
All right. Ravens, Rams, Green Bay, and Browns. Dude,
Yeah,
I got the Ravens checked out. That's who I was at on with the Ravens. And then the Rams over the Rams too, huh?
Yeah, the Rams. Rams are playing good football right now.
Yeah, they're hot. They're probably one of the most, I would say complete wild card teams, or probably one of the most serious wild card teams moving in, right? Like the ones that give you a shot that maybe think that they can go a little bit more deeper into the playoffs here.
Yeah,
they're some of these other pretenders.
Yeah, they're doing some of the things that you want to be doing at the end of the season. They're running the ball well. They're playing better defense, and they've got defensive players. Right. They don't have a great wide receiving core, but they're good enough in the run game and good enough on the defensive line to help you out there. Just whatever. Wags is asking me what the hell is that? HEB cough drops?
Stuff.
Generic cough drops?
Support local. What do you mean?
I know. No, you got to go with brand name stuff if you want to get better. If you want to prolong stuff.
You just told us local honey.
Yeah, I mean, the local honey's okay, I guess, but you can't just, I don't go there to HEB and get generic cereal. I get the real stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Don't get the bag stuff.
If it ain't Kellogg's, or I'm not like getting Honey Nut Cheerios in a plastic bag.
If it ain't Post.
Yeah, if it ain't Post, I don't eat it.
You're missing out. I got the Hill Country Fair Honey Nut Toasted Oats.
Hill Country Fair. I'm not eating that stuff. Come on. What country is that coming from?
Dude, the termites don't even go into that bag and get that cereal, man. They let everybody else eat it.
I'm supporting local. Hill Country Fair.
My God. Boy, is it just like a respiratory thing that you got going on there? Did you let anybody get back in that throat last night, or what? What happened?
Who got to the back of that throat?
Oh, man. Nah, I started smoking again, boys.
Now stop it.
Down to pack last night.
Don't leave those Marlboros alone.
Yeah, Marlboro
Cadillac
Red,
killers.
My old man used to do those Pall Mall non-filtered, and tips of his fingers were all brown and burnt because that dude would smoke that non-filter. He'd get the last bit of that. He would get the last bit of that nicotine out. I mean, he'd suck it through his teeth. I mean, really.
That's what my granddad smoked Pall Mall's non-filter too, man. I guess that was just the brand back day, dude.
That was the first cigarette that I snuck, me and my buddy, when my old man absolutely flicked one out that had a 1/4 of an inch left on it. Me and my buddies went on that thing. Dude, I was so sick. That's when I learned how to not, I hated scotch. My friend got into his parents' scotch. Johnny Walker Black.
Johnny Walker. How old were you?
I was 5th grade. I drank some of that. I got so sick from that. I can't smell scotch now. If you open up a bottle of scotch near me, I'll start throwing up.
Wow. So it's still to this day. I mean,
still to this day, the smell of scotch, I can't do it.
Scotch
now I can slam some.
To drink, man.
I can slam some Jack.
Dwar's 12 label. Dwar's white label, 12 years. Holy shit.
What is Jameson? What is that stuff? Is that
That's whiskey? Irish whiskey.
It is?
Yeah.
Was that any good? I mean, when I was a true drunk, it was just Jack Daniels, no ice, no nothing. Slide the bottle down, bartender. Don't waste your time putting it in a shot glass. I don't want it that way. I need a real glass.
I like Jameson better than Bushmills if I'm drinking Irish whiskey. But hell, I don't drink that much anymore, man. I usually just stay in the clouds.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. It could be safer there, little Ricky.
Yeah, usually like when I'm elevated up above everybody, and I don't get to get in there with the traffic and mess around with the crazies or whatnot. I can just stay out there and observe from from high in the sky, man.
From the eye in the sky.
From the eye in the sky, man. You can't lie to the eye in the sky.
All right, I got to go get my nails done.
Get them done, man. Get those cuticles done.
Got to get everything done. All right, boys. Have a good one.
Have it.
All right, the hand model.
There he goes, man. What's up? So what's going on with your voice, bro?
I don't know.
Did you just wake up and did it just happen?
No,
you felt a little raspy yesterday, right?
Yeah, I haven't felt great all week, and I actually feel better today than I felt all week. But obviously, I sound worse today than I've sounded.
It's getting out of you then.
Yeah. So now my voice started going away yesterday. Like during the midday show with Trey, I was kind of losing it. Had a couple of cracks, and I'm like, uh-oh. And I didn't do anything last night. Went to bed kind of early by my standards, and I was hoping that would be enough to turn it around, but clearly not. So, I don't know what's causing it. I don't feel that bad, but I obviously sound like I'm dying right now. So apologies.
Those are usually the worst nights when you wake up like that, and just the back of your throat is just on fire, and you can't. It's dry as hell, and it felt like some cat just came by and took a shit in your mouth or something like that. But that's not what happened. There's no explanation for why your throat actually feels as awful as it is, man. Hopefully you did go back there and take a shot of whiskey, because that usually does help it out, man.
Hold on, a cat shits in your throat. Have you experienced that before? That's an expression I'm not familiar with.
It's just something that I kind of picture, right? Like, God, it felt like a cat just fucking shit in my mouth or something like that, man. I
don't think that's an expression. Look who's calling me.
Why that's a butt dial. That's a butt dial.
No, with him, he's probably dumb enough. He probably already forgot that I'm on the show with you right now. He's like, "Oh, Wags with Rodney." Yeah, they're on right now.
It was good to see Rodney and Stu yesterday too, by the way.
Yeah.
I doesn't matter if I'm on or not. I always have the shows on the Texas Sports Unfiltered on the TVs when I get off the air here or get off the stream here. But yeah, it's Stu. Stu just belongs. You know what I mean? Like, can I just say that? Like, Stu, I don't know if we need a wrestling show or not, but it would be. Stu looks good. It's good. It's good to see Stu back on again, man.
Yep. Super Bowl Stu, Suplex Stu,
whatever you need, Stu, man.
Sideline Stu, Soup Peddler Stu,
Sue Patrick Stu.
He's the man. He's the man.
Yeah,
that was a fun show yesterday. Good getting Stu on TSU for the first time. And Rodney's gone today. He's at his daughter's college graduation.
That's what he's saying. I saw him at a titty bar coming back from the airport.
He sent me a picture from the, I guess, the basketball gym at UNT where his kid's graduating from. And they have NIT banners up there. He's like, look, they've got NIT banners up here too. And I'm like, yeah, well, they can have it at UNT. Right. We shouldn't be having them at UT. A little different.
UT's got didn't Central Florida try and post a college football championship too when they went undefeated? I mean, it's not an NIT, but it's still the same type of losing principle.
That's some Aggie stuff right there. We don't like to do that type of stuff. Yeah. How you doing though, man? How
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just got had a huge day with the VA yesterday, dude. Got a big dub. Rating got adjusted from 80 to 100. Woo! Sailing, baby. Sailing, man.
Come on.
So that was a huge win. Now we don't have to pay property tax anymore. Huge, bro. That's the one thing about Texas, man. Like, everybody wonders why people come to Texas a lot. Texas has some of the best benefits that not just for veterans, but for any civilian, right? But my God, if you can get here and you're a veteran, they take care of you, man. Texas, no way in hell would I get close to the benefits that I get in Maryland that I get here. It's just, and there's a reason why we came to Texas. There's a reason why we're never leaving Texas. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, they should be taking care of you and should be taking care of you all.
Man. How are you doing?
Everybody who's served.
Besides your throat, letting somebody in the back of your throat.
No, don't put that out there. God, I don't have much of a leg to defend myself. Much of a third leg to defend myself. Maybe makes more sense there. No, I mean, I'm fine. I'm good. Like,
you excited about we got a good basketball slate, good college basketball slate starting tonight. And then we got UConn and Gonzaga tonight. And then we got, how you feeling about Texas LSU?
Boy, I mean, it's a game Texas should win, I think. And if Texas loses tomorrow, then I'm going to start to think this team will make the tournament. Really, it's hard to tell exactly what this Texas basketball team is right now because they've played a bunch of awful teams that they've beaten up on, which is good. And they played 2 national championship contenders, and they've lost to both of them. One of them was kind of close against UConn. The Marquette game last week, obviously not close at all. So I just don't know. Like, they haven't played a team like LSU to where it's like they're just kind of good. They played a bunch of awful teams, and they played 2 great teams. So
what are your realistic expectations for LSU?
Bubble team.
Okay.
Bubble. Like, I think Texas is better than them, which is why I think it's a game that Texas should win, even if Dylan DeSue is not a part of things tomorrow. But yeah, no, it's a game I think Texas should win. LSU's 6-4 on the year. By the way, shout out Halal Guys. They're sponsoring the event in Houston tomorrow, the Halal Guys Showcase.
I thought it was Hal, and I thought it was the brothers Hal and Al.
No, not that. Not the brothers Osborne either, I don't think. But yeah, no, Texas should win this game tomorrow. Once again, if Texas loses, I legitimately am going to start worrying about them not making the NCAA tournament, even though it's December, even though they've got time to turn things around, even though they'll get Dylan DeSue back, and we know how good he is. Like this, it's not a must-win game, of course. That's stupid, but this is a game the Longhorns should win. And if they don't beat teams like LSU, it leads me to think that when we get to conference play in the best and deepest league in college basketball, they're going to struggle to beat some teams that they probably need to secure themselves a spot in the NCAA tournament.
No, dude, I'm with you. And DeSue can't come back any faster, man. You can't rely solely on the backcourt of this Longhorn team to continue to carry you through all these all these basketball games, night in and night out, dude. I'm very curious to see how the 2-man game will pick back up once DeSue gets in, or if this will be a 2-man game, or if it will just be, dominance in the paint by DeSue and then have the backcourt kind of there by support. I'd love to hear your thoughts on, the kind of offense will be rolling out there once DeSue actually comes back, and if we can actually come back and kind of get this thing firing on all cylinders again and get some good chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, we know how important DeSue was in the tournament last year, right? Like, he damn near carried
the X factor
to the Elite Eight. He was awesome, and would have been so great to have him for that Miami game. We'll just never know exactly what that game would have been like if he was suited up. But yeah, no, Texas doesn't have much of a low post scoring threat. There have been some games where Caden Cedric, the Virginia transfer, has been that, but he's a defensive first kind of guy. Now, he's been a revelation on offense this year. Like, he's done more offensively this season than he did ever at Virginia. It's kind of why he transferred away from Virginia. He wanted to showcase that he could actually do something on offense. We know how Virginia plays its basketball.
Right.
But yeah, DeSue's actually a guy that you can feel good about throwing the ball to on the low block and him getting you 2 points. So Texas has missed that for sure. A. Smith will still be the leading scorer for this team, even when DeSue comes back. That's just his nature. He's going to take the most shots, and you want that guy taking a lot of shots. He's big. They need more from Tyrese Hunter at the 2. He's been way too inconsistent, and he's played too much college basketball to still be as up and down.
Yeah, he's got to get to the cup too, man. Like, you can't be settling at the perimeter, dude.
Yeah, so Texas, getting DeSue back will help them offensively because it does give you that security blanket of having a low post scorer, but they need more for sure. They need more from their star players, their experienced guys. Obviously, it's a new team from last year, so many transfers and newcomers. You figured it would take some time to gel. You need the guys who have been here, like Tyrese Hunter, to be more consistent. So hopefully we start to see that tomorrow and see more of it moving forward. I will say this, Wags. You know who LSU's leading scorer is this year? I
do not.
I'd be impressed, but also mad at you for not having more of a life if you did. Remember the name Will Baker?
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, Will Baker,
you're kidding.
Kid.
You're kidding. Brett Beatty. I saw Brett Beatty handle this dude in a gym in where were we? Westlake? Were we at Westlake?
High school game?
Yeah, high school game.
Yeah, Westlake Lake Travis game.
Brett Beatty, like the baseball star, right? The baseball star. Shut this dude down. I mean, literally, I thought, and that was the first taste of Baker that I got. There's no damn way. Are you kidding me? Will Baker's the leading scorer for LSU?
You've gotten a couple of tastes of Will Baker then, huh? That was just your first taste?
Yeah. That was the first. That was all I needed. I said, this guy don't belong at Texas. I don't know how he's too soft.
Think about it. Will Baker and Brett Beatty are the same age. Brett Beatty's playing for the New York Mets, and Will Baker's at his 3rd college right now because he went to Nevada after he was at Texas, and then now he's at LSU. And he's having a good start to the season, but that guy was an afterthought at Texas. Huge disappointment. great kid, great family, whatever. This is not personal shots. It didn't work out on the court for him at UT. Now he's the leading scorer for LSU. So that really makes
it's a blessing to be playing basketball at LSU. Like, it's tongue in cheek, but holy hell, dude. One dude's been a Major League Baseball player for 3 years, like you said.
Yeah. So that's like, all right, you can't lose to a team that has Will Baker as its leading scorer. That would really sting. That would really sting for Texas. So this is a game the Longhorns should win.
I wish you wouldn't have told me that. If we lose, I'm probably never going to watch a damn game for the rest of the season. Like, I'm serious.
And
we cannot lose.
This is the only, and this would not be a super high quality resume building win for Texas. Like, this is not a quadrant 1 win or anything like that, but this is at least like a big brand in the non-con. This is your last chance to win a game over a big brand. You lost to UConn, you lost to Marquette. Okay, those were your 2 Q1 non-Big 12 games that you could have won. That would have helped the resume. LSU, once again, it's not, you're going to get better wins in the Big 12. At least you should get better wins in the Big 12. But it's like really your only chance to win against a Power 5 team in the non-con that actually has some cachet. So take care of business, please, Rodney Terry. If not, I'm already worried about the future of Texas basketball. I've been worried about it since Chris Beard lost his job last year. I'll be a little bit more worried if things don't go right at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Will Baker, my God. Hey, Brock and Will were on the same high school team, right?
Yeah. Will
Brock
Baker
has got to be vocal in this locker room. Brock has got to say, we cannot lose to fucking Will Baker.
I'm sure those guys are friends still. Yeah. Now that Westlake team went deep into the state tournament that year with both of those guys. I mean, Baker was a 5-star, Cunningham was a 4-star. Those guys obviously both signed with Texas. Maybe they're a year apart. I actually think Cunningham's a year older, but they were high school teammates together.
And yet Baker's probably going to graduate earlier than Cunningham.
They say
I got to get on that tour. I got to get on that Cunningham tour, man.
Oh my God. They say he has to leave after this year, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
That guy's doing college right, man. We would all love to have the Brock Cunningham college tour, like you called it. It's incredible.
You mentioned UConn not too long ago, man. UConn and Gonzaga tonight, my guy. What are you liking?
Yeah. Well, I like that matchup. That's a lot of fun. I mean, Gonzaga, no one's really talking about Gonzaga this year. This is not one of Mark Few's most talented teams. They've already lost a couple of games. They lost to Washington, who's, I think, better than people thought going into the season. But
is that the only other never mind. I got confused there. I was thinking about a different school.
Yeah, I like UConn in this game. It's technically a neutral site game, but it's in Seattle, obviously close to Spokane, where Gonzaga is. But Gonzaga in big games, I don't like to bet on them, and this is a big game, so I'll take UConn getting the job done. We saw how good they are. I know Texas played them close despite being shorthanded, but that Caravan kid is really, really solid. UConn's got a ton of talent, and obviously a lot of guys back from that championship team. Tristan Newton, I think a Texas kid, having a really, really good season, putting up 17 a game for the Huskies. So I think it'll be fun. I think the line is like 4-5, so it should be close. But I'll take the Huskies over the Bulldogs in this matchup of doggos tonight.
My guy. All right. There you go. Bucky put me on the wrong. Actually, I didn't. I thought Bucky was going to tell me that line, but he went into the rest of the NFL slate anyway. So, by the way, we got to talk about that in just a couple minutes here. But we do got some. We got some hockey news, man. First player to 50 points last night. Kucherov, baby. How about it?
There you go. Didn't even see that.
I thought it would be Ovechkin. Ovechkin nowhere in sight. Man, got to get him past Gretzky there. But, dude, if you're the Washington Capitals right now, man, you're sitting in probably the middle of the pack of the Met right now. You had some games that really got away from you when you went out west. One of those you thought you played pretty damn well that we didn't get a chance to chop it up, man. Last Friday, we talked about the Dallas Stars and the Washington Capitals. What did you get? Any type of good rapport, any type of good tale of the tape that you got from watching those two clubs go at it on the ice?
Yeah, I mean, the Stars have struggled a little bit in recent weeks. They played a lot.
Still one of the best lines in all NHL, right?
Yeah, the Stars are really, really talented. They made it to the conference final last year, and they're one of the favorites in the West again this year. They had a tough travel schedule, though. They were going all over the country and playing a lot of games and not a lot of time. So they kind of hit a bit of a wall. Feels like they're bouncing back a little bit. They've won a couple of games in a row. I think they've got the Senators tonight in Dallas. Yeah, look, Dallas is better than Washington. That was a big comeback in that game last week. I think the Caps were 8-0 when leading by 2 goals at any point in any game this season, and the Stars were down 2 and came back and got the win. So Stars have some issues. Yeah, Stars have some issues on defense. They could score. They've got good goaltending. I don't think they should be a cup favorite, but they're going to be a playoff team again this year, and they've got a shot to win another series or 2, I think.
Yeah, I don't have the Caps getting in either. I thought the Caps had a pretty hot start getting out, but they were beating teams that they were supposed to beat up. But yeah, coming out of the Met, man, that's a pretty stacked Metropolitan this year, man. So's the Atlantic too. The East is just pretty damn got a lot of studs there, dude. I don't see the Capitals getting out and making it to the dance this year for Lord Stanley.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
That window is kind of shrunk, and we're all just kind of waiting for Ovechkin to get past Gretzky at this point. That's a little bit fucking Boston, dude. Like, I can't stand them. The Bruins are just so damn good. Tampa Bay, the Atlantic has just got a buzzsaw of a conference, man. Probably some of the best offensive hockey, just in the league. At least out east, man. Out west, dude, you say that you might not be pushing for the cup, man, but I love Dallas, dude. I think you guys got one of the most talented offensive tops, not just top 3, but you guys got a great top 6 as well. So I think that's going to push you in. You got one hell of a netminder as well. So
Vegas still exists and Colorado still exists.
No, you're right. You're right, man.
Those are your 2 defending Stanley Cup champions, and I think they're
the Knights your favorite?
No, I fucking hate them. They're not
no,
my
but
favorite.
I mean, are they your favorite to win?
No, I'm going with Boston. I feel like Boston is like Tampa Bay from a few years ago. Remember, Tampa lost in a 1-8. They had that historically good regular season. They lost to an 8 seed, and then the next year they came back and won it all. I think they won 2 in a row after that. Yeah, it's like that Virginia basketball, right? You lose to the 16 seed, and then the next year you go win it all. Yeah, I'm going with Boston. I know that's probably an easy pick. They're the number 1 seed in the East right now, but give me the Bees this year.
Yeah, they were the best team in hockey all last year. They're going to be the best team in hockey all this year. It was a miracle that they got kind of knocked out of the playoffs last year, man. All right, you know who likes hockey? Tom McKay of Audiovisual Consultations, 512-255-8678. They've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years in the Central Austin, Texas area. If you like what I have behind my my back here, behind my chair, I got 2 flat screen 4K televisions with 2 arcade units. Downstairs, I have a Dream Theater system that my wife gets to watch Below Deck and all the Real Housewives of any given city of America or whatnot. You can have that too with 512-255-8678. That's the number to call for avconsultations.com. Holiday season's around. Bowl season's around. It's NFL, it's college football, it's NHL, baby, it's NBA. You got a lot of great college basketball coming on. Great slate this week, and you got to get it done with avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, BK, what else we got, man?
Hold on. Is Tom coming on with you on Sunday?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan, my man. We're going to start the session called No Pucks Given. Talking about a little bit of hockey, man. No pucks given, dude.
I like that. That's a perfect name for a segment with you too.
Especially with Tom McKay, man. No pucks given at all. Because you never know, especially with no filter on stream, you never know where that. Hopefully we have a show next week after Tom McKay comes on.
Yeah, hopefully we have a channel next week after Tom McKay comes on. What do you like football-wise this weekend, man? You got 3 games tomorrow in the NFL. You've got a full slate on Sunday. What's catching your eye?
Give me the flip-up phone with the burner, baby. Tommy DeVito and the Giants were riding it strong, man. We're not playing for the NFL. We're not playing for draft picks anymore, baby. We're going for it. We're actually going to try and take down the East, which is just not ever going to happen because it's mathematically impossible. But still, don't put it past Tommy DeVito in the family, baby. The DeVito family. The Giants are coming. That's what. No, I don't. I don't like the Giants at all, man.
Giants, Saints, all the good games this weekend, and you're locked in. I know the Giants are your team, but there's no way that's the game you care about the most on Sunday.
No, I think that's the one that jumped off the page at me at first. Right, the Giants are getting almost 6 points here, right? And I thought that I think the Giants been playing pretty damn well. I don't know when this Cinderella story is going to come to an end and Tommy DeVito and company is going to wake up here, but I think they got a pretty decent matchup going against the Saints, man. Saints are only spotting them 5.5. I think that's decent enough for the Giants to maybe get in the points. I think it's wrong team favorite here, my guy. I think the Giants beat the New Orleans Saints.
I mean, it's two shitty teams. The Giants still have a chance to make the playoffs. Believe it or not, they won't, but they're still in it. So did the Saints. And look, the Saints could win their division. That's how bad the NFC South is. Right. I don't know. I'll go with the Saints, but I don't feel good about it. The Saints have serious issues. Nobody wants Derek Carr to play. That defense isn't as good as it's been in years past. No. I don't know. I'll go with New Orleans, but it's a game that I will avoid watching like the plague.
Okay. All right.
No offense.
No, none taken. None taken. I think the Giants actually wrong team favored, man. I'm gonna make some money there on betting on my team there for the first time this week. Texans and Titans, though. All right, no CJ Stroud. That's the thing. So it is looking like a little bit of Davis Mills love. But he also doesn't have a wide receiver room to throw to. The studs that were making CJ Stroud so tough aren't going to be playing for one Davis Mills, but they also, they got that running back by committee there with Singletary, and Pierce is now back from injury. Hopefully that helps Davis Mills a little bit there. But I mean, D'Amico Ryans and company, what are you going to do when your plan of attack has been nothing but air in and out? Now you got to get to, find the ground and pound game to kind of get back on the ship. And here's the thing, though. You got run Derrick Henry run. You got King Henry on the other side, my guy.
Yeah, and he's owned the Texans in recent years, and it's scary. I mean, obviously, you'd feel good about the Texans if they had CJ Stroud in this game, but it doesn't sound like he's going to go. Mills Mafia, he sucks. I had to cover that guy 2 years in a row. Like, he's just not very good. So, yeah, like the Titans are favored. The Titans are 5-8, and they are favored in this game on Sunday. Will Levis has been okay. He's
great. What are you talking? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he was great against the Dolphins in that Monday night comeback.
He's the best thing the Titans had since Kerry Collins, baby.
Jeez. Too soon.
Is he still with that chick? Is Will Levis still with the girl?
No, from the
draft.
What
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The girl that stole the show on draft night.
Well, she dumped him after the draft. Like, literally ridiculous. He fell to the second round. She's like, I don't want to deal with this guy anymore. And apparently now she's trying to get him back. Like, he is a starter now, and he's playing pretty well. And she, apparently is trying to get him back. And now we'll see if, Will Levis has to be smart about this. He's got to be.
Yeah, he's got an own. I'm sure she's got an OnlyFans or something like that. Like, she's talented. She can make some money. She doesn't need Will Levis.
She got a lot of followers out there. She doesn't need Will Levis. Will Levis doesn't need that bitch.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. That's the better statement. They don't need each other. They don't need each other. It's not a love at fight anyways, man.
No, she needs Will Levis because she only got famous because of Will Levis. So she needs him, and he does not need her because now he's a starting quarterback in the NFL who looks like he has a decently bright future. So he's going to have options. And in Nashville,
true, but there's some
talent
pretty
there. Oh yeah, no, she's good looking. Don't get me wrong. I would. Don't get me wrong.
I would.
But of course, I mean, as if that's like a bold statement right there. But he's got to be strong. She dumped you, dude. She embarrassed you. That became a huge story after she left your ass on draft night. Like, you've got to be strong. Go find somebody else out there. A lot of fish in the sea.
What's the best interaction that you've seen between someone getting drafted and like their significant other, like their girlfriend or whatever?
Oh,
I think I gotta go with CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Let me see if I can find a video of that real quick.
I think I gotta get and he's on the phone too. It's almost so nonchalant, like he is on the field, right? Like he could be running through a whole bunch of traffic through the middle of the field, but here comes the ball just out and over from deck. No, just put it up there. I got it. Get a little bit of yak after this. Nah, girl, put your hand away, man. Get off my other burner right there, man. Probably the best reaction that I've seen, dude.
Let's see if I think.
Do you have it?
There. Can you see that?
Yes, I got it.
She guys grabbing
Quick.
the phone.
Not even looking, dude. Just slick, bro.
Sorry about that.
Nah.
It's like, yeah, he's on one phone. Oh, I can look at the other one. That's fine.
And then it's dude. Look, it's the side eye that he gives her at the end of it. Like, she's done now. She reached. She's done.
Yeah.
Watch this. Shakes the head.
And she's got the look like
boom, the look, boom, right there.
She knows she goofed. She knows she messed up. I don't know if they're still together or not, but that was
they ain't.
Yeah, I'm a first round pick. I'm about to play for the Dallas Cowboys. So
Speaking of the Cowboys and Bills, probably one of the most exciting games that I want to watch. I don't know if I'm actually going to put some money down on this because I don't actually know how it goes, right? Cowboys going up to Buffalo, really bad. I don't know how the weather's going to be up in Buffalo, man, but usually it's not exactly favorable in the December timeframe. So the one thing is that Dallas, the Dallas Cowboy offense has been firing on all cylinders, but it's usually coming through the air. Go up to Buffalo, you probably want to run the ball a little bit better. That's something that the Dallas Cowboys have not done that well. What's something that has to happen on Sunday for them to right the ship and get a little bit better on the ground and pound?
Yeah, look, I think Dallas is better than Buffalo. If this game was in Dallas, I'd be picking Dallas. If this game was like on a neutral field, I'd be picking Dallas. But the conditions in Buffalo scare me. I don't think it's supposed to be that bad. Kickoff temp is like 36, which could be worse. But
it still sucks.
It's going to get dark there, dude. It's a 4:25 local kick. So it's going to be dark by like the end of the first quarter. Hell, it might be dark by kickoff up there. And it's going to get colder and windier. And
is snow in the forecast?
What's that?
Is snow in the forecast?
I think rain is in the forecast, which obviously means if it gets low enough, could turn into
ice
snow.
or snow. Right.
A little sleet. Sleet. We might get some of that.
Sleet.
So is that what the clean version is?
I have I don't even know. I thought that's what they said.
Definitely not what they say.
I gotta send you privately some of the lyrics that I thought Tupac was saying all growing up, and you would be shocked at some of how wrong I am. Just how wrong I am.
It's pretty eye-opening, right? When you think you know the words of a song, especially like a rap song, and then you like find out what they actually are, and it's like, oh.
And you think what you're saying is bad.
Yeah.
And then you hear what the actual lyrics are, and you're just like, well, then you got to go look it up, what it means. You're like, oh, holy hell, I shouldn't.
Or it's like when you're a kid, right? And you hear the clean version on the radio, or on a CD, whatever. This was me, and then you like hear what the actual lyrics are, and it's like, oh yeah, I see why they covered that up. Yeah.
Sorry, Mom.
Here. Yeah, exactly. Just like 50 Cent and Eminem. It's like, oh yeah. Tipsy by Jaquan, the one hit wonder. You know what I'm talking about?
Another one.
Everybody in the club get tips.
The Yin Yang Twins.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about?
No. What sound are you doing? Animal noises here?
No, it's like beat the pussy up, beat the pussy up, beat the pussy up, beat the pussy up. Like, you don't remember that one?
The whisper song? I don't know.
Man, it was beat the pussy up. It's what they were saying, man. But that's you.
I don't think
like, wait till you see my.
Oh yeah.
Wait till you see my. Hey bitch, wait till you see my. That's like literally the lyrics, and I had no idea. And then one time, Reed used to be bumping it back in the day, but we didn't know what the hell the lyrics were saying, right? And then we actually had an idea of what they were, and then we were like, all right, Reed probably shouldn't be listening to this song, man. But anyways, dude, Yin Yang Twins, look it up if you don't know. Buffalo, back to Buffalo and Dallas. I like the boys here, man, regardless of the weather or if it's going to be bad, inclement weather or not. I think Dallas has been playing pretty damn well. That defense has been just lights out, even without Trayvon Diggs. Like still they're being able to play pretty damn top-notch championship caliber level of defense, right? You'd think that their front four would be able to get after it as well, being able to stop Josh Allen here, who by the way has already gotten Ken Dorsey fired because of his inconsistent quarterback play throughout the year. People like I saw Dan Orlovsky say that if Josh Allen is able to go out here and beat the Dallas Cowboys, that Josh Allen is heralded or propelled to the top of the MVP voting race. Are you serious? Like that Josh Allen's played awful or very inconsistent all damn year. Now you're going to give him roses if he beats the damn Dallas Cowboys? Really?
Wow. I knew the Cowboys were good. I didn't know they were that good. That's absurd. That's like the 18-0 Patriots treatment the Cowboys are getting right now.
It's funny because all the national pundits don't give the Cowboys their roses all throughout. Like they always find they always move the distance long. All right, well now they're winning, so now they got to win. They got to find something else to put the Cowboys down, or they don't win on the road or some shit like that. There's always something about the Cowboys that the national pundits just can't get behind. And this is coming from a Giants fan, dude.
Yeah, Yeah, Josh Allen should not be the MVP favorite after this week, regardless of what happens. He's
not even in the top 5.
No, he's got 14 interceptions. He leads the NFL in turnovers. Like he's doing a lot of things right.
You put Dak, you let Dak Prescott have 14 interceptions, and you wouldn't hear the end of it.
He did last year, and we still aren't hearing the end of it, even though that was last year. That's Josh Allen, he's a stud. He's a top 5 QB talent in the league. The passing yards are there, the touchdowns are there, the running ability's there. If he just doesn't turn the football over, then he could be the best or one of the best QBs in football. But now when you have that many turnovers at this point in the season, you should not be an MVP favorite.
Right.
So look, Dak is the favorite right now. If the Cowboys go win this game, Dak will remain the favorite. If they lose and Dak doesn't play well, we'll see what happens. But Dallas on the road, man. We know how good they are at home. 15 straight wins going back to last year. 7-0 this year, outscoring opponents 279 to 108. On the road, 3-3, outscoring opponents by 142 to 125. So they've been a different team on the road. So
I was just kidding about the road splits, man. But are national opponents really doing this shit?
They're real. What's that?
Like just actually moving the chains a little bit further for Dallas. Being like, now they got to get road wins, man. They're not the real team unless they get road wins. But
for a while it was they haven't beaten ananybody good, and then they've just beaten 2 good teams in a row, and they beat the crap out of the Eagles last weekend, and now it's they can't win on the road. So, look, the only narrative that I care about with the Cowboys right now is can they win in the playoffs? Like, obviously, regular season matters. You want to win these games and get a 1 or 2 seed, so you get more home games in January. But for me, it's just like I expected the Cowboys to be this good. They've won 12 games the last 2 years. I thought they'd be right around that number this year. What do they do when they get to the playoffs? So, a win on Sunday would be nice. That gives them a really good chance to win the division and get a top 2 seed and get home playoff games. But, look, regardless of if they take care of business the next few weeks, it's what happens when we get to the postseason.
They got to run the ball a little bit better, man. Like usually, when you get into the December timeframe, the weather starts getting a little bit worse. I'm not saying that people that just have nothing but arsenal attacks or aerial assaults don't end up winning this damn thing. I mean, hell, look at the Rams, a la Chiefs. 2 teams with fantastic aerial assaults as well. But you got to have the ground and pound. You got to be able to be balanced, and if you can be a 2-type team or an offense that rolls out, an offense and that is able to hit you from the air and also from the ground and pound, the defense has to stay balanced, right? The defense can't just hone in and make you one-dimensional, dude. So to me, I think if Dallas wants to have, further success, legitimate success moving through the playoffs, they got to get Tony Pollard and company running on the ground, man.
Yeah. And like obviously in a cold weather game in December where wind and rain could be a factor, you want to be able to run it. So I don't know. I'm not expecting the Cowboys to be able to run it super effectively. They just haven't been able to all season. So it is going to be a big Dak game. He's been carrying the team this year to this 10-3 record, and expect it to be close. Buffalo plays every game close. Like they're 7-6, but play here or there, they'd be 10-3 or 9-4, whatever.
Yeah, you mentioned turnovers, and they're one of the top teams if they just stay clean. So
you wondered, like, did they find something against Kansas City? Like, because they have found ways to lose games this year. It's why people are like ready for Osama bin McDermott to get fired, because he's been getting outcoached.
Is that his nickname?
I don't know. You heard the
great nickname. Did you just come up with that off the cuff?
I think last week I did, but I'm sure other people have said it too. So, or Saddam McDermott. I don't know, whatever you want to call him. Like,
it's beautiful.
Big 9/11 fan, I guess. Weird bit there. But like people are looking for reasons to fire him because he's come up small in big games and he's hasn't found ways to make those decisions. Obviously, the players should be held responsible too, but he's been getting outcoached in big games way too often in his career. And if the Bills miss the playoffs, I think he's for sure gone. I think if the Bills lose in the first round of the playoffs, like even if they get in, he's going to be gone as well. So, did Buffalo find something with the win over Kansas City? I mean, shit, they should have lost that game.
Right.
Yeah, well, if Kadarius Toney isn't an idiot and doesn't line up off sides, like they probably lose that game. So, hey, maybe they got some luck. Maybe they found something, whatever. But in the fourth quarter of a close game, can they make the plays that they need to make, or does Dallas find a way to get that job done?
Yeah, I think we're going with the boys here, man.
Yeah.
Buffalo's only given 2.5. That's what I'm seeing right now. Wrong team favored. Boys on the road. Boys in Buffalo.
Yeah. And I like the Cowboys too. I think they're better. Josh Allen's a stud. Running quarterbacks have given the Cowboys some problems this year. I think of Josh Dobbs when he was with Arizona in that random ass game the Cowboys lost. Dobbs had a lot of success running the football. So we know how effective Josh Allen is with his legs. Dallas has to find a way to contain him a little bit. Otherwise, Buffalo will get the win. But I'm going to bank on Dan Quinn coming up with something to make that happen.
Same. I got a pick 6 coming from the defense here. I don't think, I'm not saying that the Cowboys are that much dominant over the Buffalo Bills. I just think Josh Allen's going to throw you one. And that will be the differential of this game. I think both teams will struggle a little bit offensively and, a little bit of that inclement weather, but I think the defense comes away and actually is the differential and is the reason why the Dallas Cowboys are the victorious team on Sunday, my guy. Another game that jumped off the page to me, not so much just because it's sexier or whatnot, and there's a chance for you to win a lot of money, or it's got a lot of NFL NFL hype to it or whatnot. But it's the Falcons and Panthers, dude. I don't know why. I don't think the Falcons are nowhere near as good as their 6-win record, or 5-win record? No, it's 6 wins. 6-win record, right? I think the Panthers actually have a chance to make this somewhat of a game. And if you could, I don't know, maybe take a flyer on this thing, dude, I'm going to call wrong team favored and maybe help you win a little bit of money in your pocket on Sunday.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
No. I mean, it's wild.
Both these teams are awful.
Atlanta's 6-7. And they're only 3-point favorites against a team that's 1-12. Right. Atlanta's not good. They don't have a good quarterback at all. Bijan's doing his thing when he gets the ball.
When he's allowed to, yeah.
Yeah, but the Falcons, I don't know. I mean, they blew it last week. They could still win the NFC South. So they've got way more to play for. Carolina, you would think they're tanking, but they're not because they don't have their first-round pick. So that sucks for them. I don't hate that pick.
Am I nuts to take a flyer on this?
No, you're not. I'm not going to pick it. You've got more Jones than I do today. You're going with a couple of wrong team favorites, but you're not nuts for betting.
That's where you make the money at, man.
I mean, you're not nuts for betting against Atlanta. They're not good. So, I know Carolina's been awful. You could argue that you are nuts for betting on the Panthers because they're 1-12 this year. And boy, that loss, if that's the loss that keeps the Texans out of the playoffs, yikes.
Jesus God, yeah, that's
but yeah,
it's just tough to wear on the off season if that keeps you out.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I'll go with Atlanta, but I hope I don't have to watch this game.
Right. I don't think it's going to be sexy or eye appealing at all, man. But I think it's enough. It's sexy enough for me to want to take a flyer on it, especially I'm not expecting much on this. I'm just trying to complete the parlay here, and if it kicks off and I can complete this on this one right here, or hell, even maybe take a wrong team favored on this one, just a solo straddle on it to try and get your money back if you're taking a parlay or whatever. I don't know. To me, I think it's worth a flyer here. Any other games on this slate that you like? I mean, I love the Ravens and Jaguars here, but I kind of wanted to save that to the end.
Yeah, my guess is we'll get Giants Saints on Fox at noon, and we'll get Texans Titans on CBS at noon. So I don't think we'll get subjected to Falcons and Panthers, thankfully, unless you're watching Red Zone.
Well, hopefully you got AV consultations and a multi-screen setup and whatnot like BK and I have. If you don't have that, make sure you call AV consultations up right now, 512-255-8678. We told you about them already today.
Yeah, let me give some love to Covert BK.
Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Before we get to some of these other games. Boy, I sound awesome right now, don't I? Amazing.
You sound like I want to take you in a back room, my guy. That's what you sound like.
You always want to do that to me. I don't know what you text me that every night, and I stopped responding because I'm
sweet nothing's in your ear. Just hey man, are you asleep yet?
Random, not sweet nothing. I'll tell the story after I tell you about Covert BK. Covert BK, love those folks. Love those folks. Happy belated birthday to Dan Covert, by the way, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. He's become a great friend, and he treats us like family. Like, seriously, Covert BK has been such a tremendous partner for us since day one of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they're going to treat you like family as well whenever you go in there. So if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go to Covert BK. The Covert Auto Group, you know them. They've been around the Austin area since 1909. Covert BK, their new location, 7 different brands, 3 dealerships out there. They've got the best selection. They've got the best service. I said it. They're going to treat you like family every time you go in there. And they've got the best prices too, because nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. CovertBK.com for more information and to look at their weekly specials. And more importantly, go see them off of 71. It's Covert BK. All right, Wags, I got to tell you this real quick.
These names are amazing, dude. Hey, why do we ban Greg? Greg McAllister's amazing. Coming in here starting crap.
I had to. I got too much politics. He's a Washington fan. I don't care about that. I told him, talk all your Washington shit. Tell all of your Husky friends. I don't know if you're friends with dogs or not, but tell all your friends who are Husky fans to come in here. Like, let's get the back and forth going. That's what makes college sports great. That's what makes sports great. The trash talk. But he was bringing in Trump and Ted Cruz and all sorts of stuff. I don't give a shit about politics. You ask me what side I'm on. I don't know what side I'm on. I don't know anything about that stuff. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to be about it. So we're not dealing with that right now. And you muted yourself, Wags. Unmute yourself. Still muted. Can you hear me? Wags, you're talking to nobody right now.
My bad. I hit the button.
There you go.
What about those Whisper Sweet Nothings that you were going to talk to us about?
So speaking of Whisper, you know the song Careless Whisper?
Yeah, Bob Ballou sings that to me all the time.
He's a great karaoke guy, isn't he? Yeah.
That's his go-to. That's his go-to, man.
George Michael.
The house down.
Dude, he's so good. It makes no sense. So George Michael, Careless Whisper, right?
Yeah.
So I live in an apartment complex, 2-bedroom. And yeah, ladies, you hear that? 2-bedroom by myself. And the person who lives behind that wall, it's like a family. They've got a couple kids. Super nice. But one of the kids is in band.
Oh no.
And I don't hear much noise from the neighbors. The people above the girl above me's like loud.
Is there room right on the other side of that wall?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just on this side. And like normally they probably hear me do shows. So I'm sure I'm a worse neighbor than they are in that regard.
Oh, no.
But like after school, every weekday, there's a time, and it's like I'm not on the air at this point. It's after the midday show. But the kid practices his instrument.
Is it a clarinet?
I don't know. I don't. It's
saxophone.
It's a horn. It does sound saxophone like. It's definitely a horn.
I can do a saxophone, but if it's a fucking clarinet, oh my god.
No, it's not.
Are
a
you
clarinet.
okay? Are you okay?
So he practices the song that I guess they're practicing in the school band right now is "Careless Whisper," which feels like a weird like
that alto sax. Man.
Yes, dude, that's it. Like I literally hear that, and like at first when he first started practicing, like he'd piece those notes together. I'm like, there's no way is that. Like he must be just like playing chords or something. But then now he's like learned more and more of the song as the weeks have progressed. I hope they can hear me saying this right now. They'll probably find it hilarious. And like, yeah, it's definitely that. So every afternoon I hear the. Well,
so is it? But is it like if it's good, it's all right. But if you get that, it sounds like a dying duck or something like that, man. It's awful, dude.
I mean, it's still elementary school band, so it's not great. But he's not. It's not bad. It's not horrible. You hear a missed note or two every once in a while, of course.
I mean, it's not George Michael's, but
it's not. Yeah. But yeah, it's hilarious. So that song is like constantly stuck in my head now because I hear it every day. And then when I hear the kid play it, I'm like, well, shit, I got to listen to the real version now. I got to start singing along to this. So I'm worried like my Spotify Wrapped, they do that at the end of every year.
Oh, yeah.
I guess mine already came out this year, but like I'm worried I'm going to end up listening to that song so much this year that it's going to be on my Spotify Wrapped at the end of next year. And I've got to explain why George Michael is very gay.
My neighbors jam out all. What if you brought Bob Ballou over there, and when you heard the saxophone, Bob Ballou just started knocking on the neighbor's door and na 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 na. I don't know the words to "Careless Whisper," but something na na na.
Yeah, that's not your best impression.
What do you have a go-to for karaoke?
One,
do you even attempt karaoke?
It's been a while since I've karaoke'd, but like in college I was a decent karaoke guy. And I would just get hammered. I wouldn't go up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many beers do you need for the liquid courage to kick in?
So Chinatown, right? Like there was a Chinatown downtown on 6th or on 5th. I think it was on 5th. And it was, oh my God, it was a great pregame spot for college kids. They had karaoke, they had the great food, they had sake bombs. Like we would go there before going out to 6th Street in college and just get messed up and sing. And
was William Hung there?
Of course, they still have the Chinatown in Westlake, which is awesome. No, William Hung, I don't think was there. Some people were worse than William Hung, though, who went up there to sing. That's a classic. She bangs, she bangs.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I had a really good stretch of getting laid every time I sang karaoke.
What?
And then one
what
time,
song? Did you have a song?
My go-to was Pony by Genuine.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're horny, let's do it. You got up there, you got that falsetto going?
Probably not, but I was drunk.
God, I don't even know.
I did.
I can't even think of the words besides the hook. What'd you do? Just go around, just kind of, throwing your horse cock all over the pony thing?
No, I wouldn't do all of that. I'd do a little dancing up there, but I'd keep it on stage. Yeah, so that was it. And then one time I did it.
Who let the dogs out? You're not singing that. You're really not singing that song, guys. Come on, man.
Classic.
Chat. Let me know what your all songs are for karaoke. Put it in the chat.
Karaoke song.
Put it in the chat.
Yeah, text line too. Coda text line.
Yeah, on that Coda text line, hit us up.
Yeah. But that was the one. And the one time I did it, I didn't get laid, and I felt like such a loser. I'm like, well, did I really sing that song and embarrass myself like that to go home by myself?
Man, you got to sing the classics, my guy. You got to
get
like a little bit of Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London with Warren Zevon. That usually brings down the house a little bit.
No, you've got to do something that everybody knows.
People know Warren Zevon.
Nobody under the age of 50 knows Warren Zevon. And you're under the age of 50, and I'm saying that. I know Warren Zevon, but you're not. It depends on the crowd. If you've got an older crowd, you could sing Warren Zevon. If you've got a bunch of 20s and 30s in there, you're on your own. You're on your own.
I mean,
you've got to sing a song that everybody knows. Like you sing
Bruno Mars. You can do some Bruno Mars.
Yeah, I guess. But Friends in Low Places, something like that.
The Killers, baby.
Mr. Brightside
by the Killers. Yeah. You got to do Mr. Brightside by the Killers.
Yeah, some Billy Joel, Piano Man. You got to be good, but you got to sing a song that everybody knows to where, 30 seconds in, by the time you hit the first chorus, you've got a chorus.
Did you really say I got to be good? I am fucking Canadian Idol. Are you kidding me?
I know.
I'm so damn. You know what? That's what Texas Sports Unfiltered needs to do. You guys want to see? So you guys want entertainment? You pick the karaoke bar, and we'll stream from there. You pick. What do we usually say? We make the news. What is it? We don't write the news, or we report, you decide. What the hell is your saying there? We report, you decide.
Oh yeah. That's what what was the thing? You report, or we report, you decide.
We report, you decide. We report the news, you decide if it's real or not.
That's not. I mixed it up. Yeah. You report, we decide. Yep. That's our version. That's good call. Good memory on that. I dropped that at the old place years ago. I was really proud of that one too. Yeah. You report, we decide. I would say that's a good bet payoff, but you would like that. You would love to go sing karaoke. So that's not a punishment for you. That's
you know what else I thought was a good bet payoff, especially for a hockey thing? Waffle House. You know how Waffle House is 24 hours, right? If you lose a bet, right, you have to stay in the Waffle House for 1 hour, all right? But you get 24 pancakes or 24 waffles, okay? So for each waffle that you eat, you get 1 hour reduced off of your time that you have to stay at Waffle House.
Yeah, I've done this before.
Have you?
Yeah, as a bet payoff at ESPN Houston. I lost, no surprise, I lost bets down there too. It was
I would have lost on purpose to go to the Waffle House.
I mean, I love the Waffle House, but that bet is not fun. A normal meal at the Waffle House, very entertaining, very delicious, good times. But no, that punishment was not fun. I think I downed 13 waffles and was there for 11 hours, or vice versa. It was either 11 waffles, 13 hours, or 13.
Wait a second, you only got 11 waffles down in 13 hours?
I don't know, either 11 or 13. Dude, you hit a wall, man.
Bro, I would have knocked 24 out in 2 hours.
No, you would. No, you would not have.
You're talking to the guy that ate 10 saltine crackers in 2 minutes. Excuse me, 2 minutes.
Okay, that's impressive. Saltines are tiny. It's hard because your mouth gets dry.
And you dry, right?
You don't get full from 10 crackers. Those waffles take up the whole plate.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, and I didn't have PEDs until midway through. I caught a second wind.
Yeah,
I was trying to do it clean. And then my dumbass, I'm putting syrup on there. I'm getting chocolate chips in there. Like I'm just adding calories.
That's fillers, man. That's fillers, dude.
Stupid, but I wanted it to taste good, so I kept doing it.
You got to you just glaze the syrup on just to get it slide down the gullet a little bit, man.
Dude,
that's how you do it.
There you go. I was there for 3 shift changes at Waffle House. Yeah, so I had to
dude,
tip everybody.
See, that's the whole incentive on why you get out of the Waffle House early is because you can eat the waffles, man. Like that's the intention. That's the whole sole purpose of going to the Waffle House anyways and losing the bet on purpose so you can get the free meal of waffles.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you I did not lose that bet on purpose. But yeah, I think 13 waffles, 11 hours. I went there on a Thursday night and got out of there Friday morning and then had to do a show that afternoon. And then where did I go for dinner that night?
Waffle House.
Went back.
Did you?
Yeah.
You went back to Waffle House?
Yeah. Scene of the crime. Yeah, of course I did. Of course.
All right, before we get out of here, before we bring on, it's only an hour, man. I did want to break down this Ravens-Jaguars game. What do you like out of this too? Right now, the Ravens, I think, are the favorites to represent the AFC so far. And hell, maybe even make a deep run and go to the playoffs or go to the Super Bowl here. Jaguars, I think Jaguars. I had them picked for representation of the South in the AFC, but it looks like the Texans have been playing fantastic. No CJ Stroud though, like we talked about a little bit earlier. Again, Davis Mills, the Mills Mafia, like you pull up there. I don't think the Texans have the steam to continue to push for this AFC South. But here's a little bit of help from the Ravens here. If they can kind of I guess stay afloat or stay, at pace with the Jaguars, who might be getting, a little bit of a loss here from the Ravens. The Texans still might have a shot to take the South here, but they definitely need the Ravens to beat down the Jaguars this week. Jaguars been looking decent and almost like a miracle with the ankle of one Trevor Lawrence here, but I think it's going to be too much, too much going up against the Ravens here. I think the Ravens are going to be dominant and take down the Jaguars.
I'm going with Jacksonville. This will be my wrong team favored game on Sunday night. Yeah, the Jags have not looked good. They lost to Cleveland and Joe Flacco last week. They obviously lost to Cincinnati in overtime.
Yeah, but Joe Flacco's hurt.
Yeah,
Joe Flacco
still is after all these years. I think Jacksonville bounces back, and I think Baltimore comes back down to earth a little bit. So, yeah, if you're a Texans fan, not good news for you. But, considering how bad I am at picks, I just said I had to go to a Waffle House for 24 hours because I suck at picking. So maybe that is good news that I'm taking Jacksonville. But I've got the Jags Sunday night in a close game. Should be a fun one. But I'm going with Jags in prime time over B More.
Are you buying all this hype on Baltimore? Do you think that they are the actual stalwarts rather of the AFC, or is it still Kansas City's conference?
Yeah, I mean, I love Baltimore. I think they're awesome, which, sounds like, what are you talking about, BK? You just picked them to lose. No, I think Baltimore's the best. I'm still going to side with Kansas City. I shouldn't. Stupid. They have no receivers, and their offense clearly isn't as good as it was. But I'll still go with them as the favorite in the AFC until proven otherwise. But this thing feels wide open, man. We'll see Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. He's got to get over that hump there. But Baltimore has as good of a shot as anybody this year for sure.
All right, man, before we get out of here, you got anything you want to get off your chest or anything?
Well, I've got another hour of work to do. I'm going from 8. Nobody wants to work today, apparently. So I won't get mad at Jordan. It's his birthday, and he's in Arlington actually working the high school state championship games. But, yeah, I'm actually kicking it with Jeff Howe for the next hour on It's Only an Hour.
You know what? I didn't know it was Jordan's birthday. I'm actually going to go order him a stripper to have delivered to the high school sports playoffs. I mean,
I think that would be frowned upon at Jerry World, Wags.
Well, I would just say that it's from Jerry.
Yeah, I don't think Jerry's that blatant that out front with his extracurriculars.
Yeah, he just got him on the boat. That's all. He just got him on the boat.
Eugenia,
what's going on, Jeff? How you doing, bro?
I'm just wondering, BK, you doing okay? Like, you need a halftime break, or you good? Or
yeah, we'll be We'll be fine. I don't feel that bad. I just
Do you
clearly
need to fill up your
sound.
water? Do you want me to stay on a little bit while you need to fill up water or anything?
No,
You good to go?
we're full. We're good.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching Chaos Theory. Rodney will be back on Monday. We'll get the full show in store back after the weekend. But thank you for BK jumping on and filling in the void for Rodney there, and then also to Stu yesterday for helping us out with Chaos Theory as well, man. It's always good to see Stu on Suplex Stu's sideline Stu, whatever you want to call it, man. He is our Stu. So thank you, BK. Appreciate you guys and everybody to watch this Chaos Theory, man. Hook 'em. We'll see you next week. Oh, don't forget the wire. Thank you.
Might as well prop up your own product.
Might as well do it, man. Enjoy the show, guys. Y'all be good.
See you, man.
Yeah. Don't forget to promote your own stuff. What's up, BK? It's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs. Yes, it is his Deion Sanders year that officially starts today. But as BK said, he is working. State championships in Arlington, the push to signing day. Man, it's BK, nothing surprises me when it comes to recruiting. Every now and then we'll get somebody on the board that they've only followed it for a year or two, and there'll be that one recruitment that, what's up, CB, and everybody in the chat. They'll get that one recruitment like, oh, man, I've never seen anything like this. I'm like, dude, this is – when you've been doing this as long as I have, what was the first – I think the first signing day I covered in the Texas market was 2009. 8 or 9. Like, yeah, dude, I've pretty much seen it all, heard it all, experienced it all. So there's nothing that catches me by surprise. But the early signing period, what's changed the game is this frantic rush of everything happening at once. You've got the portal. You've got trying to keep your own recruits in the fold, trying to finish off the class. And if you're Sark now, you start practice today getting ready for a freaking national semifinal in the college football playoff. So it's a whole lot of stuff going on at the same time. And man, I'm not going to say poor, pitiful coaches, but this is the time of year, BK, these guys earn their salary right now, having to juggle all this.
Dude, it shouldn't like the sport be trying to reward its best teams. I mean, it feels like college football playoff teams get more screwed by this awful calendar that college football has in the month of December than anybody else. You're right. Like Sark and this coaching staff, they've got to recruit because signing day's on Wednesday. They've got to hit the portal because that's obviously active right now. And they've got to try to win a national championship. Like that feels wrong that they've got to do all of those things basically at the same time.
And then all of that ties into managing your roster. And then, you get a situation like Malik Murphy where you want him to, he's got to enter the portal because it's what's best for him. Right. And I does that mean Quinn Ewers is coming back? I've said it before, BK, dude, Texas wins a national championship and Quinn Ewers is viewed as the primary reason why, and he balls out. He might not have a reason to come back at that point. His stock might not ever be higher. So, but, as we mentioned it yesterday in the Insider at Horns 24/7, Malik can't afford to wait around and see what Quinn's going to do or what happens or anything like that. He's got to make the best decision right now for his future with the information he's got, and he made it. The problem is he wants to stay through the end of the college football playoff. Texas wants him to stay through the end of the CFP, but because of the way the calendar is, he can't. Like he literally can't do it. So that's the tough part in all this is when you get deals like that.
Yeah. And I brought this up with Bucky yesterday, Jeff. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Like the NFL does such a great job of just dominating the sports calendar, right? They've got something going on every month. Wouldn't it make more sense for college football to just, hey, once January 8th is done, nobody talks about us for a while, right? Like why would you not open up the portal right after that? So then, headlines in college football. It's still top of mind for a lot of people. Like it's silly to cram signing day and portal stuff while your sport is still going on because people are going to be talking about college football right now anyways because of the bowl games and the playoff. Why not wait till after the year is over? You could still stay top of mind. This is a business after all, so it's important for business to stay top of mind in the off season. And it would obviously help out the kids. It'd help out the coaches. It'd help out everybody. It just makes too much sense, which I guess is why the NCAA is not going to do it.
Right. The portal is one of those things where it kind of is what it is because of the way semesters are structured. Like I get it. What you can do is you can move the early signing day. You can have a signing day. You can have if you want an early signing period, dude, have it in late July or early August. Have it right before you start practice, before the high schools start practice. the people that want to sign them, because there's going to be plenty of guys. There are plenty of guys in this Texas class. Like Trey Owens is a guy that would have signed in that early window. There are plenty of guys in this class that would have signed. But if you don't want to sign, don't sign and just take it all the way to February. Like, you're still recruiting, but there's not this mad rush to get everything done by a deadline. So you can take that early signing window off of the coach's plate for sure. As far as the other stuff goes, I'm with you. It's weird to think about competing for a national championship yet being at a competitive disadvantage, but you kind of are. Do you think how much effort do you think like Mike Norvell right now is putting into Orange Bowl prep as opposed to getting his roster set for next year? Same for Kirby Smart.
Well, I think Kirby Smart is not thinking about it at all. I think Mike Norvell, because everybody in Florida wants to sue the playoff committee, he's on a mission. I think that's priority number one. We got to beat Georgia, so we have a claim that we should have made the playoff. So normal circumstances, no. In a game like that, not at all. Georgia, I think, is kind of acting like that. They're more focused on next year, but I could see Florida State being like, we got to win this game against Georgia.
Like, you remember that year, the COVID year, where Oklahoma and Florida played in the Cotton Bowl and Oklahoma just curb stomped Florida? And Dan Mullen comes out after the game and says, well, that wasn't really the 2020 Florida team. That team played its last game 2 weeks ago against Alabama. It's like, nah, dude, I'm pretty sure we're still in the same season. So, I mean, if you want to throw in the towel, then admit that. That's great. But, state it before the fact.
Yeah. Sorry to everybody who bought tickets.
Exactly. And be like, hey, the Cotton Bowl is limited attendance anyway this year. Why don't you guys save your money? Watch it at home on TV. Enjoy your family, because we don't really give a rat's ass about what we do in this game.
Remember,
that's the thing about bowl season, BK, is a lot of the mid-tier, upper-tier bowls, those are the ones that get hurt the most by the opt-outs. A lot of your lower-tier bowls, like, dude, there's going to be some bowl games tomorrow that are going to be worth watching, because a lot of those teams are going to be at full strength. I don't know. You got the list in front of you. Dude, there's like 6 or 7 bowl games tomorrow.
Let's see.
Whether you count, I mean, the Celebration Bowl, I guess it's technically a bowl. That's the SWAC MEAC game in Atlanta. But yeah, there's going to be some really good football games tomorrow with rosters that are still pretty complete.
Yeah, because I guess the teams aren't as good, and they usually don't have players who are potential high draft picks at the next level. So guys care about it more. You're right. I mean, none of the games on paper look that great. I guess UCLA, Boise State, and then the Cal Texas Tech game in Shreveport.
Hey,
the Independence Bowl runs through Lubbock. Don't forget about that. Those are your two kind of Power 5 games, but that's football. I'll be watching. You're right. Like, they'll have their full roster, so this will be more of a gauge of what these teams actually were this year versus, obviously USC when they play, they want to have Caleb Williams, and you're seeing some other big name opt-outs across the country. Really hard to put a whole lot of stock into games like that.
I mean, for that Independence Bowl, for UCLA, the biggest name opt-out is Dante Moore. And there's no guarantee like how much he would have played in the game anyway. Really talented quarterback, but I mean, who's been the biggest opt-out for Tech at this point? Is it Jaron Bradley? Maybe, I think, has been their biggest name opt-out. Yeah, Taj Brooks is coming back. I'll watch that game. I'll tell you this, man. Of all the backs Texas played this year, Texas played some good runners. I mean, they faced Ollie Gordon. Alabama's got some good backs. Dude, Taj Brooks ought to be damn pleased with the game he put together on Black Friday against Texas. I mean, damn near rushed for 100 yards. He ran tough. He got zero help from his passing game. But of all the backs I saw go against the Texas run defense that, for my money, is the best in college football this year, Taj Brooks made Texas work to get him on the ground.
Yeah, I felt like he broke a tackle every time he got the ball, too. And he still couldn't crack 100 and still averaged, I think, less than 4 yards a clip. Like, that's just a testament to Texas's run D. But, yeah, Taj Brooks is a stud. He and that Wyoming kid, two best running backs against Texas this year. And Dylan Gabriel, but I guess he doesn't count.
No, Dylan Gabriel doesn't count. The thing about that Taj Brooks in 95 against this Texas defense, like 95 is the equivalent of going for like $150 or 200. Like you feel like you really accomplished something.
I agree. Yeah. And Ollie Gordon, like the next week, Doak Walker winner, couldn't do a damn thing against this Texas defense. So, Taj Brooks has some juice to him. And like, I don't want to say I'm glad we're not playing him next year because I would love to beat the crap out of Texas Tech one more time. But Taj Brooks is one of those guys where it's like, all right, I'm sure the players on this defense aren't too upset that they don't have to try to tackle him anymore.
Yeah, but if Tech was on the schedule, BK, you'd have to go to Lubbock next year. You'd have to return that game. So it's for the best.
It was a nice ender, I think.
I've said this before. I'll say it again, man. Of all the trips, there aren't really that many trips in the Big 12 you like. I mean, my favorite trips in the Big 12 were Waco, just because I can go up there, come back, and sleep in my own bed at a reasonable hour. Houston's another one like that. Easy trip. Fort Worth, easy trip. But like everywhere else in the Big 12 pretty much sucks. As far as there's some decent towns, like I'll be honest, man, like Morgantown gets a bad rap. Morgantown's not a bad college town.
I was not sure what we were going to talk about today. I did not expect you to defend Morgantown today, Jeff.
Ever since they outlawed couch burning, it's become much more of a hospitable place.
Wait.
Yeah, you didn't know. Yeah, I heard this a couple years ago. West Virginia won a big game, and I was like, oh man, get ready to burn couches. And somebody let me know that apparently like couch burning is like it's a pretty hellacious crime in Morgantown, apparently.
Oh, that sucks.
Like
that was the most appealing part of that city, was that
like the law is on the lookout for, like, if you want to get caught, if you want to get away with like minor in possession or something like that on a big West Virginia win, you're pretty likely to get away with it. You're likely to get away with your crimes because apparently law enforcement is out actively searching for potential couch burnings.
I thought this was America. I mean, what's the problem here, Jeff? You can't burn
a
couch.
This is America. This is America.
In Morgantown, you can't burn couches anymore. I don't know if I want to live in this country, dude.
Apparently not, man. Morgantown gets a bad rap. Like Stillwater, I'm sorry, Oklahoma State fans, Stillwater's a dump.
It is.
Manhattan, BK, is not. Manhattan itself is not. It's not awful. But dude, the getting to Manhattan it's amazing. K-State convinces anybody to go to school there.
It really is. It really is. Yeah.
Like if you can't get a direct flight into Manhattan, you're flying into Kansas City and driving 3 hours out in the middle of literally, you're out in the middle of freaking nowhere.
It sucks. Yeah, most of Kansas is just not worth going to at all. Like you get past a certain point and you keep heading west, and it gets ugly quick. And Manhattan's not even that west, and it's bad.
I'm not saying this just because you're a Jayhawk sympathizer, but pretty much like the Kansas City metro area, you either go into Kansas City, or if you're going in the other direction, you go to Lawrence. And like Lawrence is not a bad college town. Lawrence is what you think of a typical college town. Some nice restaurants, good bars, just good people. But dude, once you get west, headed out of Lawrence, like Wichita is like the next time you see civilization at that point.
Yeah. I mean, you hit Topeka kind of halfway.
Topeka. That's right.
Topeka's fine. Topeka's got a lot going for it, relatively speaking. But then, yeah, you start going west past Topeka down 70, and it's like, oh, like what?
Is that like when Waco gets its next fast food restaurant? Like, hey, they got a Pete's Harry's now. We're looking up or whatever. No offense to Pete's Harry's, but
yeah, that is top city right there, as they call it. Yep, that's a good comparison. I don't know if they've had as many incidents in Topeka as they've had in Waco over the years. But
has anybody skinned cats in Topeka and thrown them off of a freeway like the baseball team did?
I think that's just Tuesday in Topeka, actually. But I don't know if they've had any Koresh stuff or any Bryles type situations going on there.
Hey, you want an update that just dropped literally 2 minutes ago? Mike Roach dropped this on the Horns 24/7 flagship message board. Xavier Filson, the official visit details. He's going to depart for Austin in less than an hour. Head to the 40 acres, spend his time mostly around campus before dinner tonight. Tomorrow, he's going to watch practice, academic meetings, some time to hang out with the players. Sunday morning, he's going to have breakfast, position meetings, and he'll meet with Sark before leaving Austin around lunchtime. And this is verbatim from Mike Roach. From what I heard, this seems like a bit more of a business-like approach to an official visit instead of the usual Top Golf going out, riverboat cruise activities that have been common. The Filsamy family isn't treating this like a vacation, so there's no reason for Texas to.
Interesting. Okay. I like that mindset. It's to the point, Jeff, and you tell me if I'm off on this, but just based on y'all's reporting, like it feels like it would be a surprise if Filsamy did not flip to Texas at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody, Double D mentions this in the chat. Everybody that's got a pulse on this thing, they've pretty much changed their crystal ball predictions to a flip pick in favor of Texas at this point. I mean, the writing is on the wall. You've also got the Ty Anthony Smith situation, a linebacker out of Jasper, really, really talented linebacker. So, the last linebacker like this Jasper had was a kid. BK, you'll probably remember this name. Sean Weatherspoon was a kid out of Jasper.
Yeah.
Played at Missouri, was, I think, a 3-time All Big 12 guy, first-round pick of the Falcons. Same kind of measurables as Ty Anthony Smith. You got to work really hard to find some. I think Sean Weatherspoon was class of 2007 or 8. I think he was actually 06. So you got to work a little bit to find some high school film with Sean Weatherspoon if you want to make that comp. But Ty Anthony Smith, everybody I think is in agreement right now. And that's, whatever network you're talking about. I know Steve Wiltfong has reported this for us at 24/7 Sports. Hank South has backed this up. The guys at Texags have mentioned this. The only thing anybody can agree on at this point is that it looks like Ty Anthony Smith is not going to end up at Texas A&M. That's what it's looking like right now. Jordan, I think, gave everybody a really big hint. If he's still saying, BK, he's not going to visit Texas this weekend.
Right.
But if he does end up at Texas, as Jordan said earlier this week, expect Texas to get that national letter of intent. But the school that's coming up at the last minute, and I think this is the one now that it used to be back in the day. It's ironic that it was this school. Florida State back in the day used to make people really nervous. If a kid made a last minute visit to Florida State, it's like, oh, dude, if Bobby Bowden gets the last word. And plus, we know, Steve Spurrier had the famous Free Shoes University line. Like, kid goes to Florida State at the last minute. Yeah, it's good. Like one of the recruitments I remember back in the heyday was there was a kid, Lorenzo Booker, the running back out of California, was gonna go to Notre Dame, man, was all set to go to Notre Dame, visits Florida State at the last minute, ends up signing with Florida State.
Wow.
So it was stuff like that would happen all the time. Like Florida State wouldn't really be involved; they'd kind of be on the periphery, and then at the last minute, it's like, the hell happened? Now it's Colorado. It was Coach Prime's alma mater. Now it's the place he's going. Apparently, there's been some buzz with Ty Anthony Smith in Colorado of late. So who knows, man? Who knows what's going on there? But at least it's looking like, I think, even folks on the A&M side have kind of conceded at this point that it looks like Ty Anthony Smith won't end up in College Station. At least that's the way things are leaning.
Great name, by the way. Like, the parents just couldn't decide if they wanted Ty or Anthony, so they combined them both to get Ty Anthony. I like that.
I dig it. So you got Xavier Filsamy, you got Ty Anthony Smith. Texas wrapped up the Kobe Black commitment. Yeah. BK got to remove the gun from Jordan's head, so that was good that our guy got off the hook in that manner. But yeah, it's just that push to signing day, man. Matthew Golden, he's the number one portal priority for Texas at wide receiver right now. We'll see. He's expected to visit today. As a matter of fact, let me find it real quick, BK. I should have this ready, but the visitor list for this weekend. Hank South put this up. Your high school targets: Xavier Filsamy, which we just talked about; Ty Anthony Smith, who again is telling people he's not planning on visiting Texas, but if he shows up, expect Texas to win out in that recruitment. And then you've got a kid, Alex Foster, out of the state of Mississippi, who's committed to Baylor. We've got him rated as an edge prospect, but he's got one of those bodies that probably could kick inside. Texas has been kind of keeping him at arm's length. He is expected to be on campus this weekend. Your portal targets visiting this weekend: you got Andrew Makuba, the safety out of Clemson, the LBJ product; Tyler Barron, the edge rusher out of Tennessee. Now, keep in mind, Trey Moore's already visited. You've got Tyler Barron, who's the number 23 overall prospect in the transfer portal rankings. at 24/7 Sports, the number 5 ranked edge prospect. Matthew Golden, also going to be on campus this weekend. Like we said, he's the number 1 wide receiver priority. And wide receivers, there's not a deeper position in the portal than wide receiver. You can go down the list and find you a really good receiver in the portal, but he's the number 1 target for Texas. And then your high school commitments: Jordan Washington, Brandon Baker, Jarrett Gibson, Christian Clark, Parker Livingstone, and Ryan Wingo. As of right now, that's looking like your visitor list. So a lot of guys decided to come this weekend because they get to watch bowl practices and whatnot and can get into meetings and all that fun stuff that you can do on an official. So kind of a mix of portal targets, BK, high school recruits. But this will be the first. This will be of the end of the cycle. This will be the first big visit weekend for Texas.
Let me ask you this. Do you know if coaches prefer these visit weekends over the ones that happen during the season? Like, well, there's a home game in town.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. They just get more time to actually spend with the kids and focus on them.
Yeah. And that's why I like coaches. I know they don't like the timing of it, but the structure of like a summer official visits, it really gives you more time to be one-on-one with the kid and to really kind of actually sit down and be able to chop it up. Because during the weekend, during a game weekend, it's really hard to do that, because on Friday when the kid gets there, you're so locked in, right? Trying to make sure, because coaches by habit, they're nervous wrecks the night before a game, making sure you didn't forget anything. And then you got to coach a game on Saturday. And then by the time, Saturday evening or Sunday, when you get some time to meet with the kid, you're wrapping up the visit. So yeah, they much rather prefer, especially right now, if you're Sark, man, you're no longer selling hopes and dreams.
Right.
You're selling like, hey, come visit this weekend and watch us get ready to play in the freaking college football playoff. That's what we're practicing for right now.
You and I have talked about this. I mean, everybody who follows Texas, covers Texas, roots for Texas, whatever, we've all known this was coming, right? Like, if Texas could ever figure it out on the field in the fall, like, this thing would just snowball, because Texas has always had a lot of things going for it. The city of Austin, the education you get at the University of Texas, a blue blood program, one of the most historic programs in college football. And like, they were still able to recruit pretty damn well. Yeah. It's like, if you start winning games, and then now on top of that, you're going to the SEC, which every kid wants to play in the SEC. I mean, this chain reaction is just, it keeps going. So yeah, it's nice to be at a point where, we get to turn people away, both in the portal and with high school recruits. Like, Texas literally is going to have its pick of the litter of so many of these guys every year, especially if they keep winning the way that they did this year.
Yeah. Let me expound on that here in just a sec, but real quick, Jake asked in the chat, any chance at McKinley? That'd be Dominic McKinley, the defensive tackle out of Louisiana. At the very least, Jake, we know he's pushed his signing back to February. He's already said he's going to wait till February to sign. So if you're Texas, you've got time to work on that. The reason why, BK, I've been so staunch on that is, I'm of the age now, when I was getting into high school was when, as a matter of fact, my freshman year of high school was the football season when Ricky won the Heisman. It was Mac Brown's first year. Ricky wins the Heisman. And my whole life growing up to that point, Texas really wasn't the cool school to go to. Like, they had won a Big 12 championship. They had won the last Southwest Conference championship. But Texas, you didn't view Texas the same way you viewed Florida State or Miami or Michigan or some of these other schools. But the stars aligned and everything got in the right place at the right time, that between them winning 9 games, Ricky winning the Heisman, Mac just bringing that just kind of swagger to Texas, and his ability to recruit at that point was lights out. To see the caliber of guys Texas started getting, it was like, for me at that point, BK was like, oh my God, like, dude, Texas really, like, all the people that were telling me about what Texas was in the 60s and the 70s and the early 80s, I started to see that. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, dude, they really can be like the way I view Miami or Florida State, or at the time it was like UCLA or Nebraska. Like, Texas can be one of those kind of programs. Yeah. When we saw them get Chris Sims and Corey Redding and Roy Williams and Cedric Benson, Derek Johnson, Vince Young, like, these guys were national recruits, could have gone anywhere in the country. And for Texas to start getting those guys, like, dude, this is everything you thought it could be and more. And, for somebody like you, BK, when you, what was your freshman year at Texas? What year was it?
2012.
Right.
Yeah.
So you didn't really get to enjoy that time. It's like you being a Cowboys fan. You didn't really get to enjoy it. I got to enjoy it a little bit, but not as much as I really wanted to because I was in elementary school when they were winning Super Bowls. But there's a generation of Texas fans now that doesn't know what that's like to see this program make that leap into being a national championship contender. And it's awesome to experience. And if you're a Texas fan, if you're in your teens to your early 20s, you're right in the middle of it right now. You're getting to see what that looks like. And it's like, man, Texas can go get this caliber guy. Yeah, they can. When you've got a coach that's got his what together the way Sark does, it can happen. And it's really freaking fun to watch.
That's really well said, Jeff. And look, my parents went to Texas. I was going to be a Longhorn fan regardless, but like growing up as a kid, it was, the 2000s, right? Winning 10 games every year, playing for national championships, winning a national championship. Like it was easy to be a Texas fan. It was easy to buy in. And now it hasn't been. I mean, the last 10 years, it has not been easy to be a Texas fan. Obviously, there are guys who are going to stick with Texas because that's their team. That's where they went to school. But if you're a kid, you want to be cool as a kid, man.
Yeah.
I had a Michael Vick jersey as a kid. Why? Because dogfighting. No, this was all before that. Because he was cool. Like I didn't give a shit about the Falcons. He was cool. You see all these kids with Steph Curry jerseys. Why? Because Steph is cool and he's winning. He's on a team that's winning and he's fun to watch. Like when you're a kid, you want to be cool. It used to be cool to wear Texas stuff to school when I was a kid. The last 10 years, it's like, you're a Texas fan? Sorry. It's going to be cool for these kids who a lot of the recruits have not seen Texas compete at the national level.
No.
For them to actually see this now and hopefully see this for years to come, it's going to make Texas cool again. And it's really going to help this thing take off to where this won't be an anomaly. This will be the norm around here.
This doesn't, in the moment, and I don't know if you did too, BK. After Texas, it's hard to believe we're 5 years removed from it because in some way it does seem like 5 years ago. In some way, it seems like 50 years ago when Texas beat Georgia in that Sugar Bowl. I didn't drink the Kool-Aid, man. I filled when you go to Quick Trip and they've got like what's the absurdly large size, like the extra large drink that's like the 64 ounce, that nobody gets. I filled one of those with Kool-Aid and just chugged it, man. I thought, man, for sure. I was like, dude, this is the turnaround. Like, this is what we've been waiting for. And like the Tom Herman era, it peaked in the minute right before 3rd and 17 against LSU. Like the right before that snap, if you stop LSU, I say that's the moment everything changed. Because think about if they make that stop, like how different things could have been. Not just for Tom Herman, for Texas, but for LSU and Ed Orgeron and Joe Burrow. Like a lot changed during that one play. And in hindsight, it was like they had a chance to get it going in that direction, but that staff took their foot off the gas. And I think I told you this story on here. Like after the Alamo Bowl in 19, where they beat Utah. And by that point, we'd already gone through the Sugar Bowl experience. Whether you cover it, you're like, I can't buy into this. Yeah, they beat Utah. Who cares, right? Like when Tyler Huntley's telling you, oh, we were thinking of it as a vacation. Like, all right, yeah, that's okay. We're just not even. You won the game, great. End of the year strong, fine. But I remember I was ended up, hanging out with some of the coaches that night, and there were coaches who were leaving. They had already known their fate. They were going to get fired. They'd already been fired or whatever.
Yeah.
And, they closed the bar down and everybody's kind of going their separate ways. And the coach kind of leaned into me and he said, he said, whatever you guys want to write about us, he said, whatever you want to write or say, he's like, it's completely fair. I'm like, Coach, I've been fair. He's like, no. He's like, we had a chance to do what we said we could do. He's like, and we effed it up. Plain and simple. I'm like, it's kind of harsh to be able to self-critique, do a self-critique like that in the moment. But yeah, I mean, it really was. But that's the closest, BK, that Texas has been to really feeling like you were on the verge of getting it turned around. And at that point, 12 months later, a little over 12 months later, Tom Herman's fired and Sark is hired.
Yeah, man, I drank the Kool-Aid after that last Sugar Bowl.
I'm sorry, that would be 24 months later.
24 months later. Yeah. I drank the Kool-Aid, man. I mean, I was also blackout drunk, I think, at the game on Pat O'Brien's Hurricanes. So I don't know if that's Kool-Aid, but I mean, how could you have not been bought in? Like, year two, you had that year two jump. the good coaches, and I thought Tom Herman was a good coach. I was pumped about the hire. I thought he'd work. So I think that contributed to why I was so excited about that Sugar Bowl, when it's like, I thought this guy would work, and boom, 10 wins year 2, just beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, played for a Big 12 championship, lost, but the team we lost to, we beat in the regular year. It's Oklahoma. Like, we're there. We're there. Yeah. And then it just, you're right. Like, the staff took its foot off the gas. You know, Sam Ehlinger saying what he said, like the coaches believed it. They believed it. And it's okay for the fans to believe it. That's fine. We got hoodwinked. It sucks. It's okay for us to believe it. It's not okay for coaches to ever get complacent. And I love what Sark's talked about, right? He's like, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. You don't stay the same. So like Sark realizes this is coming from Nick Saban and coming from Pete Carroll. Like, those guys were dynastic coaches. At USC, with what Carroll did, with Saban still doing what he's doing at Alabama, like, those guys, they don't get the success flu. They have the success and they realize, like, it's cool winning championships. That's great. But the work doesn't stop. Like, you can never let up. Otherwise, you're going to fall, and you're going to fall hard. Tom Herman didn't realize that. Sark, at least he says it. We'll see if he's about it. I think he will be, but he seems to realize the importance of, like, hey, this can't be a one-off. Like, we've got to make sure we work even harder next year to ensure that we're back here next year.
And it's not that I see cracks in the foundation. That's not the term that I want to, that it sounds like I'm using. But now, like, you look at Jeff Choate getting the Nevada job. And oh, by the way, of all the stuff we talked about earlier, Sark's got to hire a new linebackers coach, and that job is probably coming with the code DC tag attached to it too. So you got that to do also. But one of the things that's a sign of success, man, at some point, some of your coaches are going to start getting, really good job opportunities. Like, there's some guys on this staff like PK. I think Pete Kwiatkowski at this point, BK, I think he's probably like a Bud Foster or a Mickey Andrews. Not to say he's like at that level of like all-time elite great defensive coordinators, but I think he's one of those guys that I don't know that he wants to be a head coach. I think he's cool leading a defense, being a defensive coordinator, and making the kind of money he is as a defensive coordinator. I think he's fine like that. I don't think Bo Davis wants to go from position coach to coordinator. Like, I think Bo Davis is one of those guys that can be a defensive line coach and be your defensive line coach for a really long time and be really good at it. But you're going to have other guys on this staff, like, Jeff Banks is going to at some point get a head coaching opportunity. Tashard Choice might be one of the guys that goes from position coach to head coach. Like, he might just bypass the coordinator gig altogether.
Yeah.
Kyle Flood's been a college head coach. Does Kyle Flood get that itch to maybe want to go back to the Northeast somewhere and try it again? Because he wasn't terrible at Rutgers. Like, it fell off, but he had some success at Rutgers. And we know that's a really, really hard place to win anyway. So at some point, you're going to have more guys on your staff that get head coaching opportunities. And the one thing I really dig about Sark, he did a really good job putting together the initial staff. The one error he made got corrected, where we could tell, like, Andre Coleman just wasn't working and recruiting was all kinds of wonky. And, he and Sark, it just didn't seem like, I'm not saying Andre Coleman's a bad coach. He and Sark just weren't on the same page. It just seemed like they weren't on the same page.
Yeah.
But, he got rid of Andre Coleman. They parted ways. He hired Brennan Merriam, and now he's got Chris Jackson, a guy that feels like is going to hang around for a little bit. Sark has made really good hires. Like, you lose Stan Drayton, replace him with Tashard Choice. So I trust Sark in the hiring process. Like I said, he did a really good job putting together the initial staff. His replacement hires to this point have been good. If he can continue that, that's just as big a part as managing the portal and recruiting and building a roster as anything to your success. It's amazing, BK. Part of this player development we've seen at Texas, it's amazing what happens. We haven't seen this at Texas in a long time. When you, number one, hire good coaches, two, allow those coaches the freedom to do the job you hired them to do, it's amazing what can happen to your players. That all of a sudden, hey, man, 2-3 years into this, we've got better football players than we had when we started, because they got consistent coaching in the same systems with the same strength and conditioning program. Like, it's Texas is one of those jobs that it shouldn't be as hard as other guys have made it.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, obviously, there's a lot that goes into being the head coach here that doesn't go into being the head coach at other schools, but it's still, you also have a lot of resources at your disposal that you don't have at other places. So if you know what you're doing, it shouldn't be that hard. And I always kind of felt bad for guys like you and just guys who, worked for recruiting ranking sites. I know that's not your specialty at Horns 24/7, but you're obviously associated with that and that system.
I was in on the rankings part of it at one time.
Yeah. I guess then you were a part of this then. Like, it's like, oh man, like the rankings just keep getting it wrong. Like these Texas players, they suck. Like, what do these recruiting rankers know? They don't know shit. It's like, oh, dude, this is clearly Texas. Like all of the guys ranked around these 5 stars are going elsewhere and having success. They're not missing on every Texas player. It's just Texas is not developing talent. And it's like, oh yeah, now we're learning. Oh no, the sites were never wrong. Like, look, they're going to miss a couple every year. Everybody is. Alabama's going to whiff on 5 stars. Ohio State, whatever, it happens.
Yeah.
But like clearly the issue at Texas was development. And like you're saying, Jeff, now you're seeing when guys get developed, they get consistency within the program. It leads to this type of success on the field. So that they're getting it right, which is good.
Like at some point, it's like, man, you guys have been wrong for a decade. Okay, what's been the common denominator here? These guys are going to Texas and they're not getting better.
Yeah.
And it's Texas. I think the fan base, and that's why I'm happy Texas fans are getting to go through this, because if you've taken this ride with us at Horns 24/7, you've gotten slapped in the face with some harsh realities. Like when Tom got the job, it was at that point that I think people realized what I had been telling them, where there was a time, BK, where I'm like, dude, Iowa State and Kansas have better football facilities than Texas. No, they don't. I'm like, yeah, they do, because their stuff wasn't built in 2008 and nobody's touched it since. So yeah, there was a lot of work to be done on facilities and infrastructure. They let a lot of stuff go. And the same thing happened too with player development. Like the first guy that I remember, and I've said his name and I'm sure he doesn't care at this point. He's gone on to bigger and better. Myles Garrett was the first dude that told me, like, when he eliminated Texas from his recruitment, I said, what in the end, what was it that, why you decided to move on from Texas? He's like, honestly, I just see a lot of really good players that go there and they don't get better. They get worse. I'm like,
yeah,
that's fair. Like you couldn't argue with it at that point. I mean, and this was a decade ago.
I know. Yeah. It's gotten worse too.
Yeah. This was in the winter of 2013 and this was a decade ago. So yeah. And it got worse from there, but we might be getting ready, BK, for a 2024 draft where we see the highest number of draft picks Texas has had since the Mac Brown heyday.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like, no, I'm not talking like you get a couple guys. I'm talking like you get some first rounders, top 100 guys. Like the draft could be really, really good for Texas in 2024.
I was looking at Jordan Reed, who works for ESPN. He's a draft guy there. Good dude, does great work. He dropped his like newest big board, top 50 prospects in this draft. 5 Longhorns in there in the top 50. Like there have been years where
you probably got T'Vondre Sweat.
T Sweat's in there. Let me pull up and find the exact rankings here. But
I would guess definitely in there. Sweat, Worthy, and Mitchell for sure, I think, would be in there. Probably Jatavian Sanders, I think, would be a top 50 guy.
Yep.
Who would be the other? Maybe Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So like there have been years where Texas hasn't had one player in the top 50. There have been years where like you couldn't even make an argument for Texas to have one player in the top 50, top 100 draft guys in a certain class. And now they've got 5 in the top 50. That's a sign of the times are changing, as Bob Dylan would say.
Like I felt bad over the years for like a guy like Hassan Ridgeway, like the year he came out, because he came out a year early. And it's his draft, he's going through the draft process, and we knew Ridgeway was going to get drafted. But he's at the combine, and all the questions he's being asked is, how sad is it that you're the only Texas guy at the combine? Like, this is the moment these dudes have waited their entire football careers for. And all I'm being asked is, dude, why does your alma mater suck so bad at producing NFL prospects?
He's like, yeah, I'm gone. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I had to deal with that shit the last 4 years. Can we talk about something else? Can we talk about me? Please.
Man, it's refreshing. It's refreshing to see Texas in this position where we can talk about him getting ready for a college football playoff.
Yeah.
BK, I noticed we've got a guy in the chat. I think it's Greg in the chat who keeps bringing up the Alamo Bowl last year. And look, bring up the Alamo Bowl, I guess, if you want to. But I am gonna look up something here real quick. One of the things that really concerns people about the Alamo Bowl is Texas defending the deep ball. And if you look last year at the bowl game, let me see if I can find this in a single game. It's not going to show it to me. But I think Michael Penix as a matter of fact, just give me a sec, BK. I'll be able to pull this up.
Okay.
Texas actually did a really good job defending the deep ball against Michael. Now, is the Washington pass game better than it was a year ago? Yeah. Has Michael Penix improved? Is he a better quarterback than he was a year ago? Yeah. He's a Maxwell Award winner, Heisman runner-up. But I was looking at the quarterbacks Texas has faced this year, like who's thrown the most deep balls. Like Jalen Milroe has thrown like 54, according to Pro Football Focus. Jalen Milroe's thrown the most deep balls of any quarterback Texas has played. He's thrown 54 passes that have gone 20 plus in the air. Michael Penix has thrown 100. He's thrown 100 deep balls this year. Like it's like 30, 35 more than the next guy. And his accuracy rate on the deep ball is really impressive. But you look last year, BK, at Michael Penix on passes of 20 yards or more down the field in that Alamo Bowl, he was 1 for 10. Completed a 35-yarder early in the game and misfired on his next 9. You look at intermediate passes that traveled 10 to 19 yards in the air, 4 for 11. So any ball Michael Penix threw in that Alamo Bowl last year that went more than 10 yards in the air, he was 5 of 21. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Texas did a really good job defending him last year. Now, the problem was Washington adjusted. You look in the short passing game, from the line of scrimmage up to 9 yards, 16 of 18, 11 for 11, basically throwing screen passes, anything that was behind the line of scrimmage. So it was Washington's ability to make plays in space, utilize their short game that allowed them to move the ball last year. And I don't care who you're playing. Anytime you go 11 for 20 on third down, like you're going to win a lot of football games. That was the big problem for Texas last year. It wasn't the deep ball. They couldn't get Washington off the field. And they extended some drives. And even, BK, you can refresh my memory. And I think I've got the box score here somewhere. If not, I'll pull it up. But I think there was a drive. I want to say there was a drive in the fourth quarter of that game where it was like an 11-play drive and it took like 7 minutes off the clock. But they didn't score. But they converted third downs. But, man, they ate so much time off the clock that's why Texas ran out of time at the end. But here it is right here. Yeah, in the fourth quarter, it was a 13-play, 38-yard drive that took 5.5 minutes off the clock. And they had a 10-point lead at that point. So you didn't score, but you accomplished the job. Like you left Texas pretty much with no time.
Yeah.
So go ahead, BK. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say to follow up on that, like the drive chart for Texas Washington. Washington had 10-play, 88-yard drive, touchdown drive, 16-play, 74-yard field goal drive, 13-play, 75-yard touchdown drive, 14-play, 90-yard touchdown drive, and then that 13-play, 38-yard turnover on downs. They didn't even score, like you said, but that was the issue. Texas just could not get off the field at all. So, I mean, obviously you want to defend the explosive play. Texas did that. It gave them a chance. It's why the game didn't get out of hand. But also, like we saw in Lubbock last year, if you just don't get stops on those money downs, then you're going to lose. And that's what happened.
That was their that was kind of the Achilles heel for Texas last year, was just the inability to get off the field. And being in the press box for that game, BK, it was frustrating because, it's really nice to follow the trajectory, kind of the arc of Sark and Quinn Ewers in this offense. Because last year we talked about the issue was, man, they forced too many deep balls and they were trying to hit the home run, and it was at a detriment to the offense. But the second half of that bowl game was one where we finally saw, you know what, man, if they're going to give us the short game the entire way, if they're going to give us intermediate passes, like, you know, your 6 to 8 yard comebacks, like stuff in the flat, they're like, take that. Like, you're getting 6 to 8 yard chunks. You're moving the football. You're not getting the big shot, but you're moving the football. And now you're getting some momentum. Now your Sark's getting more confident as a play caller. Quinn's getting more confidence as a quarterback. And we saw Texas, they'd be able to move the ball and do some things. But when they had that, Washington had that 5.5 minute drive, even though it's a turnaround run down, you're like, Texas is moving the ball. But, you know, the combination of not being able to take the deep shot, yes, they're taking what the defense is giving them. Like, they're not going to have enough time to come back.
Yeah.
Even if they're putting the ball in the end zone. The difference this year, BK, is, you know, we can break down the pass defenses. Texas has the second best third down defense in the country, and they've been really good getting off the field this year. And part of the reason why they've been really good is they're able to get home. Like last year, they were one of the best pressure defenses in the country. It just didn't result in sacks. Now you're able to get to the quarterback, and now you're able to, that pressure generated, now it's turning into sacks.
Yeah.
It's turning into explosive plays. It's turning into errant passes. It's turning into turnovers for your defense. So that difference right there is the big difference between the Texas defense last year and the Texas defense this year.
Well, that's got to be the key for Texas, right? Obviously third downs, but getting pressure on Michael Penix Jr. Like, this secondary is just not good enough to cover really any receivers, but especially those receivers and that passing game. Like, you've got to win up front, but you also have to bring blitzers, man. Otherwise, I could see this game getting out of hand, really. If Texas is passive defensively and they can't get pressure on Michael Penix, then the back end it isn't good enough to slow down what Washington's got.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Penix's numbers from last year in the bowl game. Okay. Pro Football Focus defines as under pressure throws. He was 2 for 12.
Wow.
On 13 dropbacks on throws that they defined as him being under pressure. There you go. Yeah. When blitzed, 14 for 22. Actually, Texas had more success against him last year when they didn't blitz, when they played coverage. Completion percentage when not blitz was 54.5%. Yards per attempt, not even 5, it was 4.7 yards per attempt, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. So, I'm with you, BK. Like, this Washington pass game is the Texas defensively in the front better than they were last year. The edge play has been so much better. Blitzes have been better when they've dialed them up. They've been timed right. Like, this is a defense. You've got guys like Ford and Sweat and Murphy, and even like a guy like Barron Sorrell. They've been running this defense so long. They're comfortable with it. They understand exactly what PK wants. That's a really great benefit of having a veteran defense. And then you can bring in guys like Anthony Hill or Mo Blackwell in your specialty packages that can rush the quarterback, especially Hill, maybe more so than Blackwell. Blackwell can allow you just to have, basically it's adding another defensive back onto the field. Janae Barron can be a good blitzer. Ryan Watts can be a good blitzer. But calling your spots with your blitzes is something that they've done really well. Deciding when they want to blitz, when they want to play coverage. I think one of the big things is, and then this to me is going to be the deal to see how much Texas does this. Can you game plan? Can you watch film? Can you anticipate tendency well enough to know, okay, they want to go to kind of their shorter stuff right here. This is when we can get up close and play tighter coverage, dare I say, start to play some bump and run type stuff and be physical with them at the line of scrimmage. Like that Texas will do that. Like Ryan Watts, that's what he does, right?
Yeah.
Into the boundary, the short side of the field. He wants to get on you, wants to get his hands on you, jam you, to disrupt your route. But the fact that we've seen Manny Muhammad be able to play that kind of coverage on the field side, we've seen Terrence Brooks be able to do that at times. It's almost like, I've said this on a couple other platforms. It's like the light bulb went off for Terry Joseph. It's like, you know what? As good as we are on the interior, that should give us some time to recover. So we can play a little more aggressive in coverage, and the guys up front can erase some of our mistakes. You talk with guys like a guy like Rod Babers who played with Sean Rogers and Casey Hampton, and he'll tell you, like, dude, it made your life so much easier. Like playing with two guys that could get to the quarterback on every single play. If guys have played with Roy Miller and Lamar Houston, Texas had some dogs in the secondary at that point, but you could be more aggressive and play more man coverage when you know, like, dude, the interior pass rush is going to be hell on earth for that quarterback all day. Yeah. So it just seems like the light bulb's going off for Terry Joseph, who, by the way, the reason I mentioned Terry Joseph, I'm not trying to dog Terry Joseph. He does put together the game plan on the back end as defensive pass game coordinator. That's part of his job, is to put everything together on the back end week by week.
Yeah, well, let me go side pot here, right? We're all in on the Texas-Washington conversation, but side pot for a second. Terry Joseph, he'll be here next year, right? Blake Gideon, he'll be here next year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know a lot of Texas fans are not thrilled with the jobs that those guys have done. I mean, that's the biggest weakness for Texas, 85th passing defense in the country. But on the other hand, Texas is 12-1. They won the Big 12. They're playing in the playoff. I'm cool with those guys coming back, but I think some Texas fans are like maybe hopeful that Sark would make a move after this year. You don't think it happens?
No, and here's the difference, though. Here's the difference. When you're third in the country against the run, when you're tied for third in the country in the red zone, and like I said, you're third in the country on third down. When you are elite, when you're elite against the run on third down and in the red zone, dude, you can afford in some respects. Like, you're facing some good offenses that have good weapons that can move the football. Like, at some point, we've talked about it all year, BK, like the path of least resistance against this Texas defense has been the pass game. But, you know, if you want to try to move the ball against Texas, like at some point, you can't just rely on deep shot to try to move the football. And if you're going to live in third and 7+, third and 8+ all day, then, you know, good luck, I guess. It's kind of that's the go with God game plan at that point. You know, like Oklahoma State and Texas Tech kind of did the same thing. I'm not expecting Kalen DeBoer to do this because this isn't just, it's not the nature of his offense, and he's got a much better quarterback than either of those two teams had. But I was really hoping, like, surely Texas Tech's not just going to try to line up and play Texas in a phone booth. That's what they did.
Yeah.
And they lost that game in a landslide. So the next week, I'm like, surely Mike Gundy's not going to try to line up and play Texas in a phone booth. And that's what he did. And they lost that game in a landslide. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why teams kept trying to run at Texas. The only team that did it with any consistency was Oklahoma. And that was just like, go look how much design quarterback runs Oklahoma ran against Texas. And go look how much they did it the rest of the year. It was an you're going to find it was an abnormal amount against Texas because they realized, you know what? It's the only way we're going to be able to move the football is by getting Dillon Gabriel on the move. Either design draws or just, hey, dude, if you're dropping back and everybody's covered and you see nothing but 30 yards of grass in front of you, put the ball under your arm and run. Like, that's going to be a much better way of getting a first down.
Yeah.
So nobody's and you know what? As good as Washington's run game is, Washington doesn't have a bad run game. If Kalen DeBoer wants to try to line up and play Texas in a phone booth, good luck, because you're not going to be able to do it.
I pray every night that that's what he tries to do. I mean, honestly, like that's it.
Dude, that's why if Texas wins this game, whether it's Alabama, who they've already beat this year, and granted, Alabama's better, but at least nobody knows a Nick Saban game plan better than a guy who's been in the office game planning with Nick Saban like Sark. And plus, you know, Saban in a rematch, you'd have to think that favors him in some way, but at least you're there. You give yourself a chance. As weird as it sounds, I think of the three other teams in the playoff, I think the best matchup for Texas is Michigan. Because Jim Harbaugh wants to play. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to play you in a phone booth.
Yeah.
And nobody's been able to do it. Now, can Michigan do it at a better level than everybody else Texas has played? Yeah. Michigan's offensive line and their run game is that good. But are they just going to be able to just line up and run the ball, you know, do to Texas what they did to Penn State and run it, you know, 32 straight times in the game? No. Michigan wouldn't be able to do that against Texas.
Yeah. Michigan's defense worries me a little bit because they're awesome. But I'm not worried about Michigan's offense against Texas if that were to be the matchup. Like, yeah, Washington. I mean, I've said it from the jump. Like, Washington scares me more than either of the other teams in the playoff just because of the matchups. Like, Washington has the least talented roster of 4 teams. No disrespect to Kalen DeBoer, but he's not Nick Saban. I don't think he's Jim Harbaugh as a coach. So those teams like have better coaches than either Texas or Washington, probably. But it's the matchup, the fact that, you know, it's the number 1 passing offense in the country and you've got 3,000-yard receivers and Heisman runner up. It's just the matchup is what freaks me out the most. But yeah, I'd feel like if Texas gets by Washington on Jan 1, they've got a very, very good shot to win this whole damn thing on Jan 8.
It feels like I feel like we're at the same place we were in the with the basketball team in the spring. BK, like I had a lot of fun covering that basketball team. I really did last year. Like it was just a good group of dudes, and I just really like being around that team. But once they beat Xavier, you're like, dude, if they beat Miami, you're going to the Final Four in Houston, partisan crowd. Like, dude, everything's set up for you. And
nobody
they had the lead against Miami.
Nobody was higher than a 4 seed. Also, like all the other top teams just kept losing, and it's like,
yeah,
oh shit.
Like this is, I've heard some of my colleagues at 24/7 and CBS say this, and I haven't disagreed with them. The Sugar Bowl might, for all intents and purposes, be your national championship game. Like I think whoever wins the Sugar Bowl, I think that's who's winning the college football playoff.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I feel better about saying that if Texas wins than I do if Washington wins.
Now, I think too. I think if Washington wins the game, I would take Washington over Alabama or Michigan.
Okay, interesting.
Because like you said,
yeah.
as good as Michigan's defense is, you haven't faced a pass game like you're going to see from Washington. They haven't seen that anyway.
It's true.
So.
That'll be fun. It'll be fun. When are you headed out there?
Actually, speaking of lower tier bowls, and this is not a lower tier bowl. This should have got moved up to New Year's 6 status. I'm going to what's power ranked as number 2 on my rankings of best bowl games. I will be close to your former stomping grounds, BK, in the Highland Park SMU area on December 26th for the First Responder Bowl between Rice and the Texas State Bobcats. Yes, sir. The first FBS bowl game. You think I wasn't going to miss that?
I feel kind of bad for you guys, man. Like,
why?
First ever bowl game. Tremendous accomplishment.
And it's at SMU.
Yeah. No, it's against Rice.
Oh.
like, look, it's cool for Rice and Mike Bloomgren, good dude. Happy for them to get to a bowl game. But like, if you beat Rice, you can't brag about that, can you?
Yeah, you can, because Texas State getting to 8 wins in an FBS season. Yeah. Like, I don't know if Everett Withers won 8 games the entire time he was the head coach at Texas State.
You could have given him 8 years, and I don't know if he would have gotten to 8 wins, man.
Did Jake Spavital win 8 games his entire time he was there? I don't know, man. It's been some rough years, BK.
I wish y'all got to play like Texas Tech or somebody like that, to where it's like you beat them, then it's like, oh shit, we beat a Big 12 team and won 8 games. Now it's like we beat Rice.
And as much as I like Joey McGuire, you bet your ass at that point I'd be talking about everything running through San Marcos.
Awesome.
Trey, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your hour with BK.
What the hell's going on here? This guy's about to be on hour 5 straight of talking, and he's got no voice left. Holy shit!
This is the Jordan flu game here. I had pizza, and I lost a shit ton of money gambling, and I'm hungover. But we're calling it a flu, okay?
Can I have some Waffle House sent to your abode?
Ooh. Of course, I'll never say no to that. Anytime, bring it over.
All right, good to see you guys.
Have a good weekend, Jeff.
See you.
Yeah, y'all too.
Thanks, man. It's only an hour. Jeff Howe and Jordan Scruggs, but no Jordan Scruggs today. And now it's Trey and BK with both of us for the next hour. I sound like shit. I don't need to tell you that. You can hear that. But we're powering through. We're doing a telethon today, Trey, where we're just nonstop because nobody wanted to work today, I guess, at Texas Sports Unfiltered. So thanks for showing up. Good to see you.
Rodney has graduation in Denton. That was this morning. Congrats to his daughter. Jordan is covering state championship games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At Jerry World. And it's his birthday, so I won't get too mad at Jordan.
How old is he, by the way? Because he looks like he's in his early to mid-20s. Yeah, okay.
21.
Good for him. He's got so much in front of him.
Guy's got to work on his 21st birthday. Come on, man. Hanging out with a bunch of high schoolers on his 21st birthday.
I'm assuming that because he's been covering high school sports for long enough, he's kind of accustomed to that. This is a busy time of year in that world.
He's got a little McConaughey to him. with the high school girls.
He gets older, they stay the same age.
Maybe that's him. Maybe that's.
Yeah.
I shouldn't throw that on him. That's not what he wants.
He was tombstoning the Undertaker's daughter when they were back in 4th grade or whatever it was.
He was bringing frozen pizzas to school with the Undertaker's daughter.
Not exactly.
Oh, not following that reference.
Oh, you were gone that day. We were talking about the Undertaker presenting the belt to Quinn Ewers for outstanding player of the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah.
And he mentioned that he dated the Undertaker's daughter when they were in elementary school.
I missed that.
He's like, whatever dating means in 3rd or 4th grade. I forget what grade it was, he said. And so my smart ass response, of course, was, did you tombstone her? Which can be taken in so many different ways, but we're talking about elementary school age kids here. So don't take it that way. Take it the wrestling way, which is how I meant it.
I thought you meant killing her, like putting her in a tombstone.
No, I was asking if she watched the Kurt Russell classic Tombstone.
Yes, of course. Every 4th grader has seen that movie.
Have you seen that movie?
No, but I'm not in 4th grade anymore, so I don't think I'm allowed to watch it.
I think it's meant for adults more than kids. It's a classic.
Classic. We're going to use that word?
It is. Kurt
Never
Russell.
heard of it, and it's classic. I guess they did name a frozen pizza after it, so that's big.
And a wrestling move, too. No, it's Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer. Ah, shit. I'm not going to be able to think of everybody right off the top of my head right now, but it's a quality flick. A good 1990s Western.
Okay. I'll add it to the list.
The list that is not receiving any sort of dent because you're watching too much sports.
Longer than a damn CVS pharmacy receipt.
I assume that's long. I don't go into places like that.
Places like that?
Yeah, CVS's. I go to Walgreens. I'm a Walgreens guy.
Well, that is a place like that. What do you mean? That's like the same thing.
It's not okay, you're right about that. I don't go into CVS's is what I should say.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're known for having notoriously long receipts. You could buy like one thing and it's just a whole tree's worth of paper that is getting cut down for you. Anyways, we digress. You're getting a lot of love for your Tombstone take. People are saying it's good, by the way.
Yeah, it's one of those movies. Look, it's not a one-to-one comparison here, so don't think that I'm saying it's as good as this movie because Shawshank Redemption is an all-timer. It's your favorite movie of all time.
Yeah,
but
so be careful.
It's like Shawshank in that it's watchable from pretty much anywhere, and it gets played a lot on cable television too. So you'll pop in beginning, middle, end, and you'll be like, oh, shit, it's this part from Tombstone, and you'll just keep watching from there.
Dude, that is high praise. That is super high praise, which means it's not going to be that good. It's going to let me down.
Yeah, I've just given you the Titanic hype. Happened for me back when Titanic came out, and it's like, well, I don't need to see this movie at this point because it is inevitably not going to be nearly as good as I've been told.
The Titanic. Have you seen that movie?
No. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces. You could probably patchwork all the different little scenes that I've seen at this point, and it would count as the full movie. But other than Leo and some high-class woman who spurns her dude and the ship runs into an iceberg and Fat Rose can't make some room on that door at the end of the movie, I don't know a whole lot about it.
Fat? There it is. Yeah, the movie sucks, honestly. One of the most overrated movies of all time. Don't waste your time with it. And yeah, Rose, bad bit, man. Bad bit. All right, what are we talking about today? We've got picks later in the show. Thank you for finding the games for that.
Sure.
We've got Texas football we can get into, recruiting news. Matthew Golden, if you want to start there, he is on campus this weekend, and according to most insider sites, he is Texas's #1 transfer portal receiver target. And it feels like that's a matter of when, not if, Matthew Golden commits to Texas, which that would be a good get for Texas, who needs some wide receivers in 2024 after the entire wide receiver room leaves after the playoff. A lot of recruits coming in town this weekend, Trey. Like it already has been a good week with Kobe Black committing. But it could be a really, really good 5-6 day stretch from now until signing day next Wednesday with what Texas could do on the recruiting front and with what they could do in the transfer portal as well.
Yeah, if you are going to be successful in college sports in general, but especially college football, college basketball, at this time, you've got to be good in the transfer portal. You do. There are big time programs who have learned that lesson the hard way over these last few years. Clemson is in the process of learning that lesson right now. Alabama took them adjusting just a little bit because there were other teams benefiting from guys who were entering the transfer portal from Tuscaloosa. And you've seen Nick Saban start to get a little bit more active there too. Steve Sarkisian, since he got here, has been good in the transfer portal. And I expect those good fortunes to continue into this offseason as well. And Golden would be a great start there just because of the need that you have at that position after all the guys, which you just mentioned, of course, but all the guys who do head to the NFL draft or their eligibility runs out leaves a lot of playing time. Even if Steve Sarkisian has a small rotation for his receivers, which he has not just done this year, that's kind of a pattern throughout his coaching career. There's only one guy that I feel confident about who's on campus right now who will be filling one of those spots next season, and that's Jonte Cook.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Matthew Golden has starting experience, right? Been a starter for Houston the last couple of years, 13 touchdowns combined in the 2 years. So the production has been there as well. He's also a great return man too. Like obviously with X going to the NFL, you lose your punt returner, and Keelan Robinson's gone too. So you'll lose your kickoff returner. Matthew Golden's second team all Big 12 as a returner this year. So not only can he be a weapon in your passing game, but he can help out in special teams too. Yeah, I think they're going after 2. I think I've said this a lot. Like, I think Texas will try to sign 2 wide receivers out of the portal. Of course, they've recruited well there. This year. I mean, Ryan Wingo is a top 5 to 10 player in the country in this class of 2024. So he will be great coming to Texas. But yeah, they need some experience, man. Like Jonte Cook has 8 catches. I legitimately think after this year, there will be like a total of 8 catches returning to the Texas wide receiver room because Casey Kane's gone. He played well in the Alamo Bowl last year against Washington. Obviously, all of those guys going to the league that you just brought up. Somebody else who I'm sure I'm forgetting who is worth bringing up here. But yeah, there's just no production coming back for Texas in the wide receiver room. They got to get guys who have already done it at the college level. And once again, guys, I think will be plural when this thing is all said and done.
Yeah, if you remember back to that Texas-Houston game, there were 2 wide receivers who really roasted Texas. One was the white kid, Joseph Manjack IV. Any chance he's transferring? And then also Matthew Golden, too. Matthew Golden was really good in that game. Even had a couple of touchdowns to show for it, too.
Yeah, Manjack started at USC, then ended up at Houston. I think
Is that right?
Yeah, from Houston, went to USC, didn't play much, came back home, and solid player. That guy felt like he was there for years, so I don't think he's got any eligibility left, but we'll see. I mean, Juice Wells from South Carolina, a name that's been talked about for Texas. Raleek Brown from USC, another wide receiver that's being talked about. Wonder about Evan Stewart, right? Like if he ends up hitting the portal officially, could he be in the mix? Like maybe Texas is waiting. Once again, Golden priority number 1, but I wonder if Texas is hopeful that another really good wide receiver enters the portal before they start offering other people at that position. But they need some help there. And Matthew Golden, not official yet, but it feels like, once again, more of a win thing than an if thing for him. On the recruiting front, Texas, Xavier Filsaime, the 5-star safety committed to Florida. He's taking a visit here this weekend, and that's another one of those, it feels like when, not if. Like Florida has nothing going for it right now. Texas seemingly has everything going for it right now. Like he could be another one of those dominoes that falls that makes this a really, really successful week for the Longhorns.
Yeah, boy, talk about an extra component that makes things even trickier for a coach to turn things around at a fledgling program, especially a big-time program. Like Billy Napier has not been good at Florida through 2 years now. The fact that he's losing the recruits that he is at this point before the safety potentially flips to Texas is pretty damning for him, and I think points to the likelihood that he will be looking for a new job or they will be looking for a new coach perhaps as early as like midway through the 2024 season. This does not feel like this relationship is lasting much longer.
Yeah, part of me wonders if they'll fire him this offseason. Like, you don't see that usually at this stage, but if they lose the recruits that it sounds like they might lose, I mean, you just like end this thing as quickly as you can, put the guy out of his misery and just pull the plug altogether.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to walk back the fact that they already said that he would be coming back for next year, which I'm guessing they tried to do to keep this recruiting class together. I don't know. At this point, your guess is as good as mine with this. In Florida, I think people in Florida, it's really starting to sink in that Billy Napier is not going to be the guy long term. So the sooner you make that change, the better off you are.
Yeah,
it's not like you're fucking the recruiting class up that much more. It's already fucked.
Yeah. November 2nd is, I think, when Florida comes to town next year. It's almost to the point where people would be surprised if he is coaching that game for the Gators here in Austin. All right, bowl games. Any of these bowl games this weekend do anything for you? We get them tomorrow. Are you going to watch Texas Tech and Cal in Shreveport tomorrow night?
Maybe a little bit. There's actually 3 decent NFL games on, though, so I'm much more likely, assuming the games aren't blowouts, to be watching one of those.
Yeah, 3 NFL games. All 6 teams have winning records in these games.
Yeah.
A lot of backup quarterbacks. I think you have 4 back.
Oh,
BK
froze.
We back?
And he's back now.
Yeah, that was weird. Wrecked him. That's what it does. I think we're back in.
Damn near killed his internet access.
Yeah. We've got the not so hardwire in. My hardwiring needs some Nugenics or something, I guess, to stay strong for this next hour.
No, maybe Rectum has hired Frank Thomas to help with people's cable needs,
internet needs, Wi-Fi needs.
There we go.
I don't know. Yeah, like I'm trying to get into these bowl games, but there's 7 games, which is good. And I watch college football year round, so I'll probably watch, but none of these games tomorrow really excite me. I'll tell you what, I will be rooting like hell for Cal. I don't expect Cal to win, but this has nothing to do with liking Cal. This is everything to do with just Texas Tech finishing the year with a losing record. That would be fantastic.
Like, it's even harder to get into random bowl games now because there's so much movement in the transfer portal. And like, you look at UCLA, like they're going to be without the guy who started at quarterback for them for much of the year. Who knows what Boise State has to offer? I'm a little bit behind on Boise State right now, but yeah, most of these games is like watching an early season college basketball game. You're pretty unfamiliar with far too much of the roster.
Yeah, Boise State just won the Mountain West, but they fired their coach the week before they did that. So they don't even have their coach.
Wow.
And yeah, I don't, UCLA, they don't have their coach, I guess. They did fire Chip Kelly, right? He is gone.
No, was he? If so, I missed that.
Well, there was that report before the USC game that said he was getting fired after the USC game. And then I think they pulled the plug. That feels like something we should know.
I would be shocked if that happened because I completely missed it if so.
Well, we talked about it on the show. Where were you? Were you blackout drunk that day? What was going on? I just don't know if they ever.
No, Chip Kelly is still at UCLA.
They haven't fired him yet.
I did not black out. You apparently blacked out.
No, there was the report. We talked about the report. There was a report that said he was getting fired after the USC game. We talked about it on the show.
I don't think we did because I have not operated under the assumption that Chip Kelly would not be back next year.
And I think I heard you and Kevin talking about it too. So I know you knew about this. Or maybe I was doing 6 hours straight and I talked about it with somebody else that day too. I don't know.
I think we were talking about Chip Brown getting fired from Texas Sports Unfiltered is what it was. You're just getting the last name mixed up.
Are you breaking news there?
You and I talked about it before the UCLA USC game.
Whatever. Well done. Nice turnaround there. Good spin zone. Put me in the washing machine spin cycle. Some bullshit.
Well, you trapped me in a corner, and when you trap a Wolverine in the corner, then it'll go after you. And when you trap me in a corner, then I turn into a Wolverine, which means I'm stealing your signs.
Nobody puts Elling in a corner. I saw that in a movie once. I think that's the line.
Gary Orbach said that to Patrick Swayze.
I believe that was Gary Player who said that.
Oh, he does kind of look like Gary Player, doesn't he?
I have that wrong.
Have you seen that movie?
Gary Player?
Nope. Dirty Dancing.
No. But I know the baby in a corner line. Does that count?
Yeah. It's about like me knowing that the boat hits an iceberg in Titanic, even though I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah. Was Dirty Dancing any good? Isn't that like a woman's movie?
It's no, don't. Yeah. There's plenty of other movies on your list that you should watch before Dirty Dancing.
Well, if you say it's bad, that means I'm going to like it, I think.
No. If you're going to watch a Patrick Swayze movie, you got to start with Roadhouse, which I'm
seen
assuming.
Roadhouse.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we reviewed that on the old radio show, I believe.
Yeah, I think we did. Good movie.
Ripping throats out and banging the town doctor.
Yeah, that's my story. That's why I sound like shit. I ripped my own throat out and been banging town doctors.
Rather than going to see the doctor for your medical affliction, you've just been banging them, huh?
Underrated move. All right. Did you see this right before we got on the show? Somebody did get fired today. And it's about
so happy for Chargers fans.
Time. Yeah, Brandon Staley is gone. Also, the Chargers fired their general manager, Tom Telesco, after last night. Brandon Staley should have been fired a year ago. Then he should have been fired a month ago. Then he should have been fired a week ago. Then he should have been fired at halftime last night. They finally pulled the plug on what was a disastrous run for him for those 2.5 years.
Dude, it was evident in year one that he was unqualified to be a head coach at the NFL level. Despite that, there were a lot of national talking heads who were espousing his brilliance. We should really go back. I know they have bad takes exposed on Twitter. We should find those people who were the biggest buyers of Brandon Staley's stock in year one when it was clear that he was a buffoon who was overly aggressive with the decisions that he was making and having that Tom Herman element where he refused to take 3 points because it was better off going forward on a 4th and 7 or whatever the stupid logic was. Find the people who are the biggest Brandon Staley backers and make sure to take anything else they say with a large grain of salt, because I don't think you know sports quite as much as you make it seem like you know sports.
Yeah, the analytics guys were all over Brandon Staley, and it was a disaster. They were 24-24 in his 2.5 years. They had one playoff berth, but they had one of the biggest playoff chokes of all time where they blew a 27-point lead against Jacksonville and lost that game. And yeah, I mean, they have a franchise quarterback. They have one of the best quarterbacks in the league who's young and on a controllable contract, and they couldn't win anything. They just wasted the first few years of Justin Herbert's career. And Dean Spanos, the owner, who's notoriously cheap, probably why it took him this long, he said Chargers fans deserve more. He's right. They deserve more. The players deserve more than what they were getting with Brandon Staley in charge.
Yeah, not only have you wasted Justin Herbert's first 3 years, you kind of caused the guy to regress over the last season plus now. He has not looked the same throughout much of this season. I know he's had injury issues here and there, and he's out for the rest of the year with that broken finger and the surgery that he's had to fix that. But yeah, you're walking a tightrope now. You get him for 2 more years. You're probably going to have to extend him after the season, or maybe you do the 2 1-year contracts, franchise tag contracts, where you can get him for a little bit longer, but you don't waste time with guys that you think are franchise quarterbacks. So he's going to get paid at some point. It's up to you to find the right guy who's going to help him get back on track now. Because you not only have Herbert, you have good pieces on both sides of the ball. Drafting was not the problem for them. The problem was schematic, and defense was a bigger problem than the offense was, and that was supposed to be Brandon Staley's expertise.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Eckler, they've got Williams, they've got Allen, they've got a decent offensive line, some talented pieces on defense too, and it never worked. It never worked. So they got to go offensive coach, don't they? Like they've got to find.
So yeah.
I mean, Lincoln Riley, maybe. Bucky brought up Sark. Like, did the Chargers call Sark?
Yeah, but boy, that's a great question. They would be smart to. I was going to immediately shoot down that Sark would be interested in that gig, but I, at this point, don't blame anybody for going from college to pro, just because college is just so labor intensive year round now too, because recruiting is a year round bit, especially right now. with everything that you're having to juggle. Transfer portal, finishing off the recruiting class for National Signing Day 1, bowl game prep going on this entire time. Texas back at practice as of this morning, I believe, in preparation for Washington. And so it's a lot. And you're also having to placate to 17 and 18-year-old kids. You're having to suck up to 17 and 18-year-old kids, and your players, when you get them on campus too, there's a certain amount of tango that has to happen because the transfer portal is now so prevalent. So all of those things speak to a guy feeling a sort of burnout while also getting that in a similar position at the next level. He's going to get paid better, and it's going to be crazy during the season, but you actually do get a bit of an off season to decompress and get ready for the next go round.
I don't know if he's going to get paid better. I think Texas is going to open up the pocketbooks and pay Sark pretty good this offseason.
They will, but I think generally speaking, don't NFL coaches still get paid more than the top paid college? The top paid NFL coaches get paid more than the top paid college coaches?
Yeah, I guess they do. I don't know if Sark would be a top paid NFL coach. Maybe that's what somebody would have to do to lure him away from Austin. Or if they're like, you've never been an NFL coach before, like, we're just going to pay you this. Do you want the job? Do you want to coach in the NFL? If you do, this is what you're getting. And the Chargers, once again, notoriously cheap. So I don't know if they'd be the team that's like, yeah, we want to pay a coach $20 million to be here. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Sark wants an NFL gig. Boy, this is a nice conversation to have. We haven't talked about a Texas coach like this in a long time, have we?
Yeah.
Like we were just like, can we get rid of this coach fast enough? Now it's like, oh shit, do we need to worry about our coach leaving us to go somewhere else? I don't think Sark wants to go anywhere, but my guess is he'd answer a call if he got a call from an NFL team and at least listen to what's out there.
Yeah, the last time we were having this conversation, it was scoffing at the notion that NBA teams were interested in Shaka Smart. So you guys fucking watching that guy and his X's and O's ability or lack thereof? I think NBA guys are going to see that and think, oh, this is going to be a good idea to bring this guy up.
They'd see Shaka Smart in a polo with a long sleeve undershirt and say, get this child away from me, please. I'm not getting coached.
Oh, you were about to say something so cool too. And now you're just frozen. And now you're resetting. Get this, and then you cut out. So get this what?
Am I back?
You're back.
I didn't even freeze on my end there.
Yeah, you did on my end.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you to Jake for reminding us that the Chargers already did re-up Herbert. Contract doesn't expire till 2029. So yeah, get an offensive coach in there.
Yeah.
Help get him back on track.
Yeah. Man, what I said was epic. Sorry you missed it, dude.
What did they say about Shaka Smart then?
I don't even remember anymore, man.
Damn it.
It's been so long. I'm having a tough time remembering what just happened. Yeah, I don't know. Sark's obviously been in the NFL before. Quarterback coach for the Raiders back in the day, and then the OC in Atlanta for a couple of years before he went back to college to Alabama to be Saban's OC. So maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants to be an NFL guy that is the top of the profession. But I just have a hard time thinking Sark wants to leave this. Like this is what he's wanted. And he worked his ass off to get back to this spot. And he knows that this should not just be a one-year thing. Like it'd be different if Texas was like, this is clearly the only year they've got a shot to be competitive. And the iron's not going to stay hot for that much longer. I got to leave right now. This thing should be set up for success for a while. I don't know if Sark wants to bail on all of the hard work that he's put in to get himself and Texas to this point.
I wonder if his time spent in Southern California works for or against him. I wonder if he thinks back on his time in LA fondly. I mean, obviously the way it ended wasn't great necessarily, but Austin's a great place to be a really good coach, having built something that does seem sustainable. So ultimately, I'm with you. I think it's a long shot that Steve Sarkisian ends up with any NFL team, much less the Chargers. But I did see the Vegas odds on the likely next Chargers coach. Have you seen these yet?
I'm not.
How about Bill Belichick?
Whoa. Okay.
Let me just go ahead and help. What's the owner's name? Spiro Agnew?
Spiro Adidas, I believe.
Spiro Adidas. Listen, my Adidas. Don't make the horrific mistake of hiring a washed-up Bill Belichick who is well past his prime at this point, that while he won't make the same stupid decisions that Brandon Staley did, He's also not going to lead you to the promised land anytime soon. Do better, my Adidas.
I didn't say his name was Run DMC.
You said his name was my Adidas, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Spiro Adidas. But I don't think that's it either. Dean Spanos.
Dean Spanos. Thank you.
Yeah. Spiro Adidas is a commentator. He might be calling the Chargers next game, but he's not coaching anytime soon.
Dean Spanos. That's what you said.
Yeah. Bill Belichick. I'm in on it. I could see them doing that because I think he gets let go from New England, or mutual parting of the ways in New England. And I could see the Chargers wanting that. Like, they went from a first-time inexperienced head coach. It didn't work. You usually try to do the opposite of the last thing you did if it didn't work. Belichick is literally the opposite of Brandon Staley.
He is, and Bill O'Brien has the potential to be Justin Herbert's next OC. So it was fun while it lasted, Justin. Hope you enjoy toiling the rest of your career.
Oh, man.
Unless you have a way of transcending his stupidity like Deshaun Watson then did. But if you do that, you're going to have to get a little bit more comfortable with your massages, or I guess you forcing your masseuses to become handsy with things.
There you go. Dan Quinn is an interesting one. Yeah, once again, I think Chargers probably go offense. They might go Bill Belichick because he's Bill Belichick, but if they don't go with him, I think they'll go with an offensive mind. That's what they should do. Get somebody who can make sure Justin Herbert doesn't regress any further, and he feels like he's good enough to compete for Super Bowls. You've got to bring in a coach who can unlock that and get the most out of him. All right, sponsors.
You want me to help you out here?
Yeah, in more ways than one.
How about I talk about Great Blue Heron Furniture for a second?
Okay.
They are, as BK tells you all the time, as I tell you from time to time, a custom leather furniture company that started in 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. The stuff is gorgeous. Hopefully you have already clicked that link in the YouTube video description if you're watching. That takes you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Of course, you can peruse the rest of their website while you're there as well. It is the most stylish and comfortable and well-built furniture that you will find anywhere. And if you use that promo code that we've been telling you about, Hookem, Hookem, you all know how to spell that. It doesn't even have to be for the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. If you buy anything through Great Blue Heron Furniture, you'll get 15% off that purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, check out Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link for more info or give them a call, 866-247-9688. That's 866-247-9688. BK, do we have audio-visual consultations queued up?
Yes, we do.
Here's our guy, Tom
Hi,
McKay.
this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
That's right. Our tentative plan is in place that I need to fill you in on about checking a Stars game out with Tom and Camilla after the first of the year. So it's going to be a fun one. Let me just say that. Hung low, what's better than a nooner with the wife, a nooner with BK and Trey on TSU? Thank you so much for that. On that note, I also need to say hello to my wife who is watching right now. She just texted to tell me as much. Hey, beautiful. Love you. Hope you're having a great day at work so far, despite the fact that we did not get a lot of sleep last night. And unfortunately, it wasn't because of the midnighter, which I guess is the opposite of the nooner. We went to bed after midnight, but it's because she had a company work party. And then we had a kid show up in our bed, not a random kid, one of our kids, show up in our bed at about 2 a.m. complaining of having a nightmare. And so that led to her sleeping between us. We don't have a king size bed. We have a queen, which is not big enough for 2 adults and 1 child who is 9, halfway to 10 at this point.
Yeah, I got to get you a king size bed, man. What are you doing?
I don't like the king size bed because most nights it is just Justine and me, and I feel like we end up just on opposite ends of the room with a king size bed. I like being able to reach over and touch her, while I'm sleeping.
Like this.
So back to our conversation from yesterday, I'm more of a butt guy. So if I am doing some salacious groping in our sleep, it's usually grabbing her posterior rather than the front side.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going Trump and grabbing her by her cat.
I'm sure. I'm sure she's glad that she's tuned in for this conversation.
Well, she would agree with everything that I'm saying right now. She's probably glad that I'm not trying to grab her cat Trump style while we're both sleeping too.
Yeah. You didn't send the kid back to the bed? Like, monsters aren't real. Go back to bed, kid.
No, Justine ends up going to a different bed like 30 minutes later because my daughter, she's flailing around like Draymond Green in a regular season NBA game. When she's sleeping, it's like elbow here, fist to the face there, foot to the groin here. It is very unsettling. And so Justine decided to hit eject and spent half the night in our guest bedroom.
She's doing this.
Welcome to Draymond's Hall of Pain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation.
Green just plows right over Nurkic. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul. And they're going to take a look at this. What's going on with that? Wow. You've got a full-on fracas going on. They're swinging each other around. Gobert gets in there. Draymond's got him in a headlock. They were going at each other's heads.
Is that your daughter?
Something similar to that. Now, much like Draymond, she just says she was trying to draw a foul in her dreams whenever it's happening.
Yeah, she was trying to sell the call. Everybody does that in their dreams. It's no big deal. Oh, man. All right. Thank you for reading those sponsors. Shout out to all of our great sponsors, Olipop, Altstat, Covert BK. We love all of them and are grateful that they are a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Reminder, tomorrow morning. Whoa. Tomorrow morning, we'll be at Blue Santa.
You like surprise with that?
Operation Blue Santa. To find out more information, come by and see us. I think we'll be there 9 to 10. Trey, hopefully you're there to help talk so I don't have to as much.
9 to 10. Okay, I'm glad I have a time now. Where is it again?
That's my guess. The guy won't get back to me, but I think we're doing 9 to 10 on the air tomorrow. But if you want to line up, the car line starts way before then. Tomorrow morning. It's 4101 South Industrial Drive.
Oh shit, I've got to go to the south side.
Yeah, it's off like 71.
Oh, I bet it's near where Onnit Academy is, in that industrial area where there's just a bunch of warehouses for the most part.
Yep.
What time does the handoff start? Because I think I'd like to bring my family out to do some volunteering. Is that still allowed?
I don't know. Go to their website, bluesanta.org. Find out more information if they're still looking for volunteers. You can come by and pick up toys tomorrow. We could drop off toys today out there. I don't know if they're looking for more volunteers.
Volunteer. Warehouse volunteers. Delivery day.
That's it. That's tomorrow.
Deliveries begin at 8 and go until 4 p.m.
So you can volunteer to deliver stuff.
Yeah, shifts are available December 16th.
There you go.
Register, though. I'm not going to register.
You just talk about volunteering. You don't do it. You're one of those guys.
Well, it's the thought that counts.
I don't know if that's how it works with volunteering.
I'm pretty sure that's what Abe Lincoln said back in the day.
Yeah, I'm thinking about donating to the food bank, but not going to, but I'm thinking about it.
Thought that counts. It's just like good teams win and great teams cover. So even if you lose, but you cover that point spread, you are considered a great team.
No, it's only if you win and cover, you're a great team. If you lose and cover, you ain't shit.
Nope, that's not the slogan. As first set forth by Ben Franklin. I'm stealing all your bits right now.
Yeah.
First set forth by Ben Franklin back in the early 1920s.
I don't have enough voice or energy to defend myself here.
Hey, we need to do our picks real quick because I actually have Zay coming on in a few minutes. I'm going to the bullpen early today because you need off this channel.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this.
It's not your fault, dude. You're trying to help everybody else out because we have a bunch of Austinites who prefer not to work on Friday, apparently.
Yeah.
So you're filling the gaps, and I admire that, but I also see that you need a bit of a break. So let's go.
Yeah. Normally, this is not a hard job at all. I could do 5 hours straight of talking. Wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be hard. But today is, I literally sound like a different person. If you listen to Bucky and BK this morning and you're listening to this, you're like, oh, it's a new host. They brought somebody else onto the team to do the show today. That's just me. All right. What are you up? You're up 9 games on our season-long pick'em contest right now.
I feel like if it gets to double digits, we need to hit reset. You take the L and we hit reset and find something else less significant for the stretch run.
Still just no benefit in me doing that because I'm going to lose the reset shit too.
You're doing it for the bits.
Yeah, I know. All right. We'll see. 6 games, NFL games, since we're not doing any of the shitty college games tomorrow. We're doing the 3 Saturday games, though, in the NFL. Minnesota, Cincinnati. Bengals 3-point favorites. Backup quarterbacks. Jake Browning against Nick Mullins. It's not even Josh Dobbs. He got benched last week, and now he's relegated to 3rd string. He's going up against Cincinnati in the jungle against Jake Browning, who's actually played pretty well for the Bengals as of late. Who you got, Trey?
Yeah, take me the Bengals to cover the 3. I guess Minnesota could stick in this game because Justin Jefferson should be back. They are going to be without Madison, though, and who knows what you're going to get with Nick Mullins. So, yeah, give me Cincinnati to win by more than a field goal.
I'm with you. Like, I want to pick against you as often as I can to try to make up some ground here, but I can't pick Minnesota in this spot. Steelers at Colts tomorrow afternoon. Backup quarterback versus backup quarterback. Colts 1.5-point home favorites. Steelers running a risk of not having a winning season under Mike Tomlin. They're 7-6 right now. I'll go with Pittsburgh because of that. Mike Tomlin just always finds a way to keep the winning season streak alive. And even though they lost to 2-win Arizona and 2-win New England, I'm going with Pittsburgh to cover and win outright. Wrong team favorite.
Well, this one is very simple for me, BK. It comes down to the 2 backup quarterbacks. You're talking about Gardner Minshew on one side and Mitchell the Bitchel Trubisky on the other side. Yeah, I'll take the Colts to win by more than a 1.5.
Trubisky's different than you. He's a breast guy, as we found out from a tweet he had back in middle school. You remember that one?
And as you know, the way you feel about girls as a middle schooler is how you're going to feel about girls in your late 20s.
Who said that quote?
Harriet Tubman.
I thought it was Susan B. Anthony. My bad on that one. Let's see if I can screen share the tweet. I haven't pulled it up yet. I'll work on that later. All right. So we're different there. The Saturday night game tomorrow. Broncos at Lions. Lions lost to the Bears last week. The Broncos bounced back after their Texans lost. They've won 6 of 7. They're playing some good football. Kind of feels like these teams trending in opposite directions. The game's in Detroit. Trey, the Lions 4.5-point favorites. What say you?
The Lions are reeling right now, and I don't know what to make of this team anymore. I've been a fan all year long. I'm officially concerned because Jared Goff has kind of become LA Rams Jared Goff again. Because of that, even though I think Detroit still wins this game, I actually have Denver covering. I think the Lions do win by around a field goal, which means they don't cover that 4.5.
Okay. Yeah, we're different on this one. I think last week's going to serve as a wake-up call for Detroit. I think they bounce back and win this one by like 7-10. So I'll go Lions at home to cover the 4.5.
All right, let's go quick on these last 3, starting with Houston, Tennessee. The Titans are 3-point favorites here.
Trying to get rid of me. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
No, Zay is nice enough to get you kicked off this channel after more than 4.5 straight hours So I'm getting rid of you here.
Thank you, Zay. I'll go with the Titans because I've watched Davis Mills play for 2 years. I had to cover him for 2 years. He sucks. I will never bet on that guy. So I'll take Tennessee at home.
I'm betting with my heart and not my head here. But fuck the Tennessee Titans for wearing the Houston Oilers uniforms while playing the Texans. That is fucking despicable. And they should have those rights ripped away from them as a result of doing something so tasteless and so unnecessary. There are plenty of other games you could have done this for. Because of that, I'm not even a Texans fan. I'm going to be rooting hard for the Texans on Sunday.
Okay. Different there.
Covering the 3 as a result. Now, Dallas at Buffalo. One of those weird lines where the Bills are 2.5-point favorites. It's like, oh, this is easy money. Cowboys are going to win. I'm actually taking Buffalo because of that, BK. You know my policy. When it comes to bets that are too good to be true, I go the other way from what common sense is telling me. What about you? Cowboys, Bills, with Buffalo as 2.5-point favorites.
Yeah, I don't think this is viewed as that weird of a line. Like, Buffalo's been good at home. The Cowboys have been bad at the road, on the road. I'll go with Dallas. I just think Dallas is the better team. Scary. They can't run, and it's going to be cold and windy and dark there. It's a 4:25 Eastern time kick, so it's going to be ugly. But I just think Dallas is too good. I think Dallas wins.
And Baltimore, 3.5-point favorites at Jacksonville on Sunday Night Football. Who you got?
Wrong team favored. Give me the Jags. Pull off the upset on SNF.
Jags have been weird recently. This does feel like a good bounce back week for them. So give me Jacksonville to cover that 3.5 as well.
Very good. Am I getting the boot?
Yeah, man, get out of here.
Beat it. I'm calling for the righty out of the bullpen. Righty out of the bullpen.
Are you righty, Zay? You are righty.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Righty out of the bullpen, and let's remember to turn 2, guys.
Yeah. If you were a soup guy, I'd say go get some soup, but you're not a soup guy. So
turn 2 in the pink and 1 in the stink, guys. You know what they say.
Wow.
I hate soup, but I've had soup. More proof that soup doesn't do shit. I've been eating that the last 2 days. I've been drinking tea the last 2 days. I hate both of those things, and they don't work, but I will probably go eat soup right now. So
there you go.
Sometimes when you have full-blown AIDS, the normal things that help you out don't help anymore because your immune system is so compromised.
Got AIDS.
Wow.
Well, on that note, thanks. See you all tomorrow.
Wow, man. I hope he has the cure like Irvin Magic Johnson.
Hey,
Magic Johnson. What has he done?
Yeah, you got the dough. You got the cure. Boy, we give one another a lot of shit. That's maybe the worst thing I've ever said to him.
I'm glad I'm in the presence of the worst thing you've ever said to him because, man, that took me back a little bit. Like, geez, your boy just watched Straight Outta Compton the other day, so that gave me a little, teardrop seeing Eazy-E up there. That's dark times, man. You're just throwing around that joke, man.
Does that movie? Wait, what movie was Eazy in? Straight Outta Compton. That's
Straight Outta Compton. That's the NWA biopic.
Yeah. Okay. That movie came out about a decade ago. That movie still stands up, correct?
Oh yeah, that might be one of the best ones. They've trashed a few of the legends, hip hop legends, and biopics. Notorious. That was probably the first one that came out, probably 06, 07. And they had Papa Doc from 8 Mile playing Tupac. And right then they tried. They had Boobie Miles from Friday Night Lights. The dude that played Boobie Miles in the movie, he played Diddy, which you can only imagine how that looks. So
how rapey was Diddy in that version of events?
Oh man, come on, man,
dude, that story is crazy. I avoid most of the TMZ bullshit. Like if what is being said about him is true, and there are a lot of women who have come forward, it's like some Bill Cosby, R. Kelly level shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like Diddy, you could get women pretty easily. You don't have to do all this stuff. But some guys just sick at the mind. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of them just accusations, but still, he paid Cassie immediately when she was accusing his ass. And that kind of put some question marks up where you're like, okay, Puffy, all the terrific things that we've come to love with you and your music now seem a little tainted. And every Diddy song that comes up on my playlist, I have to respectfully decline at this moment. I can't.
Who else is on that list for you? Because I've found myself adding some Michael Jackson to my liked songs in the last couple months.
Michael Jackson, you remember the HBO documentary of the kids that got abused?
Yeah.
They took that off. Like HBO, they don't show it. Like if you go check Max right now, you can't find it. And I don't know if it's because some of those things aren't accurate or just who knows. But yeah, like when that was happening, I was like, okay, Mike, I'm gonna have to distance myself from you, bro. But I'm like you, man. When Billie Jean comes on, that's hard to turn off.
Rock with You. Yeah, there are a bunch of good Michael Jackson songs where it's like, oh, can I separate the art from the artist here?
Right.
R. Kelly, it's a hard no. Like having unfortunately seen like an edited version of the video of him urinating on a minor, it's like, nope, you're fucking done, dude. You are too big of a creep to overlook this one. I guess I'm not trying to value straight up pedophilia over what R. Kelly did in that video, but probably also liked Michael Jackson's music a little bit more than I did R. Kelly's before I found out things about both those guys. I'm being completely honest with you.
Man, the R. Kelly one still hurts. Like I vividly remember going over me and my wife's wedding music list and just having to X out the Ignition remix, the dance song where he does the stepping and stuff, which is the ultimate wedding song. Like these are cult classics. And yeah, the son of a bitch just can't help himself. Like the stories with him, that dude would just pull up the high schools back in the day. Like, are we serious? Like, come on, I get it. It's the 90s. We didn't have cameras and stuff, but how wasn't this talked about more early on where, you know, we could have stopped it earlier and because we can't hear it. Ignition? Come on, man. Like, that's one of the key to the ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. Like, see, you're rocking right now. Like, that's just an infectious song. That's a great song. Nope, can't play it no more.
I was too busy. I was too busy singing "Keep It on the Down Low." Nobody has to know. Oh wait, oh shit! He was telling us in that song that there was something really fucked up going on. It was framed in a video like he was going after some fucking bigwig's wife, but it turned out he was talking about perusing junior highs and elementary schools for minors. Shit, maybe not elementary schools, but definitely junior highs.
Why? Oh man, that's another classic. Keep it on the down low, man. Like him and Ron Isley had their moments together. The Aaliyah thing that should have let everybody know. Okay, this dude's a little foul.
What was the Aaliyah thing?
Oh, Aaliyah, God bless her soul. Back in the 90s, she had that "Age Ain't Nothing But a Number" song. I want to say her and R. Kelly had a relationship during that era.
Oh,
and she was around like 15 or 16. And yeah, just some very questionable things going on. And nobody really talks about it because it's Aaliyah. You want to remember the good things, you know, with her since she's not around no more. It's still a very sad story. But
was that plane crash? Is that how she died?
Yeah. Yeah, plane crash. I want to say they found blow in the dude's system who was flying that thing afterwards. And yeah, it's just a really shitty situation. But yeah, somebody on the Coda text line said they still bump R. Kelly. Still bump Ignition. See, yeah, and Hunglo's right. 50 Cent, the most petty rapper in the world, he's about to drop a documentary on Diddy. Supposedly.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, like he wants to buy Revolt, which is Diddy's media TV company and stuff. Like 50's been waiting for this shit to come out because he hates 50. Or excuse me, he hates Diddy.
Well, he in a lot of ways he's the anti-Diddy. Like he's always leaned into just kind of what he is. Somebody who works out really hard. He does shows at strip clubs. Like he doesn't try and deny the fact that he's got some dog in him. Whereas Diddy, he tried to present this certain character to the public that may have turned out to be completely false. And he's certainly not the first person in the history of the world to do that, Bill Cosby. But he is the latest to go down for things that go well beyond the descriptor shenanigans. It's much more fucked up than shenanigans. It's like straight up illegal things where you are doing long-term damage to other humans.
Yeah, it's foul, man. And it's very sad. Like, who knows what Diddy's childhood was like? Because that's what I always think, from these serial killers to rapists to anybody else that's done some felony type stuff. Like, something happened to where you're traumatized in your childhood that people might not know about to corrupt your mind like this. Hell, I was just listening to a 10-minute rant of Kanye. Go check that out. Whenever me and Chip get on and you leave, Kanye just threw out another rant. The dude, he just can't help himself. It's 10 minutes. It's hysterical. I'm not going to front, like 90%. I don't know what he's talking about, Trey, but I can tell you this. He did quote, this is what I took out from it. He quoted saying, Jesus Christ, Hitler, and Ye. He's with all the crap that he says, he threw all three of those names into one sentence. And then, like, one of the best parts of it, some girl just kept interrupting because he's in this house. It's like weird, just like in this just very normal house. You would think it'd be a mansion or something. No, everybody's just kind of congested together. There's multiple people in there, and he's giving this speech. And then some girl is like just kind of talking in the background while videotaping. And Kanye goes, "Hey, get her out of here. Get her out." And they just kick some girl out that was trying to speak her mind. Oh, it's terrific, man. Like, that's, if you could just laugh at that stuff, say what you want about Kanye. I get it. He's off his rocker. He said some very just insensitive things. I understand that, but life's too short for me to hate everybody in this world. People are gonna be people. That shit's funny. Kanye, what he was saying, that is just pure comedy when he mentions Jesus Christ, Hitler, and himself all in one sentence.
It's a little bit easier. I don't want to say to dismiss what Kanye West is saying, because he's saying some truly fucked up things, but it's a little bit easier to separate the art from the artist in that example, because he obviously has serious mental health issues. Like what you just said, you listen to the guy talk for 10 straight minutes, and it is a 10-minute ramble that is similar to that of any schizophrenic that you find on a street corner here in Austin. He is also really bright too, which does sometimes come with the territory of somebody who suffers from schizophrenia. But like, I was just about to ask you, half joking but half serious, is he espousing the positive qualities of Hitler once again? Because that happened very recently. You know, when Alex Jones is like, hey, Kanye, you want to roll that one back just a little bit, when he's saying, Hitler was not all bad. Hitler had some positive qualities too. The general idea of what he was trying to do was not a bad one necessarily. And Alex Jones is like, Kanye, you sure you want to say that one right now, man? Shouldn't we get back to Sandy Hook and that being a false flag operation? Like, that's when you know somebody is really fucked up and just completely broken in the head. But he's also a brilliant fucking musician too.
Your Alex Jones impression is spot on. That's what I'm laughing at here. That's pretty good. That dude, man.
I'm not gonna lie, it's the first time that I've ever tried it. I'm pretty happy. It's in there with my Bob Dylan now as one of the handful of imitations that I can do. I'm gonna have to pull out the Alex Jones impersonation out a little bit more going forward.
Yeah, man, that's definitely solid. But yeah, yay, he's lost it. Am I gonna listen to the album? Absolutely, 100%. I gotta listen to it at least once. He has his daughter on it. He kind of did one of those little concert preview album releases that he always does, and his daughter is just on it. She raps like a 10-year-old would rap. It's cute, whatever. But they're in the same.
Okay, so it's cute like Kevin Dunn's dad says cute, where it's like dismissive. It's cute, not necessary, but cute.
Yeah, exactly. And
is this the daughter that he has with
Kim
Kardashian? Okay.
Yeah, they're all with Kim. He has all four with her.
Okay.
And like the daughter, she's there with like the rest of these rappers and stuff who are on the album, like Freddie Gibbs and Lil Durk. I'm sure you listen to both of those guys. And
I actually do like Freddie Gibbs. I've never heard a Lil Durk before, but I like Freddie Gibbs a lot.
Okay, that's saying something because Gibbs and Durk are very different. Like Durk's a part of the new generation, Gen Z, they love Durk, while Freddie Gibbs, he's in his 40s. So you and I, we relate to that guy a little bit more, even though he's a little crazy in itself.
Oh, but he's fucked up, but he's also a great storyteller too.
Oh, he's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. But Kanye was, again, it's his album. Kanye's talking about big booty bitches and stuff, and it's like his daughter's right there. His daughter's right there, like bobbing her head. And I'm just like, man, CBS got to say something about this. Like, I get it. He has the paper to support the girl. I understand that. But again, we're calling this dude a schizo. Like, there, and he talked about that too. He talked about that in the 10-minute rant, how people are giving him this stigma, which puts him in the position to where he might not be able to see his kids as much as he likes. And
well, that's probably a fucking good thing. I'm sorry to be harsh here, but somebody who's that unhinged, yeah, you probably should be limited with regards to you being around your kids solo. Like, these are impressionable minds here, and you can say some really trust me, I know from experience, you can say some really fucked up things to get them to believe. And so when you're talking about Kanye West doing that and ranting about the positive qualities of Hitler or whatever else he's going in on, it's funny that his music is the way where he can actually communicate in a manner where people can start to understand him a little bit. Like, I'm talking about other than the 15 people who are members of the cult that he's in charge of right now. Because he makes a lot of sense when you listen to his music, and he's obviously really creative. Like, his creativity comes out in a way that's easier to appreciate than him going on InfoWars talking about how Adolf Hitler wasn't that bad of a dude. I'm kind of surprised at this point. Now, do they have any boys, or is it all girls that he had with Kardashian?
Yeah, he has a couple of boys, a couple of girls.
Surprised he didn't name one of his boys Adolf, to be the first person in human history since World War II to think that was a good decision. With how many positive things he said about fucking Hitler.
Yeah, when he first came out, 04, college dropout, he was producing for Jay-Z and the Rockefeller crew before that, and he was just a producer. But then Dame Dash was like, yo, man, you can rap a little bit. Let's start rapping. And it wasn't dangerous rap. Like 50 Cent just dropped Get Rich or Die Trying. So it was kind of coming back into that dangerous rap era, which kind of fell off from Pac and Biggie getting killed. Like, everybody was kind of tiptoeing, especially mainstream. Everybody wasn't really trying to deal with that anymore because it's just too negative and too gangster. So all of these higher ups, front office people, they're like, yo, we ain't trying to do this hood shit. We're not trying to do that. So Kanye
made so much money on it for a few years, but then the two biggest stars in the business got killed. And so now we're rethinking that decision.
Yeah. It just didn't work out like they planned, which there's still a place for it. There's still a place for gangster rap and stuff. Like, it just depends on how you present it. But yeah, when Kanye came with the pop collar polos and wearing the pink and the backpack and stuff, and he had just the very crazy rhymes that no one's ever heard of, kind of controversial like he is, but like in a way to where it was like Eminem, but this is a brother saying it. So it was relatable to everybody, and that's why he's been so popular. Like, that's the genius that we see in him. Like, he was able to just, all markets, any audience is able to relate to him just because he's that talented. But yeah, man, I don't know. You can't even blame the Kardashian curse on them. Like, that's just... No. I can't even blame that. I watched Devin Booker the other night drop 34. He looked as calm as ever. He had the Kardashian curse. So that ain't a real thing. Lamar Odom, maybe. Tristan Thompson, he's a little off too. But Tristan Thompson just cheats. He don't hurt nobody.
Lamar Odom was going to be found passed out and in need of medical assistance at a brothel, regardless of whether or not he dated a Kardashian,
See,
that was the direction Lamar Odom was going in regardless. I'm going to have to defend, I always hate to do this with the Kardashians, but I'm going to have to defend my fellow Armenians here for a second, that sometimes sometimes it's maybe about the decisions you're making with regards to who you're getting involved with. Like the problem is more your decision making than you giving some curse to somebody else, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean,
well, you just said it with like Kanye West was going to go off the deep end regardless of Kim Kardashian. If anything, that maybe kept him in check a little bit for a few years before she eventually had to say, you know what, I can't do this shit anymore. This is fucking wild. Like this guy's starting a cult here and they're talking about how Hitler wasn't all bad.
Yeah. Yo, UT Parkin, you're bold, man. Personally, I think Kanye is very stable and I trust him around my wife and kids. I love UT Parkin. Their comments are terrific, man. Hey, more power to you. You're going to get a good album out of it, you know, some good lyrics, maybe a little concert. I'll take a Kanye concert.
You're even going to get some cult meetings at your compounds too, probably with all of his followers. And at what point does he have everybody drink the Kool-Aid?
Hey man, let me ask you this: what's your thought on the Draymond Green situation? Because they're very, you know, synonymous with one another. Draymond and Kanye, both a little out there. Draymond suspended.
The thing about it is that whenever you hear Draymond speak, like he's a really thoughtful dude to the point that you made yesterday. It's like I don't hear somebody who's rambling like Kanye whenever he gives interviews or he's a part of studio shows, but the actions on the court are completely unacceptable and it's a distraction to his team. And so it's weird to me to see him derailing his team 2 straight years. And look, I get that this season isn't all about Draymond, but at the end of last season, Warriors in unison were like, yeah, that was a pretty big deal when he punched Jordan Poole in the preseason. Like that was a hard thing for us to recover from. To bring him back, to have it happen again, and to hear them speaking about him like he's a fragile child with how that they're going to address this going forward and how they're going to try and get them help. Like, guys, you've had a long time now to try and get them help. Sometimes this is just kind of who a person is. You need to understand that this is what you're going to be dealing with for as long as you still have him as part of the fray. It's why I said at the end of last season, like they should get rid of him right now if they really want to, if they're really going to have a chance to be competitive going forward, because as he gets older and less productive on the basketball court, it's kind of like that balance of a wide receiver who's got that diva mentality about him where he provides those distractions off the field, but it's like he's good enough to counteract that. Same thing's happening with Draymond right now, but his skill level has slipped to the point where the distraction just shouldn't be worth it anymore if you're a member of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, I joke about it all the time. I know people call me Zaymon Green because we both have a similar complexion. And, you know, I kind of played like him during my day, which is really weird. Like I wasn't the fastest, wasn't the most athletic, but defensively I was always in the right spot, kind of the coach on the court guy. Since my dad's a coach, that's just how I played. And I could shoot a little bit, enough to be respected. So when I look at Draymond, I was like, oh, if I went to the league, this is probably what I could have been. And again, you see all just the antics with him and different situations that he gets in where he's stomping guys and shit. And seeing Steve Kerr yesterday, Trey, like about to cry when he was discussing it, that's what hit me, because this is a dude that played with Rodman. Yeah. Like he played with Dennis Rodman. So like if anyone understands that there's certain guys that are just kind of off the wire, but you need them, like you said, you know, wide receiver diva mentality, just some dudes bring that, but you take the good more than you do the bad. But when he was legitimately about to ball up and cry out here talking about Draymond, like a legitimate concern on his well-being, that's when I was like, yo, this is serious. Like, this is very sad now.
Was it truly concerned about his well-being, or was it Steve Kerr coming to terms with the fact that Draymond needs to be gone? Like, I wonder if part of that is in play at this point, where it's like he's having to accept that a guy that he loves as a human being is detrimental to his basketball team. So they're about to have this hard conversation with him where it's like, dude, we're going to have to cut you. I'm sorry. We can't be dealing with this shit even once a year, much less however many times a year it ends up happening. And you've had plenty of chances up to this point. So we hope you can find a new place to play, and we're going to hate playing against you, but this is the reality of the situation now.
Yeah. And that's how you know it's done. Kerr, Steph, Clay. Once Draymond goes, that's it. Like all the championship aspirations and glory days, it's for sure over.
You sound sad.
I am sad. That's Warriors. Say what you want about them. Kevin Durant, one of my favorite players. That was some of the best basketball I've ever seen, Chip. Like, I was too young. Like, I only seen highlight of the 86 Celtics and the 87, Lakers and those bad boys Piston teams. Like, I actually got to see with my eyes some of the greatest basketball of my life. I don't care what you feel about it. I get Kevin Durant, say what you say about him being weak-minded, leaving the Thunder to go to Golden State. But if we're just talking about hoops, man, what they were putting out there, like, it was just pick your poison. You couldn't stop them. They were shooting at such a high clip. The defense was good.
Are they going to retire Durant's number?
They should. They might Jerry Jones him. It might take a minute. He might be old and gray, but see you, Trey. Thanks, man.
The end of an era in Golden State. Zay, thank you so much for hopping on a little bit early and helping to get BK off this channel after 4.5+ hours in a shot voice. Chip, hope you're having a good one. May see you guys at Moonshine tomorrow. Otherwise, have a great weekend.
See you tomorrow.
I'll be there. See y'all there.
Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. 1 to 3. Zay, Sugar Bowl tailgate continues, of course.
Let's go.
I had to bring you a fresh batch of numbers for you to consider.
There we go.
As we get into this Texas, Washington, 17 days, by the way, 17 days to the Sugar Bowl. Did you know that the Washington Huskies have the nation's longest winning streak at 20 games?
No, I did not.
Okay. During that stretch, they are 9-0 against AP ranked teams. Does that do anything for you?
I mean, very successful. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of those teams, especially this year, were ranked at one point and are no longer ranked in the Pac-12. But yes, that does mean something. They're beating teams when they're hot.
They were the underdog in 4 of those games, according to Las Vegas. They were a +12 underdog at Oregon last year when they won 37-34. They were a +3 underdog against Texas in the Alamo Bowl. Remember, this winning streak includes a win over the Longhorns. Texas was favored by 3 in the Alamo Bowl. Washington won 27-20. Washington was a +1 underdog against Oregon State this season. They won 22-20. I mean, does Vegas know or does Vegas know? Well, clearly they didn't know. Because they were also a +10 underdog against Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. And they got it done with a second victory over the Ducks this season, 34-31. And you could argue that Washington handled that game better than they did the game in their own stadium against Oregon in October. In that game, Dan Lanning, if he doesn't lose his mind on 4th down, the Ducks are probably in either overtime or win that game. He was 0 for 3 on 4th down, and the one that really got me was they intercept Penix, and they drive down to the goal line, and there's 2 seconds left, and rather than kick the field goal, they go for it on 4th and goal from the 3, and they don't make it, and they get nothing out of, Take the points. You intercepted Penix. You have a chance to go into the locker room with momentum. Oh, Dan Lanning.
Yeah, cocky son of a B.
Oh, man. And you're on the road. You were in Husky Stadium. Take the points. Yeah, so interesting look that in 3 of those wins were against Oregon. 3 of those 9. So any thoughts on that?
Well, Kalen DeBoer, as you mentioned yesterday with his D2 record, we know the dude could coach. And they got some serious weapons up there in Seattle. We know that also, especially that offense. So it's not too surprising, but again, Michael Penix and just the way he's been playing, the confidence that he has, and basically the free reign to do whatever he wants with the ball in his hands. Like, it's a reason why he was in New York up for the Heisman. Like, the dude, he's a problem. And you go look at their defensive stats, they might not be too good there, but somehow this team has just been very timely. Like you mentioned, Dan Lanning going for it, like he felt, hey, this defense, 4th down, they might not be the best, so why not? And what they do, they stop them. So if you have timely plays, even though the stats don't align to that, then that's you could look at, you know, the record, and it could say win the last 20 because of it. You're like, man, their defensive stats, they give up a lot of yards. They've given up a lot of points, 42 to USC, but they scored 52. So just somehow, whether it's a slobber knocker versus Arizona State where they only put up around, you know, the teens, want to say 15 in that game, or if it's 50-something, they just find ways to win. And you got to salute Kalen DeBoer for doing things like that. It's pretty remarkable, but you would have to think that it can't last. Like, just the stats with all of that you just said, like, ain't no way. That's a lot of luck. You got to have a lot of luck for those situations too. So, I mean, it's crazy, but again, that's some serious coaching coming into play, and you got to salute Kalen DeBoer and that coaching staff for the Huskies.
Well, that leads me to the next set of numbers for you. And that is Washington is 11-0 in their last 11 one-score games. Games of 8 points, decided by 8 points or less. 11-0. So some of those are ugly, like the 15-7 win over Arizona State. If you watch that game, you're like, what is going on here? And obviously others, all 3 of those Oregon games are in that. So tough-minded. Penix, the offense, even the defense. I mean, I thought the most interesting thing about the Pac-12 championship, because Washington was up 20-3 in that game, and you're like, oh, excuse me. Michael Penix is a little tired of hearing about how great Oregon is. I think we all were at that point, especially Texas fans, because Oregon had been ranked ahead of Texas and Alabama by the committee, as if the committee just expected Oregon to win that revenge game, because there was no basis for Oregon to be ranked ahead of Texas and Alabama in every set of their rankings. But in that game, Washington gets up 20-3, and then Oregon scores 3 straight unanswered touchdowns to go up 24-20 going into the 4th quarter. And you're like, oh, this is it. Washington's mojo is run out. They just gagged this 20-3 lead. And what do they do in the 4th quarter? They go on 2 massive time-consuming drives. One was 10 plays, 75 yards, took 4:26 off the clock. The other was a 12-play, 82-yard drive that took 6:20 off the clock. And then after Oregon scores on that 63-yard touchdown pass to cut the Washington lead to 34-31 with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, what does Washington do? They run out the clock by getting 2 first downs, including a pass from Michael Penix on 3rd and 6 and an 18-yard run by Dylan Johnson on 3rd and 9. So, I mean, that's what you call gut check answer baskets. You know what I mean?
For sure. And I don't think Dylan Johnson gets enough credit. I don't think we talk about him enough. I mean, he's a big time running back, 1,000-yard rusher, and he kind of goes just, unthought of, kind of like Clyde Edwards-Helaire did with that LSU team. Like Clyde Edwards-Helaire was really good for LSU. Big reason why Kansas City took them where they did late in that first round, but all the hype went to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and Heisman Trophy winner Joe Burrow. So you go look at Clyde Edwards-Helaire's stats and you're like, this dude, he put up some serious numbers, and that's a big reason why he was a first-round pick. So I'm not saying Dylan Johnson's going to be that, but that's what it reminds me of. Just because this high-powered offense, you look at it, the focal point is the wide receiver group. So yeah, man, it doesn't surprise me that they had those drives in the fourth quarter against Oregon. Like, again, just look at their games this year. It's just absolutely nuts, the dog fights that they were in. Like against Utah, you talk about the one possession games. Utah, they were ranked at one point in this season, beat them by 7 points. Oregon State, that was the game that we all thought was going to get Washington out of contention for the college football playoff, but they end up finessing that game by 2. So, they're kind of a lot like Texas. And what we saw against Kansas State, U of H, and TCU, like sometimes they'll be up by a lot. They'll let the team come back, but they'll still end up getting the dub. And yeah, whichever team, that says a lot about just the team's will and the fact that they're going to stick around for 60 minutes. Even if you think that they're not in or they're not playing their best game, they're going to stay calm. They're going to stay composed. They got a lot of veteran leadership on the squad, and it leads to getting out of those slumps that we've seen all year from them.
I agree with you. I think Kalen DeBoer doesn't get enough credit as an offensive mind because, man, it's hard to do what they do in terms of, throwing the football. He does. He runs the ball. They're balanced. But man, when he needs to, grind clock, that team was able to grind clock in the biggest moment of the season. And, probably the weirdest game of the season for them was Arizona State, because Arizona State led 7-3 going into the fourth quarter. Washington kicked a field goal with 12:28 left to cut it to 7-6. And Arizona State is driving. And they're in the red zone with 8 minutes left in the game, up 7-6. And instead of kicking a field goal, they go for it on 4th down. And the kid throws an interception on 4th and 3 at the Washington 12 that is returned 89 yards for a pick 6. So instead of kicking the field goal that would have put you up 10-6 with 8 minutes left, they go for it on 4th and 3. I mean, a little bit of symmetry there because Dan Lanning went for it on 4th and goal from the 3 and got nothing. And obviously that was it. The pick 6 puts them up They end up adding a score, but that was like, what world are we in right now?
Yeah.
Because Arizona State was 1-6 at that time. So, yeah, they're very similar to Texas. They've had unbelievable moments. They've had some what on earth is going on here moments. But the bottom line is tough-minded football team. I mean, I think this is going to take Texas's best shot. It's going to take being totally locked in. And the crazy thing about games that are a month after the season ends is, okay, how do you get them prepared? How do you get your team prepared? How do you get them mentally locked in? And that's why this is the one part of the resume for Steve Sarkisian that we haven't quite seen yet. He's 2-3 in bowl games. Obviously, last year was his first bowl game at Texas. Didn't have Bijan Robinson, didn't have Roshan Johnson, didn't have DeMarvion Overshown, didn't have faith in his team's running game. And they still played Washington to 27-20 and kind of kept Penix in check and kind of kept Adunze, Polk, and McMillan in check. We've been joking. The only 100-yard receiver in that game was Casey Kane.
Yep.
And 49 of his 108 yards came on a desperation Hail Mary on the last play of the game to about midfield. So I love it. I mean, this is what you want. You want the hype around your game, and then you want to go out and deliver.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, at least Sark has been there. I'll continue to say, at least he's been there as an assistant, to where Kalen DeBoer, yes, he had success at the D2 level, winning national championships. So he knows a type of process when it comes to it, but it's not the same. The preparation, the month off, how much do we prepare? How much do we make sure the guys are locked in and ready to play? And how much time do we give them off? How much time do we give them to go hang out with their boo or go hang out with mom and dad and family and see that kinfolk that they need to see? Like that, the balance, that must be tough for Sark right now. I saw the video where the guys are getting all their gifts from the Sugar Bowl. So that's pretty good. It's funny to see Jet Bush and Mookie Taft talking about like it's Christmas with all the gifts that they're getting. So I'm glad they're enjoying the fruits of their labor and what comes with being as successful that they've been this year, getting to the college football playoff. But that's the thing, like, how do you balance? You're getting all this stuff, and it's kind of easy to lay back, Chip, and be like, man, life's good right now. We winning, we getting all this love. Every time we see somebody, they paying for dinner, people buying us drinks, everybody giving us pats on the back, but they talked about it all year. John Wick mentality, Kobe Bryant mindset, job ain't finished. Is that staying true? Like, are the leaders in the room, John A. Barron, Jalen Ford, on that other side, Jordan Whittington, Quinn Ewers, etc., are they making sure, hey, guys, I know we're feeling good about ourselves right now, Big 12 championship, that's the goal, but hey, we got a chance to do something really special right here against a team that's coming in with a lot of confidence and a lot of excitement themselves. So, yeah, I think Steve Sarkisian, that's what gives him the slighter edge, in my opinion, to Kalen DeBoer. Again, it doesn't take anything away from Kalen DeBoer. I think he's a terrific coach too. But I just think in this type of game with Sark's background of being at Alabama and being at Southern Cal with Pete Carroll and playing in these type of games where everybody's going to be watching, all scouts included, people that haven't watched college football all season, Chip, watch these games. You know what I'm saying? So you're getting a different eye, and people that have never seen you before, like, they're going to be checking in on Texas in these games just because, hey, they want to see what all the hoopla is about. So are you going to be ready to perform? I think this team will be ready, and I think it's because of the leadership and the roster that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I love doing the deep dive into, opponents like this when you've got a month, because I don't think a lot of Texas fans know that much. I mean, they saw Washington play Texas in the Alamo Bowl, but like the 20-game winning streak. Now they've got the nation's longest. Now that Georgia's lost Alabama, Washington has the nation's longest winning streak at 20 games. They're 11-0 in one possession games. They're 9-0 against AP top 25 teams. And
who was their last loss to?
Their last loss was against Arizona State.
Arizona State. Okay.
They had back-to-back losses against UCLA and Arizona State last year in October, and they've won 20 straight. And they were picked to win both of those games. So they were upset. They lost 40-32 at UCLA, and they lost 45-38 at Arizona State. So in the Pac-12, I mean, that's the other thing too. No one watches, well, I mean, unless you're a diehard, you're not watching Pac-12 football. Like, Arizona had a really big turnaround this year. They went from 5-7 to 9-3 under Jed Fish. People hear Jed Fish and they think, is that a joke? Is that guy's name really Jed Fish? They know Caleb Williams. And the crazy thing about that USC Washington game is there was over 1,000 yards of offense in that game. Both teams were plus 500 in offense. And Washington ran the ball for 316 yards. USC ran the ball for over 200 yards. Both teams averaged 7.5 yards per carry.
Damn.
Like, were the defenses even on the field?
Yeah. I mean,
That's
that ain't happening here. Like, again, I want to give Dylan Johnson his love, but I wouldn't be looking forward to this matchup. As a competitor, he probably is. Like, man, like that's what Ollie Gordon, what had him going so crazy, because his thought process, I'm Doak Walker Award winner. I run on anybody. I don't give a damn about what Texas brings. When he was saying all that F Texas stuff for the game, you knew his mindset was thinking that, which you have to have that mindset when you're competing against somebody. You can't be scared. So, yeah, I can understand that, but he got shown very early. 34 yards. Dude was hurt. Dude was throwing his helmet on the sideline, throwing temper tantrums and shit, a la Patrick Mahomes. Like, Dylan Johnson, hey, man, you might want to think of some more creative ways to maybe get going. We know they like to do that screen game stuff. You got to look out for that. But the old school running in between the tackles logic against Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat, good luck. That's what we want as Texas fans. Let's do that. If y'all feel like y'all could run the football, go ahead. But, yeah, this might be one of them games where Michael Penix puts up 50 attempts. Easy.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want. I mean, honestly, the more a team throws, the more opportunities you have to sack the quarterback and get a negative play. I mean, Darrell Royal said there are 3 things that can happen when you throw a pass, and 2 of them are bad. So, that's just a fact. But that's where the mindset of this team, this defense comes into play. I thought it was interesting. I was listening to Taj Brooks, the Texas Tech running back, and they're playing tomorrow, right? In the Independence Bowl. And he was saying that Joey McGuire, that they were kind of going through, like light workouts, or not light workouts, but getting young guys reps and experience, and that they were going to put in the game plan for Cal, once they got to the Independence Bowl. And so this week is when they put in the game plan. And it was funny because I remember Mac Brown telling Mike Gundy, do your game plan stuff early. Get all that stuff in early. Do your heavy lifting so that by the time you get to the bowl game, you're just doing recap and walkthrough and making sure everybody's got their stuff down. So I'm interested to see how Texas Tech does in this game against Cal. I know Sark, because of his experience, like you said, having been with Alabama, but I'm interested to, hear his take on when you do what in terms of the game planning and the game plan work. But now I'm interested to see what Texas Tech does against Cal tomorrow night, because I just thought that was interesting. Mac had a really good bowl record, and Gundy listened to him, and Gundy has a good bowl record. So it's interesting how you manage that month.
Yeah.
And like you said, you would think Sark being with Pete Carroll, being with Saban, he's been through this with all the money in the middle of the table enough times that he's got his routine down.
Yeah.
Because in the those Division II playoffs, you just keep playing. Like,
it's like March Madness.
Yeah, you finish your regular season, boom, next week your first round of the 16-team playoff, and you just keep going,
Yeah, and it's just like what you prepare for from week to week, because you're used to that. Like, okay, we play Saturday, Sunday, we're going to watch film, give the guys a day off, Monday, come back, do some weight training stuff, watch film with the team, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, put on pass, Friday, walk through, Saturday, play again. Like, that's what Kalen DeBoer's used to. He ain't used to this full month where you're doing all these interviews. And like you said, his assistant's got to talk now. So now that might be in your mind like, damn, I hope we don't have no assistant that say some dumb shit, because I don't know. They don't speak much. If I'm Sark, I'm thinking the same thing. Man, I don't let some of these guys, Blake Gideon, I don't let these guys speak. I hope they know what to say. And obviously you hire them for a reason. You have confidence in how they carry themselves with their words and their vocabulary through interviews and whatnot. But still, like, there's also a reason why you don't let them talk, Sark. The offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, like Pete Kwiatkowski, damn, can he tell us something that's going on? Can we have him praise Travondre Sweat or Jave Barron? Like, you don't gotta be negative all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, did Sark feel that way when he was an assistant? Like, damn, Saban don't let his guys talk either. That must be it for me. Okay.
Yeah, I think Sark is more Saban than Carroll at this point in his career.
Yeah.
Because USC had open practices. Like,
Snoop Dogg was on practice and shit.
Oh, yeah. It was, but in LA, you're fighting for attention. So you're trying to make it more attractive to coverage. And so that's how they did it. Saban got the job at Alabama, and he told then athletic director Mal Moore, tell the big money guys they can't come to practice, but they're going to like what they see on Saturdays, because they used to be able to do whatever they wanted. Now, I have to imagine that, some of those guys get to come out to practice here and there, whatever now. But Saban early on was sending the message, we got a new sheriff in town. I got this. I don't need people coming out, second guessing while I'm building the culture and all that stuff. And Mac, Mac was Mac had 3 phones. He had one phone for the top 10 donors, just them. He had another phone for like the next 15 to 20 donors, and then he had a phone for, recruits.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston Nutt told me that story. They went over the Middle East for one of those tours to support the troops, and Houston Nutt's like, Mac, what are you doing with all these phones? And Mac explained it all, and Houston's like, oh, geez, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, man. Mac out here like Frank Lucas, like a drug kingpin with the phones, man. It'd be even player if he had the flip phones or the old Motorola's Primeco and stuff like that. But I know they're probably the new edition of the iPhone and stuff like that. But yeah, man, that's the gig. When you take the Texas job, you just ain't coaching Charlie Strong. There's more to it, buddy. There's more to it, dog. Like, man, you got to show your face a little bit. You got to be the CEO. You got to be personable. Be able to shake hands, kiss babies, and then coach football. If you can't take it all, then this job ain't for you.
No, it is. You got to be CEO. That's the other thing, with Sark calling the plays and having to come up with that script in addition to everything else he's got going. It's like, dude, you absolutely should have been Big 12 Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
I mean, like the other coaches, you would expect them to understand that and appreciate it even more. Like Gundy used to call plays, and then he said, I'm not doing that. I got too much other stuff to do. So he hired really good offensive coordinators. Most of them went on to bigger and better things. Dana Holgerson, Kevin Sumlin. But Sark wants to keep doing it. Herman obviously won the Broyles Award as the offensive coordinator at Ohio State in 2014. And he immediately went to Houston and had Major Applewhite calling the plays because he wanted to be able to oversee everything. And, people were concerned. In that 5-7 season, is Sark doing too much? Yeah. I mean, like, is he keeping track of everything? And that's where I think having Joe DeCamillis as his game management guy, because you see DeCamillis during the game, like he'll go up to Sark and say stuff, and Sark listens because DeCamillis is the one trying to figure out, okay, how many possessions are we going to have to end the half? How many possessions do we expect in the second half? And what, here, we're in 4th down territory here. And I think it's helped. I think Joe DeCamillis is sort of under the radar, MVP on that staff. So, yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Chip. I mean, Joe DeCamillis, the fact that Sark trusts him, that's why you bring him on as an analyst to keep up with that stuff, to take the load off of your shoulders. And, what's that saying? Great coaches hire A's.
A's hire A's, B's hire C's.
B's hire C's, exactly. You can't be too prideful. Some of these coaches, they get lost in that and they want my way or the highway. These guys should only hear my voice in certain situations and stuff. No, if it's going to hire those guys for a reason, because you trust their voice, because you trust their football IQ. So let them do them so they can help you out. And another thing that I thought was huge when it came to the coaching staff and making some adjustments from previous seasons to now, AJ Milwee going from the booth to the field. So Sark, when things go wrong, instead of Sark going up to Quinn Ewers and saying, hey, you should have saw this instead of that. Why'd you do this instead of this? AJ Milwee could be that guy, and Sark could continue to be head coach. And he could let AJ Milwee know, hey, let Quinn know this. And AJ Milwee could go do that. And him and Quinn could have these conversations when the defense is on the field, and Sark could worry about the defense and continue doing his head coach responsibilities. So, yeah, man, like a lot of these head coaches, they get a huge wake-up call when they take the job because they picture what they feel like it should look. But then once they get involved with it, Chip, it doesn't look like that. And some are smart enough to make adjustments and say, okay, maybe I should stop calling plays and have somebody do that for me. Or for Sark's case, they say, okay, I'm going to continue to call the plays, but everything else around me, I'm going to be so comfortable with that I don't have to worry about, other things that other coaches might. Okay, each system's different, each coach is different, each team is different. You just got to figure out what works for you. And some coaches, it takes it a lot quicker than others.
Well, look at Lincoln Riley, right? I mean, his offenses are amazing. And like Mike Leach, he's just got that little index card in his hand. He doesn't have some Denny's menu clipped to his belt and all that. He's just like got a little thing in his hand. And he's wheeling and dealing, but his defenses have been not very good. And he reminds me a little bit of Cliff, because Cliff was money when it came to the offensive side of the football. But my God, when he got to Texas Tech and his first head coaching job, he hired all of his buddies. And the guy he hired ended up passed out in the football complex. They had to fire him. I mean, it was crazy. And he hired David Gibbs, but it was too late. So Cliff gets fired. He goes to the NFL where they pick the defensive coordinator for you. Steve Keim, the GM, is going to pick the defensive coordinator. We just need you to coach. And Cliff had it going. Now he bet on Kyler Murray and they made the playoffs that first year. And then Kyler started, getting injured, and Cardinals had
video games.
Yeah.
Not giving a damn.
And when Kyler went down, Cliff went down. So that, but Lincoln reminds me a little bit of Cliff, and it makes me wonder, how long is Lincoln in this?
Yeah. Yeah. F your boys. Sorry. I love my friends too. I love the homies. If they don't know shit, if they don't know what's going on, if they're going to bring me down with them, like, hell, Chip, you've heard me talk about damn family too. Like, I always take Aaron Rodgers' side on not talking to family no more. Because if y'all are out here being toxic and trying to bring me down with you, and asking for a whole bunch of stuff that y'all didn't work hard for and tarnishing my name, then I'm going to separate myself from that. Like, they could still be, if they're really your boys, Cliff, they understand that you can't hire them because as soon as you hire them, that means it's just a ticking time bomb until you get fired. Now, again, some guys don't see that. Some look at their homeboys and say, oh, we're the same football mind. Okay, well, sometimes that ain't the case either. So, that's just, you always got to hire your boys, man. Like, be careful with that.
Cliff, I think, felt like a little extra because Leach got fired over BS because of Craig James, who's the biggest snake and idiot, and Leach didn't get his money. He didn't get $900,000.
Is that your SMU brother, man? Aren't y'all alums together? Damn, man. No. What is that?
That dude is a mess.
Wow.
Craig James, are you kidding me?
One of the best running backs in SMU history. What are we doing?
Yeah, but he's also just like fake. Because this is here's Eric Dickerson. Dickerson gets asked about getting paid at SMU. He's like, yeah, man, I did all right. They asked Craig James. He's like, no. I mean, there might have been $100 handshake. Craig James' agent, Sherwood Blunt, was the mastermind of the slush fund at SMU. Like, come on, dude. And then it's his kid who locks himself in an electrical closet and says, I'm being tortured when Leach didn't put him in that closet. Adam James did. And then he took a video on his phone and ESPN ran it like the kid's being, like a caged animal. That came out in court. But because Texas Tech is a public state university and it's sovereign from defamation lawsuits, that's why Leach was so adamant about keeping that lawsuit going. He wanted it to go to the Supreme Court. He wanted to challenge sovereign immunity, which is not going to happen. But that was so sad because that whole thing was just like Leach got crossways with Raider Nation over bullshit that Craig James started and Adam James started, and then it just went completely downhill. So then they do what? They hire Tommy Tuberville, who's like, we're going to run the ball. And Leach and Team Leach, that's what they were called. Like the Leach fans out in Lubbock and across Raider Nation were called Team Leach. Well, Tuberville thinks he can walk on water. So, of course, he's like, we're going to run the ball. This is the way we do it in the SEC, blah, blah. That didn't go anywhere. He ends up leaving in the middle of the night to go coach Cincinnati. And so they hire Cliff, and Cliff's trying to unite Raider Nation. And so he's hiring former teammates of his. And it just, the defensive side. I always say the offensive-minded head coaches are going to be made or broken by their defensive coordinator hire, just like Nick Saban and Bob Stoops are going to be made or broken by their offensive coordinator hire. And I do think it's interesting that Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator at Washington, turned down Alabama in January. And then Saban went to Tommy Rees. But his first call was to Ryan Grubb at Washington. So, and kudos to Saban. Talk about adapting. I mean, that guy, he's the one who was like, oh, this up-tempo offense, this is dangerous to the student athletes. But when no one listened to him, he became the best at spread up-tempo offense and recruiting jet-fast receivers and being able to go up and down the field against people. And he adapts. And that's why Saban's so great. I mean, that guy is always looking around, seeing what's out there, keeping his short list fresh because he knows my guys get hired. Yeah. And it's fascinating.
Yeah, if you want to become a head coach and Nick Saban gives you a call, then going to Tuscaloosa might be the right call for you because we've seen it with Steve Sarkisian, obviously. We've seen it with Lane Kiffin. The list goes on. Kirby Smart. All these guys have had success individually coming from the Alabama Nick Saban coaching tree. So, yeah, I'm right there with you. His ability to adapt and accept other guys' coaching and leadership, because you don't have to listen to those guys. You could easily hear what they say and not apply it to your philosophy at all and say, no, I'm not feeling that. I'm going to keep doing it my way. But again, you hire those guys for a reason. So you should be able to listen to them. And if they give out, good advice and what they're talking about works, and you think you could implement that into your system and your values when it comes to being a head coach, like that's how he succeeds. And he's benefited from that. Like his teams have also. And he's continued to have these juggernaut 5-star and ridiculous national championship teams, no matter who's on the roster. So, yeah, you got to do that. Like guys like Dabo Swinney and Dave Aranda who are still trying to figure it out, even with all the success that Dabo's had. Times are different than the last time he's won a national championship with Trevor Lawrence. Like Trevor Lawrence, I feel like he's going on his 5th year in the National Football League. So that's been a little bit of a minute ago. And, yeah, if you're not willing to year by year look in the mirror of what success that you had, but also lack thereof, and willing to fix it year by year, then you're going to get left behind, man. And if you have to let your homeboy know of 20 years that ain't getting it done, like Lincoln and those boys did Alex Grinch, then, hey, you ain't going to bring me down with you. Like, you need to go off somewhere else, get fired, figure your shit out, and maybe I'll see you in another day. But, yo, don't allow being friends with somebody to ruin your career. That's just stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to talk to John McLean coming up here at 2 o'clock at our NFL fix from the Hall of Fame voter. Is it true that SMU has the only D1 men's soccer program in Texas? I know they've had one forever. I don't know if they're the only one, but yeah, I always joke. I was at SMU for the death penalty. I had 2 years of football for homecoming and 2 years of soccer for homecoming. So, yeah, the soccer coach at SMU then was a guy named Shellis Hindman, and they were one of the best in the country. But no offense to soccer, it just wasn't the same. And the crazy thing is, when I was at SMU, we played where the Cowboys played in Texas Stadium.
Huh.
So we'd get on buses, and you could have keg beer on your bus, and you could drink while the bus is moving. I mean, back then you could actually have an open container in your car.
Wow.
That all changed, obviously.
Yeah.
So everyone would be getting hammered on these buses that they'd rent and go out to Texas Stadium. And then everyone would go, like, they couldn't buy beer at a college game back then. I mean, this is how crazy everything was. So they'd go back out to their bus and be done.
Yeah.
And like at halftime, half the stadium would disappear. And I'm going, this is like big time football. Like SMU was number 3 in the country my freshman year. And it was like the furthest thing from a college football experience. Now they got the stadium on campus. It's great. They got tailgating all up and down campus. It's great. But when I was there, no. It felt like you were going to an NFL game.
Huh.
It was weird. But it was pretty cool to be sitting in, where the Cowboys played and telling your friends, hey, man, remember that show Dallas? When they fly over the stadium, that's where SMU plays. That's how old I am.
Is that a good show? It got a lot of love. I hear a lot of people talking about it.
I think it was just the first of its kind.
Yeah.
It was a nighttime soap opera. And, they were so rich.
Yeah.
And it was like Dynasty. Which one was first? Dallas or Dynasty?
Both before my time. So.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to look at that because I think people in the 80s, remember, everything was in excess. The market was good, and then it crashed. Obviously, the real estate crash and everything corrected. But remember that show, Robin Leach? Now, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. Like, it's in reruns. But he would just go around to, like, the richest people's houses and take you on a tour. And, man, people couldn't get enough of that. Like, it was crazy. Everything was to excess. Drugs, everything. I mean, that's when ecstasy, like,
hey, now.
That's when it started. And they were making, like, one of the top producing cities of ecstasy was Dallas.
Damn.
And you'd go into this club called the Stark Club, and there were hits of X in a bowl, and you could just take them.
Oh, like M&Ms?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it was insane.
Damn. I mean, I knew the 80s was popping when it came to that nightlife, but man, no wonder there were guys like Rick James strolling around.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that show Dallas, that didn't even scratch the surface of what was going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
It was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah.
All right, before we get John McLean on here to talk some NFL, let me tell you about Apple Leasing, kids. Christmas time. How about giving yourself the Christmas gift of a new car and doing it by picking any make or model of car? No hassles, no nothing. Just picking exactly what you want, getting into it, and getting into a better car than you thought you could afford because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car when you're leasing from Apple Leasing. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it, and you're driving it under warranty, no issues, loving life. And if you want to change make and model a car 2-3 years into the lease, no problem. The easy lease. You lease from a dealership, they're not going to let you out of that lease if you want to go drive someone else's car. So it's just so simple. Apple Leasing, 346-9977, appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. All right, Zay, you're always more current hip than I am because I'm usually like digging into these stories. So I can't wait to hear what you've got in the right call. But right now, let's talk some NFL with our man John McLean, Sports Radio 610.com. Man's pumping out column after column. Fascinating season. I mean, Astros are always fascinating. Texans have surprised everyone. Of course, Tank Dell's injury's been a bummer. John, how you doing?
I'm great. You guys have been switched. You both look a lot different from where your name is showing.
Yeah, that's right. Usually,
Chip, you look a lot better looking. I can tell you that.
Well, that hey,
damn, I appreciate that, John.
I will take that. So John, what? I mean, the Texans are right there. They're right there. I mean, is it crazy to talk about playoffs with the Texans?
I think, well, it's not crazy, but I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. C.J. Stroud is out at Tennessee. Nico Collins, maybe Will Anderson, right tackle George Fant. A lot of these guys, they lost Tank Dell 2 weeks ago. They've had a lot of injuries, and somehow they've been able to weave it together under D'Amico Ryans to be 7-6. They were just humiliated at the Jets, 30-6, in their worst performance of the season. They act like they were going to melt in the rain, and it's interesting because they have been at their worst against bad quarterbacks, and they've been against their best against good quarterbacks. That's amazing. Beat Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray. And they lose to guys like Bryce Young, Desmond Ridder, Zach Wilson. It's amazing how that's happened. Now, Titans are coming off that great Monday night win, miraculous, down 2 touchdowns, 14 points with 3 minutes left. And they won with a rookie quarterback in Will Levis. So they're wearing a Columbia blue throwback jerseys for the second time this season. A lot of people here don't like it. And I'm thinking, why? The Texans aren't the Oilers. The Titans are the Oilers. They wear what they want. But if they win or lose, it won't have anything to do about the colors they're wearing.
Yeah, John, coming into this game, Davis Mills seems like he's going to be back out there. He was the starter all last year, 2022. And I thought he had some good moments, coming out of Stanford. But obviously, he's no C.J. Stroud. What's the confidence level with the Texans, with Mills back taking the snaps?
When he was a rookie in 2021, when they won 4 games, he had one of his best games in the last game against the Titans. It was here. Titans needed to win to get home field advantage in the playoffs. Texans had nothing to play for. He threw for over 301 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, had a 128 rating. And then last year, he didn't play like that, but they still won at Tennessee 19-14. They've won at Tennessee 3 of the last 4 games with different quarterbacks, of course. And they could win this game. I mean, Titans got a lot of injuries too. And so Mills has started for 2 years. The backup Case Keenum started for more than that. I wrote a column this week on sportsradio610.com about nobody can offer a backup quarterback room that has 2 multi-year starters, one of whom is the reason C.J. Stroud is here, and the other one who is a miracle worker. And that would be the miracle worker, the author of the Minnesota Miracle, Case Keenum, in the playoffs against New Orleans in 2017. And then if Davis Mills had not thrown a touchdown pass and a 2-point conversion at the end of the last game of last season to beat Indy, the Texans would have had the first pick and they would have taken Bryce Young. So as it is, Davis Mills is heroics at the end that everybody blasted him and Lovie Smith for doing because they lost out on Bryce Young. They got stuck with C.J. Stroud.
What I mean, this is such a hard to predict league, and it's hard to keep millionaires motivated, John. You know that. And how, I'm interested in your take on them letting down against the teams that everybody thinks they're going to roll. And it happens all the time. It's not just the Texans. It's other teams too. The Cowboys went and lost to the Cardinals with Josh Dobbs at quarterback. What's your philosophy on that and how hard it is to keep those guys locked in?
Well, nobody's locked in all the time. 49ers, best team in the league, lost 3 games in a row. Cowboys are a great team, but you just had a bad day. You can't get up for every single game. If you're good, if you did, there'd be more unbeaten teams, and there hadn't been one since the 72 Dolphins. And in the Texans case, they were supposed to be the second worst team in the league to Arizona. Arizona was supposed to get the first 2 picks because the Texans traded their number 1 to move up to get Will Anderson Jr. because they still had Cleveland's number 1 and their number 4. And so it hadn't quite worked out that way. They're 7-6. They lose to the Jets. They lost on a field goal at Carolina with no time left. Only game the Panthers have won. They lost at Atlanta on a field goal with no time left. But at least they didn't lose to the Jets with a field goal at no time left because they were annihilated. And Zach Wilson had the best game of his career. He was Offensive Player of the Week, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now everybody's acting like, boy, they could contend for the playoffs, and he'll probably go back to being who he really was. But Texans just couldn't contain him. And the problem is their corners are doing a great job in coverage. Their safeties and linebackers are not. Will Levis has a great arm. He's mobile. He's kind of a gunslinger. Kind of reminds me of Brett Favre when he came out of college at Southern Miss. And so I think Will Levis is going to throw it all over the place. The key is, can they rush him, especially if Anderson doesn't play? And then when he throws, can they cover? And one thing I'm pretty sure of, because the Titans watch film, offensive coordinator Tim Kelly, who was here for 8 years, I guarantee you he wants to win this game really bad because they fired him. But they'll throw a lot to running back Tyjae Spears because last week Breece Hall caught 8 passes for 80-something yards. And that one come from behind 1-point victory at Miami. Tyjae Spears caught 6 passes for 80-something yards. So they're going to wear out the linebackers again, and the only one who can cover Blake Cashman is probably not playing.
John, the Dallas Cowboys, it seems like Cowboys fans are already looking at hotels on the Strip so they can get down there for the Super Bowl, which I tell them to slow their roll. I mean, years since they've been, it's been a hot minute, but you can't deny what Dak Prescott's been doing. You can't deny Mike McCarthy and the play calling. That's been locked in. Dan Quinn and this defense. They got the Bills this week after just beating the Eagles. How did the Cowboys look in your eyes?
Cowboys are playing great. They've got to prove they can win on the road against good teams. This would be a good time to do it against Buffalo. The Bills are hot since they fired offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey. They just won at Kansas City. They're coming home. It's a great crowd. I'll say this. I think this is very interesting. When Mike McCarthy was hired, he said he would be calling plays. About 5 days later, Kellen Moore is going to call the plays because Jerry Jones told him Kellen Moore is going to call the plays. The Chargers think so little of Kellen Moore, their offensive coordinator. They've named a linebackers coach to be the head coach for the rest of the season, replacing the fired Brandon Staley. And that's kind of insulting for an offensive coordinator. So what would have happened if Mike McCarthy had been able to do what he wanted to do, call plays from the get-go? Now, they were good in regular season. They were not in the playoffs. So I'm interested to see what McCarthy does as a play caller in the playoffs. And if they win in Buffalo, then they play in Miami, and Miami is kind of a paper tiger, can't beat anybody any good. Just lost that game to the Titans, which was such a choke job. And the Cowboys are headed to another game with the 49ers, possibly another game with the Eagles, going to make the playoffs even better. Are they as good as those teams talent-wise? Yes, they are. Dak Prescott's playing as well as any. Dak or Brock Purdy is going to be the MVP of the league, I think. There's nobody in the AFC as good as they are. Now, Philly will keep winning because the schedule finally gets easier. They've played more teams with winning records than any team in the league, and the schedule eases up. So I think they're going to have a good record like Dallas and like San Francisco, but I think they're by far the three best teams in the NFL, and Baltimore, which has the best record in the AFC, is fourth.
Think about what you just said, John. Brock Purdy or Dak as NFL MVP, and Brock Purdy, you watched him in those Big 12 championship games fold like a paper cup. How is that all Kyle Shanahan? I mean, this is phenomenal. We're talking about Brock Purdy.
A lot of it is the coaching. The unsung hero in San Francisco behind the scenes is Brian Griese, the quarterback coach. They got him out of the broadcast booth at ESPN, hired him. He gets no attention. All the attention goes to Kyle Shanahan. Last year, it also went to Bobby Slowick, who came to Houston as a coordinator with DeMeco Ryans. But Griese is doing a great job of coaching him. Kyle Shanahan's doing a great job of play calling, but Purdy is doing a great job in that system. And I think it's so disrespectful. Oh, well, he's got all these weapons. Well, great quarterbacks have great weapons. And that's just the way it works. Great coaches have great quarterbacks. It's the only one that I've known that's in the Hall of Fame that didn't was Joe Gibbs, won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, none of whom's name will be mentioned in the same sentence as the Hall of Fame. But that's just the way it works. So Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, those guys have been really good. Christian McCaffrey, right up there with Tyreek Hill as candidates for NFL Offensive Player of the Year. Yes, they have playmakers, but man, the quarterback has to take the coaching. He has to execute it, because once the communicative device goes off after 15 seconds are left, it's all up to the quarterback. And Purdy has been outstanding.
Yeah, definitely. John, you mentioned the Eagles and just their strength of schedule throughout, this point of the NFL season. It does get a lot easier for them. If you're an Eagles fan, should you be worried just from the last 2 losses and how they look, getting blown out by the Cowboys, getting blown out by the 49ers, even though both of those teams are rolling right now?
Well, they're on the ledge right now, as they should be, because their defense has been bad. That defensive line is supposed to be the best in the NFL, and they've been giving up points like crazy. And so they're going to be playing good teams in the playoffs. So I don't see them as a Super Bowl contender. It's another case of a Super Bowl loser not going back to the Super Bowl since the 90s, other than New England one time. And the Patriots had Tom Brady. So I don't know why that is, a hangover for the loser. I always tell people the losers should be the hungriest team in the league, the most eager to get back out on the field and make up for that Super Bowl loss. And everybody thought the Eagles were going to do it, but man, it's not that they folded. It just injuries and opponents' talent has caught up to them. And they're not going to be an easy out in the playoffs, but if they have to go on the road, say play at Arlington and at Santa Clara, then they're probably going to get beat.
The tush push, though, it sounds like is going to stick around for another year. League meetings in Dallas. John, what are you hearing?
I don't like the fact that teams can't stop something, so they want to legislate it out. And Goodell, usually it's what he wants. Coaches will have all these suggestions at the league meetings, and the big ones where the rules are changed is in March. And But the owners are the ones that vote on that, not the coaches or the GMs. So the owners can have their arm twisted by Goodell. And as long as Goodell thinks it's worth keeping in, they'll keep it in. I don't know why other teams can't do the same thing. I've watched those ground level cameras that show how low Jason Kelce gets. A lot of it is the leg strength of Jalen Hurts, who's a big weightlifter. If you can't beat them, join them. Put some of your big guys out there and tell them to get low.
Okay, so what is Roger Goodell's genius? Like when it's all said and done, what is his, obit first two paragraph? What are we going to remember most about Goodell as commissioner?
The NFL enjoyed unprecedented popularity and financial rewards during his tenure that left the boundaries of the United States and expanded all over the world. They're going to play in Brazil. Eventually, they're going to play in Hong Kong or China. They want to play in Paris. They want to play in Spain. And they're going to do it. They want to spread the brand, but they also like the fact that people over there bet. And they've been betting legally way before we did. And so that is great opportunities for them. That's great opportunities for BetMGM and FanDuels and all those companies that just keep the money rolling into the owners. So the owners make more money. The players make more money. It's unprecedented financial growth. Don't know if they'll have more expansion to Europe before he leaves, but he is having every team now sign off where they have to play a home game in another country once every, I think, 4 years. I can't remember what it was. But, people talked about Pete Rozelle. Of course, Pete did a great job, considered the greatest ever, but he had strikes. Paul Tagliabue took us to put him in into the Hall of Fame as a contributor, even though it had unprecedented growth under him. And a lot of people said, well, he had his strikes in a lockout. So what? Rozelle had more. Roger Goodell has been able to increase those network television contracts. Teams have switched cities and had to pay the other owners relocation fees, which just stocks the bank account even more. And they've got new stadiums built for all the owners, and he takes the bullets for the owners, and he doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to him taking those bullets. I'd take bullets for $60 million a year. You could shoot me all you wanted.
Yeah, because I remember Jerry getting pissed when Goodell suspended Zeke Elliott.
Yeah, Jerry tried to get him ousted, but he was a lone wolf, and it never worked. Now he loves Roger Goodell.
Yeah, and I always used to say that Jerry deserves credit for most of what Paul Tagliabue oversaw, because Jerry's the one that pushed for Fox to get into the bidding. Jerry's the one that sued to have his own, advertising deals by owning his own stadium, and he won. And then Jerry also pushed for the salary cap, even though his team was built to win, and free agency actually hurt his team in the early 90s because he basically had two rosters. And so I thought that was fascinating when Jerry went after Goodell and couldn't move an inch.
Well, it was so transparent. Everybody knew it as purely for selfish reasons. And it's funny, too, Jerry Jones is such a great PR guy. He has people believing that he invented the NFL, and he was there with George Halas in 1921 when the league was born. And but yeah, he's done a great job for the NFL, taught the owners how to make money with so many revenue streams they didn't consider. And that's one reason we put him in the Hall of Fame. He has had a tremendous impact on the NFL. He would not give back his gold jacket, but he wants to win a Super Bowl so bad to show people he can win one without Jimmy Johnson's players. Jimmy, of course, won 2. Barry Switzer took over his team and was smart enough to just go with the flow and let them coach it, and they won another one. Jerry wants so bad to prove that he can do it, and maybe this year or next year he'll be able to get it done because they are loaded with talent.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
And the most valuable person in that organization behind Jerry's not Stephen Jones, it's Will McClay. Will is his personnel expert. He's had chances to interview for jobs as a general manager, and I don't know what Jerry Jones pays him, but he pays him a lot to keep him there.
Yeah. John, Bill Belichick, it seems like that era up in Foxborough is coming to an end. You're starting to hear rumblings and just different rumors of Brandon Staley getting the boot, that maybe Belichick might check out Los Angeles just because when you have that type of prospect in Justin Herbert, why not? Do you think that's anywhere to be true, or do you think Belichick's going to take some time off to just kind of look at his options?
I think that when you're his age, 72, you don't have time to take time off to consider options, because then there'd be no options. And I think this is going to have to be an owner who is willing to give him a blank check for money, expenses. He has to have control of everything. I don't know that the Spanos family would do that. Would Mark Davis do it? I think Mark Davis would. Would they do it in Chicago? They've been winning with the Bears. Matt Eberflus, is he going to save his job, or if they had a shot at Belichick, because they're trying to get a new stadium built? You know, Jerry Jones hired Bill Parcells to try to get a vote for a new stadium, and he did, because he knew Parcells would help him win. Didn't know how long they would win, but it was a shrewd and smart move for Jerry Jones to do. Would the Bears do that? I don't see Belichick hanging out on the beach in a Speedo. I don't see him going sitting courtside at the Lakers games, or sitting box seats clapping for Shohei Ohtani. He doesn't seem like that guy. I really don't see him as a Vegas type guy, but Mark Davis has opening for a GM and a coach, and they need a quarterback, they think, although Aiden O'Connell just threw 4 touchdown passes in the first half against the Chargers last night. And if I'm an offensive coach, I want to go to the Chargers and have Justin Herbert, plus they have some other talent. But I don't think Belichick is for everybody. And wouldn't it be fun to see him go to Carolina, where he is a coach who has to have total control, and Dave Tepper is an owner who has to get involved in everything? Boy, that town wouldn't be big enough for both of them. It'd be like Matt Dillon shooting it out with some outlaw. One of them would have to go.
The Patriots have done such an amazing job of not overpaying players. I mean, Richard Seymour, I remember when he was, he blows up into a great player, let him go. I mean,
Chandler Jones, they did that with him as well.
Yeah.
As long as they had Tom Brady, he could make chicken salad out of chicken spit. Now, not all the players were that way, but on offense, think about all the players. Chris Hogan, Julian Edelman, Wes Welker, all these little guys.
Troy Brown.
They tried to bring in some high draft picks at receiver. It never worked. And it was all because of Brady. And, looking back, it wasn't the Patriot way. It was the Brady way. Yeah. And they haven't been the same. I wouldn't want to go there and coach. I wouldn't want to have to try to find a quarterback to replace Brady. It'd be easy to find the one to replace Mac Jones, but the standard there is Brady. That's why I think that Gerard Mayo, inside linebackers coach, would be the next head coach, because he was interviewing at Carolina and they gave him a monster raise to keep him from doing the interview. Why would they do that if they didn't have big plans for him? So that's going to be a very interesting job under a lot of scrutiny. And I know there's only 32 of them, but if you're good enough to have more than one offer other than David Tepper, I think I'd steer clear of New England.
The word is that he doesn't share information with assistant coaches as much as other coaches do. And that's why his assistants go on and fail as head coaches. Do you buy that? Or
no, I don't buy that at all. So I know too many of them. And the reason that Bill O'Brien was the most successful, won 4 division titles in 5 years and 2 playoff games. But as he always said, he had been around other coaches in his career. And yes, Belichick was a mentor, but so were a couple others. Where most of those guys, all they knew was Bill Belichick in a Patriot way. So they tried to be that way. Josh McDaniels, both times he's been fired during the season. I love reading about all the problems behind the scene that are anonymous. And he's the exact same guy. Tries to go in there and bully people. Eric Mangini, I forgot his name. The Detroit head coach was fired.
Matt Patricia.
Yeah, Matt Patricia. Those guys, they think they need to do everything the way Bill Belichick did. One of the first things Bill O'Brien did, took down all the pictures in the facility in the stadium. Everybody's like, well, why would you do that? That's the history of the team. We're going to make our own history. So they did. When they'd have big plays and big games, they'd put the players up there, but they wanted to just kind of start over. I remember Bill Little told me that when John Malkovich got there, he went over to where they had the history going back to the 1800s and had everything put in storage. And it just made no sense why you would do that at a college that had so much history, so much tradition. And of course, Mac Brown took it all out and put it back. And so some people want to come in and put their stamp when their stamp doesn't need to be put on it in the way they want to do it because they're copying someone else.
Yeah. John, one of the best stories in the NFL is the Tommy DeVito situation with the Giants. It reminds me of a lot of what Jeremy Lin brought to the Knicks all those years ago, where it's not going to last long, but while it's here, it's very fun. And you see his agent on the sideline and stuff. It's just a big circus for a team that's not very good, but it's causing a great distraction. What do you think of the Tommy DeVito situation for Brian Daboll?
I think it's great. Wins 3 in a row. It's so funny because of the game they won on Monday night and all the tension that his family and his agent got. Nobody was talking about Zach Wilson and the Jets beating the Texans 30-6 and Wilson throwing for 301 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 116 rating. And it was a great weekend for football up there, but it was all DeVito. And the references, he should be a character, and his agent should be a character in The Godfather, The Sopranos. So, yes, it's fun. And if you took a survey right now and said in the first game next season, do you want Daniel Jones at $47 million or Tommy DeVito at probably about $525 the minimum? And it's going to be 99.9% DeVito, and the only ones voting for Daniel Jones would be his family. So that's a problem they're going to have in the off season, but it's a fun story. He's earned it. It's people always look that great. Sean Stiletto, the agent, he's been on every talk show. He's already going into the Italian Hall of Fame this weekend. He's been an agent since 2005. He played football at Marist. And he was in the right place at the right time, looking like he was going to knock somebody off in The Godfather.
I love it. I love it. John, are my Lions cooked?
What a disappointment. My goodness. Dan Campbell says he's going to have to get tougher. Well, he can get tougher, but Jared Goff all of a sudden is not playing the way he did. And I thought if anything we could count on this season, the Lions would run away with NFC North, and they still may. Packers took a step back, and they got too much talent, especially on offense. Defense is reverted back to the way it played early last season. But I think Dan Campbell's a good enough coach where he's going to get it together. And the key is, nobody's going to pick them over the Cowboys or the 49ers. So if they win the division, they might win a game at home and lose on the road. But you know what? If they win that game, it's only the second playoff victory since the 50s. And you guys weren't even born.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, the Bobby Lane curse, because I always bring it up with Zay, and he's like, huh?
Who's Bobby Lane?
And that still amazes me, the story you told us about when you went to go talk to Bobby Lane and asked him about all of it. And he's like, oh, it was all made up. But he curses the Lions, trade him to Pittsburgh after he wins a world championship. He puts a 50-year curse on the Lions. We're in year 64, I think, of that curse. But like that legend, that lore, it's so sad and pathetic. And I thought this was the year that it was going to change.
Well, you didn't really think they were going to Super Bowl, did you?
Well,
you thought I'm hoping you thought they were going to win the division.
I just wanted them to
maybe win a playoff game.
Yeah, win a playoff game.
They still could win a playoff game. And in Detroit, as you know, Chip, that is a big deal. So if he does that, it's still a tremendous accomplishment. And this recent slump, what were we hoping? They're going to get home field advantage over the 49ers or Cowboys or Eagles. I think the Lions are having a terrific season, and I think they'll get it together. And if they get it together now, it's at the right time because it's crunch time.
Yeah. Their last playoff win was against the Cowboys in 91.
Think how many people out there weren't even born then, much less when the Cowboys won their last Super Bowl. It'd be a great story if the Lions were in the Super Bowl, pulled a couple of upsets. I think it'd be great if the Lions and the Browns, two of the most storied franchises that have been down a lot, met in the Super Bowl. Their fans would go crazy. The scalping of those tickets in Vegas might be the highest ever.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Last one for me, John, before we let you go. Who's winning the NFC South? You got 3 teams, 6 and 7 right now, Saints, Buccaneers, and the Falcons. Somebody has to win it.
A lot of people think that Todd Bowles is going to get fired. Baker Mayfield's playing about as well as he can. Mike Evans is playing great again. In Atlanta, they don't have a quarterback. They're not using Bijan Robinson the way they should. They should be pounding teams with their running game, and they're not. They need a quarterback. Derek Carr has been a disappointment in New Orleans. So I'm going to say the Buccaneers, just because they went through a terrible slump after a good start. And I don't know why. Only thing I know about that division, only thing anybody knows about that division, Carolina's the worst team.
That's true.
And they beat the Texans.
They did.
Go figure. It's a week-to-week league. John, great stuff as always, my friend. Everybody needs to be reading at sportsradio610.com. John's got great stuff in there, Texans, and we appreciate it, man.
I've got a column today. Last 5 games, Derrick Henry's averaged 203 yards rushing and 7.1 yards a carry against the Texans. But now the Texans have a great run defense, so that's going to be a big deal. See if they can keep him not just a fewer than 100 yards for the first time since 2019, but maybe in the 50-yard range. Guys, thank you very much. I look forward to talking to you next week.
All right.
I appreciate you.
John McLean breaking it down. Love talking NFL with John McLean. You know what else I love? I love going to greatblueheronfurniture.com to check out that incredible high-end furniture built for a lifetime. And this is the most custom, incredible leather furniture you've ever seen. Couches, recliners, bar stools, and you can design everything to your liking. It's a really cool experience. Just go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. Don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em. That is the Texas Sports Unfiltered promo code, going to get you 15% off of your purchase. So, save that for when you're ready to load up, baby. And Brain Vault, brainvault.com. That's where you go to set up the fittings for the patented, proven mouth guard that will protect you from the effects of concussion. And that's what you need. It's not the cumbersome, crazy mouth guards you used to dip in a boiling pot. They custom fit you for this mouth guard for your uppers, your lowers. You wear it for everything. I mean, cheerleading, lacrosse, flag football. How about this Christmas? You take care of your competitor. You want them to play hard, but you want them to play safe. Brainvault.com for group fittings. They will come to you. Brainvault.com. And, of course, our man, Jack Gilmore, Salt Traders. I keep telling Texas fans, Salt Traders, that's where you go to get your pre-Sugar Bowl New Orleans food. The barbecue, New Orleans barbecue shrimp, baby. Get over to Salt Traders. Great seafood. Zilker and Round Rock locations. Zay, what was top of mind on your sports brain this morning?
I don't know. It's been all over the place. Very eager for this Texas matchup against Washington. Shout out to Longhorns volleyball. going to the national championship game. So hopefully.
Did you watch that game?
I did.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this game was incredible because Nebraska has a 6'9" gal who is built like Jokic. I mean, she's
Wisconsin?
She's not a pencil at 6'9". She is a force.
Who they have to play on Sunday, or are you talking about Wisconsin, who they played?
In Wisconsin, sorry.
Okay, cool.
And so that game last night was incredible because they tried to put her name's Schmurk or something. They tried to put her right across from Madison Skinner, and it was working. Skinner kept getting blocked. So what does Jared Elliott do? They start setting Molly Phillips. They're setting Asia O'Neal. They're going away from that block, and it was brilliant. Really happy for Jared Elliott and that volleyball team, because that Wisconsin team was the team to beat. They were favored to win that game. Texas kept solving the riddle. They had plan A, plan B, plan C, and you got to give it up to that freshman setter and to the libero,
Emma Halter.
Oh my God.
So good. She was so good. I tweeted about it. I was like, yo, Emma Halter's out here putting on the show. Cause those balls were flying at her dome and looks like Shohei Ohtani rate, 100 miles per hour, like just flying at your dome. And she getting low, like almost to the flow, and hitting that thing to set it up for Madison Skinner and Asia O'Neal, who Asia O'Neal just has great basketball genes for her pop. Jermaine O'Neal, who's a borderline Hall of Famer, had a solid career at Indiana with the Pacers. But yeah, man, just that team, they're special. They're not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be a rebuilding year after they lose Logan Eggleston, who was an All-American last year, to the pros. And yeah, the fact that they're just able to regroup like they have and upset that Wisconsin team yesterday, because you're right, girl, she was a footer out there. Like, that was a big girl that they went up against in Wisconsin. She looked like a smooth 6'11".
Oh, well, let's just make that the chip shot, because that was it's certainly worthy of it. And Ella Swindle is the freshman setter, and she had all the right moves, the right confidence. And then if we're talking offense and defense, Emma Halter, I mean, she was diving all over the floor. She was, digging out balls with her, with one arm, with, like you said, balls getting just rocketed at her. And she had the answers, and it was really phenomenal. She had 19 digs, 19. That means the ball is saved and back in play. And she did it 19 times. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, when you're blocking kills the way that they do, like, your defense has to be on point, because at this point, when you're in the Final Four, everybody's good, everybody's athletic, everybody's tall as hell. So your defense and just your chemistry, on the court, it has to be on point. And Texas chemistry, just how they move and fit each spot. If somebody gets thrown out of bounds and out the play, then the rest of the five make up for it until they get back into the play. And just the hustling and stuff, it's incredible. Like that.
Last year, I felt like, everyone talks about, and justifiably so, talks about Logan Eggleston because she played the front line, the back line. She, 3-time Big 12 Player of the Year. But to me, Zoe Fleck was the difference maker, because she was the one doing what Emma Halter was doing last night, and she was the connector. And now you look at Swindle and how much she's talking as a freshman.
Yeah.
She's a connector. And then you've got Emma Halter digging out 19, rapid fire spikes. And it looks to me like Jarrett has realized, okay, I got to have the all-world libero. I got to have the all-world defensive digger. And he's got it. And Emma Halter. And it's amazing. I mean, look, they're playing Nebraska for the national championship. And Nebraska is this miracle team. They've got 4 true freshmen, and they are rolling people. I can't wait for this because Nebraska has brought some heartache to Jared Elliott in the past and also been part of some of his biggest triumphs. There's a great rivalry there, and I don't know, some about this Texas team, they might be ready to defend that national championship, Zay.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a defending national championship team last year who feels like they're the underdog. And they're playing with that type of confidence. Like, oh, we won the national championship last year, yet, we got Zoe Fleck and Logan Eggleston leave, and y'all think that we're still not out here. No, we're still out here. We're still good. Like Jared Elliott's like, we can still put a team together. This ain't no rebuild. We're just regrouping. And that's what they've shown. They got a lot of heart. You see it every time they play. They have a lot of fun. They're playing freely. I mean, the video I saw yesterday where they touched down to the arena and they were walking through a group of Texas fans that were cheering their name. All I saw was nothing but smiles on all the girls. Like, this is big time volleyball. Like, everything that you trained for as a youth comes to this point, and you're smiling and you're having fun. That just kind of shows the attitude that they have and the confidence that they have because they've been here before. Even with, somebody like Ella Swindle, who's a freshman who technically hasn't, when you have people like Asia O'Neal, who's been on campus for a very long time, and all the stuff that she's gone through of just different surgeries. I want to say she had a heart transplant and stuff like that. So she's been through a lot, but she brings a certain toughness and certain leadership with all her experience. And so does Madison Skinner, and the list goes on. And when you have a coach like Elliott there to just gather the troops, again, you play with that confidence game in and game out. It doesn't matter who you're facing because you've been there and done that. So, yeah, very happy with this team, and I can't wait till the game either. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, and Jarrett's done a good job of building his coaching staff. David Hunt is the guy you see talking to the players a lot, and I'm told that he has just an amazing calming influence on this team, because Jared will tell you he gets super nervous. It's fascinating for a guy who's so technically sound and such a good recruiter that there are times in a game where the emotion gets to him and he'll admit it, and it's kind of refreshing. But David Hunt has come in, and he was the men's coach at Pepperdine. But he's got all this experience coaching high-end talent, and he just has a really cool calming effect on the players, and he comes up with the right thing to say at the right time. So A's hire A's, B's hire C's. Jarrett went out and brought in a really, really talented assistant coach who I think, kind of like we were talking about with Joe DeCamillis and some of the assistant coaches. Well, John McLean talked about Brian Greasy, for God's sake.
Brian Greasy, yo, you're rewind back to that. You're right. I didn't even know he was on the roster. That's why John McLean's the Hall of Fame legend that he is, and I'm glad we got him on this show every week. Brian Greasy?
Brian Greasy
needs to get more love into why Brock Purdy is succeeding like he is, man. Because all I remember of Brian Greasy is that quarterback that would throw a pick a lot during his time as a QB.
Well, and he was like this super arrogant guy too. Like, even as a player, when he was with the Broncos.
Yes.
He was like, you talk about fig jam. He was the ultimate fig jam. And like his own teammates wanted to punch him in the face. So that's amazing. Brian Griese in his second year as the quarterbacks coach of the 49ers is working magic on old Brock Cornfield Purdy.
Cornfield.
Zay, I swear, if Brock Purdy is the NFL MVP, signs of the apocalypse.
Yo, man.
Like Jesus might be just walking the streets if that happens.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you look at somebody like Brock Purdy, then you look at somebody like Jamarcus Russell, and it's like, first pick of the draft, absolute bust. Didn't even study film. Didn't give a damn. Was overweight, out of shape. But just because he could throw it 90 yards on his knees, we think that he's going to be the next coming to Warren Moon. Then on the other side, you got Brock Purdy, picked the last in the draft. Saw him playing the Big 12. All the games that didn't mean shit, dominated. All the games that mean shit, struggled. Had his ups and downs. And yeah, you're right, man. It's crazy. It's crazy to see. That's why keep working. You never know what system that you're going to be put in. You never know what coach is going to get a hold of you that could see something in you that says, okay, screw what you don't do well. I see what you do well, and it fits with this specific system and these specific players. Like, not everybody has that luxury. You know, Cam Newton, he's been under fire because he's gone out and said that Dak Prescott and Tua Tagovailoa and Brock Purdy, all those guys are game managers and everybody wants to kill him and stuff. I get what Cam's trying to say, and everyone, he wants to just kill Cam because they look at his career compared to those guys. I think he's just hating. But, yo, ain't nothing wrong with Brock Purdy or Tua or Dak Prescott. Like, are they going to get pissed at their situation? Like, yes, they got top-tier talent around them. All three of those guys I just named has a wide receiver that's going to the Pro Bowl this year. Deebo Samuel, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb. All those guys, Pro Bowl players. You need Pro Bowl guys on your team to have success. So it's not Brock Purdy's fault. He's getting the ball to the right guys. Kyle Shanahan, now we know Brian Griese is a big part of it. They are calling the right plays because they know their quarterback, his limitations, and what he does well.
Think about that, because Brian Griese was the quarterback for the Broncos when Mike Shanahan was the coach. And Kyle was, this is back in 98,
99.
Yeah, 98, 99. And Kyle Shanahan is watching this. He's taking it all in. And there was something that told Kyle, you know what? I need to call Brian Griese.
Yeah. Maybe his pops.
Yeah.
Maybe Pops said, hey, have you ever talked to Brian?
Because he excelled or has a way of teaching or understanding the West Coast offense and their zone scheme running plan. I mean, it's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
I'm so glad John McLean brought that up, because I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. Who knows what Brian Griese's career would have been if Terrell Davis would have been healthy after the John Elway era. Terrell Davis was so broken that run game that Denver relied on, ask Dan Neal. We have him on our show. He brings up Terrell Davis almost every time we have him on. Like,
it didn't matter. They all ran for 1,000 yards, though. Mike Anderson, Clinton Portis. I mean, Selvin Young ran for 1,000 yards in Denver in the NFL. I mean, it's phenomenal what the Shanahans have done with that zone scheme and how prolific San Francisco has been. But yeah, that's fascinating. So that was a nice little kind of segue off of David Hunt, being brought in as a coach who can help calm and do the right thing for the team when they need it. You got to have those guys.
Sure.
Zay, let's get to the right call, my man.
All righty. For the right call, got to shout out Covert BK, the Covert Auto Group, family-owned automotive dealerships. Been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That's a long time because they do it the right way. They have been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Stop it with that bucket, man. It's too cold for y'all to be riding around in this bucket. The heater all messed up. You're shivering. You can barely touch the steering wheel. You all bundle up and stuff. Like, you don't need that. Go to Covert BK and get hooked up. They got 7 terrific brands where you could get hooked up and choose from: Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Jeep, and Ram. Go to covertbk.com if you want to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, the right call today. Shout out to Joe K, because the basketball team is back on the court tomorrow. And they got LSU, who has former Longhorn and former Westlake Chaparral Austin Knight Will Baker leading that team, the Tigers, with a 14-point per game average. This Texas basketball squad, they played last Saturday against Houston Christian, won by 20. It was an all right game, I guess. But, I mean, this is the game. Will we see Dylan Dessou? This is the rumored game that we've heard he might be able to come back. That's what I'll be looking for, because the Horns need him. They still don't have no identity for Rodney Terry's team. Now, Max Asmus, he's going to be the leading scorer for this squad just because his ability to get his shot off is unmatched. Nobody on this team has that ability. And remember, Chip, when I was saying with this squad, you want a 9-man rotation, and that 9th spot was kind of up for grabs. And I said it was between Kendall Weaver and Chris Johnson. Let me change that up. It might be with IT Horton and Chris Johnson, because Kendall Weaver, with the defensive effort that he showed against Marquette, and the fact that he's still bringing that defensive energy, we saw it against Houston Christian, and we also saw him knock down a couple of shots. If IT Horton doesn't get his shit together, he might be riding the pine. Like, I get it, bro.
He's reminding me of Royale Ivy is like, and that's saying a lot, because
Kendall Weaver
Kendall Weaver.
Yeah.
Because he knows I can stay on the court if I lock in defensively, and he's not as long as Tayshaun Prince, but he's long. Like, he's got long arms. He's a good defender.
Yeah. And Royale wasn't the best scorer, but Royale's basketball IQ, that's what got him to the association and why he has the career.
Still coaching.
Yeah, still coaching, still giving back. Like, his basketball IQ alone, Kendall Weaver, he ain't got that yet.
No.
But I hear you on the Royale Ivy comparisons. Like, defensively, he has that toughness about him. Royale Ivy coming out of New York and stuff. Kendall Weaver, he plays with that swagger. So, yeah, it makes him just kind of untouchable in the way you got to play him. And then you look at IT Horton, who's starting to struggle with his jump shot. And
then it affects his defense.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. Certain guys, once you miss a couple of shots, you're done. Because all you're worried about is offense, and now the guy that you're guarding just hit a quick 3 straight buckets. And you're wondering what the hell happened because you're so fixed on knocking down these buckets. You got to let the game come natural, man. Got to let the game come natural. So, yeah, tomorrow we'll see what happens. I'm still needing more for Tyrese Hunter. I thought he had a good game against Houston Christian, but that's Houston Christian, though. I need the good games versus the Marquette. Right. I need the good games versus the UConn. Both teams that the Horns have lost to. And, Dylan Mitchell, he still has to come with it too. Like, that performance that he had against Marquette, unacceptable with somebody of his talent. Like, Dylan Mitchell, he has to lead this team in rebounds almost every game. He has to get at least 2 big-time steals a game that hopefully lead to fast break points so he could get a dunk off to get his confidence going. And hopefully this coaching staff is still developing his post game and just different easy buckets, maybe running certain offenses to where he could get that easy shot. Maybe he's curling off from the right side, going left towards the middle so you get to that dominant hand. Like, you just got to get his confidence going because he could still be a big star for you. But at the end of the day, Dylan Dessou will be looking to see if he comes back. If he does, and the Longhorns can get the full strength, then Rodney Terry could figure out the roster and this offense and this team to get them going into the Big 12.
What do you think of this LSU team? Because, like, I like Will Baker. He's a nice guy. I'm happy for him. But they're 6-4. This seems like a game Texas should win in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Will Baker, like, he's no Nikola Jokic. So if he's your best player on the team, then I don't expect your team to make the NCAA tournament. Sorry. So I expect this to be a dub for the Horns. Like Caden Shedrick, Brock Cunningham, this was your teammate from your Westlake days, back in the gap. Hey, that should be personal to you. He left Texas. Remember that. The dude left Texas. The dude's from the city of Austin, and he dipped. Like, Brock Cunningham stayed. Brock Cunningham stayed through 3 coaching changes. And Will Baker dipped, which, that's just kind of who Will Baker is. Like, he was a Bowie student for his freshman year. And CC didn't put him on varsity right off the bat because he's a freaking freshman, and you have to learn certain things. But, he has a camp, and the camp felt like he should have been started, and all of a sudden now he's transferring to Westlake, and whatever.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Will Baker. Oh yeah, Will Baker. Yeah, he makes me feel a certain type of way because damn, you don't know how hype I was. You don't know how hype I was for my pops. Like, yo, CC, you've never had a potential 5-star player. You've had 4 stars. You've been close, but getting a 5-star guy, that's rare. And CC was like, yeah, but, he's a freshman. He has to get a little bit more intense. And CC don't play. CC doesn't care if you're a 5-star. CC don't care if you're the water boy at the end of the bench. He's going to treat you the same. He's just going to treat you the same. That's it. You're going to get yelled at. He's going to treat you the same. And he'll adapt, once he figures you out and figures which buttons to press. But once you come in as a freshman, you need to know what to expect early on. Like, hey, this is serious basketball that we take around.
Did he make it the whole season?
Yeah. He got put on varsity during district, and I don't remember who was on that team, nor do I remember.
But he left after his freshman year.
Yeah, he left after his freshman year and went to the rival school. Went to Westlake and thrived there. I went to the state championship, state tournaments and stuff.
Went and bought a house in Westlake so their kid could go there?
Yeah. Or however Westlake does it. You know how they do it over there. As an apartment.
Was he living in Circle C?
I don't think so. I think they bought a house and stuff. So he's quick to leave. He's quick to leave. He's done that his whole career, from Texas to Nevada to LSU. And then I just told you those high school, memories. But, hey, I expect Texas to win this game. I do.
This is a great right call. I learned so much today. What a show. We've learned about Brian Greasy.
Yeah, man. You want to get to these picks real quick?
Yeah, man. Let's get some picks.
Get some picks in.
Let's get some picks, baby.
What you got for me? You want me to go first?
Why don't you go first this time?
I'll go first this time. All right, let's see what we got on this NFL slate. Ooh, you ain't gonna like this. Broncos versus the Lions. Oh, in the Motor City right now, Lions -4.5. Wrong team favored. We're getting high. We're getting stoned with my guy, Sean Payton. Take the points. Let's go. Russell Wilson Nelson, Dan Campbell is going to be going for it on 4th down in his own territory like he's been doing, causing the team losses, talking about I need to be more tough. No, Dan, you need to be more smart. Wrong team favored. Broncos, take the points, baby. Let's get it.
Oh, my God.
Let's get it. Next, we got, this is a game that weirdly has playoff implications in it. 6-7 Tampa Bay, 6-7 Green Bay. Green Bay -3.5. I'm going to go with the Packers. It's cold in Lambeau. I'm going to go Green Bay -3.5. Baker Mayfield. You a Texas boy. You from the ATX just like me. We do not like the cold, bruh. I don't know what it is in Lambeau, but December in Lambeau, it has to be in the 30s or lower. Give me Green Bay. Take those points. And last but not least, we got... let's see. Tommy DeVito and them boys taking on the Saints. The Saints trying to make the playoffs and do some things in the NFC South. Saints -5.5. I just like the Tommy DeVito story. I love the Sopranos memes and online and stuff. Those are absolute gold. I'm going to take the Giants, man. This Tommy DeVito thing. Let's keep it going. It reminds me so much of Jeremy Lin and Linsanity, especially since it's a New York team. I'm going with the Giants +5.5. Those are my 3 games.
I like it. I like it. I was looking at that. Giants game real close. Okay. I'm a big believer of looking at the previous week's game. Cleveland Browns are at home against the Chicago Bears. The Browns are favored by 3. The Bears' dreams come to an end. Give me the Browns -3.
Okay.
And I know that John McLean made it sound doomy and gloomy for the Texans, but Davis Mills, he's okay. And the Titans just pulled off a miracle win last week. They got to be letting down a little bit. Give me the Texans +4. And Kansas City, there's no way the Chiefs going up to play the New England Patriots are not going to put it together and paddle the Patriots. So Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he's pissed off.
Let's go. Kansas City -8.
Pat Mahomes is pissed off. I'd be scared to play him this week too. So
what was your last game? What was you had the Broncos +4.5, the Packers -3.5, and
then the Giants. I'm taking the Giants in
Giants
New Orleans
+5.5.
5.5. Yeah.
All right. I like it.
All right, man. We're shutting it down today. No show after us. So we're shutting it down here on Texas.
What's your prediction for Texas LSU?
Texas wins. I don't know how much. I don't know what the line is.
You feeling like a buzzer beater? You feeling like a
no? That's single digits, but
like 8,
maybe 9.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it. I'll throw that in as a bonus pick from Zay.
There we go. All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Moonshine, baby.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for listening. Keep it here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Please make sure you like and subscribe. That keeps us going. That's all we ask. Yep. Have a great weekend, everybody.
That'll be cool.